evening. It's October 21st, 2022. Back here again this week. And thank you to those of you who have already hit the like button and charged Eric preemptively.
Come on.
Beautifully done, people. Beautifully done.
Yeah, I got to go out and hit the like button. I
No,
can't
It's really,
come in
it's,
here.
it's really, it's really very important. And I'll just remind everybody right off the top.
That's
Right here.
ridiculous.
We charge Eric for every single like. He needs to.
Yeah. This is 3 shows, okay?
Oh, we got how many likes? 5. Now we got 6 likes. There we go.
we
good
got-
Jesus.
I have to like my own, so that's 7. So we're doing great. Great job, everyone. Great job, everyone. So,
Oh.
good evening.
This is
Hope
getting
things are-
ridiculous.
Hopefully, things are going well for all of you, except for Eric. But he'll have his opportunity. He'll have his opportunity to take out his pain on someone. So we'll get to that in a minute.
Or something.
Yeah, or something. Now, question. First, where's name?
Oh,
So, in this episode of Where in the World is Name Cardinal, he texted me and said he would not be able to join us this evening because his fortune teller that he sees on a regular basis told him to avoid YouTube because it may cause brain cancer.
In the state of California, it always did.
So he will not be able to join us tonight because of the advice from his fortune teller.
Interesting. As long as his horoscope says it's all good. Good evening, Tom. Absolutely. Wish I could like more than once just for Eric. You can always get multiple accounts. Don't fight it. Do what you must. Remember,
Yeah,
I
that,
do
that's
charge
better.
for
Thanks
every
a lot.
single like. But thank you, Tom. Appreciate your support as always. So, guys, a couple of things. We'll have a little bit of fun with a couple of things here tonight. Obviously, it's a slow week in the card game because things have definitely slowed down. But the other part that is pretty standard at this point. And the way you can tell that the hobby is bored is that we're scraping the bottom of the barrel of conspiracy theories. Look, I entertained the conspiracy theory last week, but the conspiracy theory this week, Mark packs some tops, pretty lame. It's pretty down there on the lame scale. It's like, aliens did it with red Sharpies. That'll teach you humans.
I got a red Sharpie.
Exactly. It's like it was just like whatever, guys. But it was like, I guess we're trying. I guess we're really trying. But anyway, we'll have some fun and we'll talk about some hobby stuff anyway. And we're getting closer to Expo, so we'll start winding into that in the next couple of weeks here as we'll get a chance to talk a little bit about that. So Carlisle here. Good evening. Can you get cancer at a part of your body you don't have in the state of California? Yes, you can.
Facetally, yes.
I think Carlisle just dropped the hammer on name. And that is funny. Because I said name was going to get brain cancer. And he's now saying name doesn't have
And now you're suggesting the name, like you're saying, wants to slander name. So Carlisle wants to slander name in the way that you would. Is that what you're suggesting, or is that simply what you want to believe?
And now Carlisle
Are
is
you
my best
projecting?
friend.
Are you projecting?
Want us to believe. Yes.
I think there's a lot of projection going on there, Eric. There's a lot of projection. You are a Beckett employee. Are you in a position to be speaking on people's brains?
I am not a Beckett employee.
Sounds like what a Beckett employee would say.
Yep. Who had mental problems, yes.
Indeed. Well, psychological, like as a self-hating
Don't get me
Beckett employee,
started
do you
on
not
that.
feel like there's some serious questions that we need to be asking?
I am not happy with them this week. I have
A lot of people aren't happy.
Any week.
I was going to say, is there a week that you are happy with them? So I assume you had you mentioned that you had a specific thing, but I do want to pose one point, one question / point. I did get a kick out of it that old Jeremy from Beckett, and I'm trying to find the post. I want to find the post because the post is funny, at least to have it playing in the background while we're talking. He made some clarification. Oh, so they've done the special pricing that nobody noticed. Apparently we broke it during the live stream a couple of weeks ago, because if you remember, PSA did a price decrease. SGC did a price decrease. I made 2 videos on those, so like obviously, and then literally during the live stream, I noticed at the top of the Beckett page, that was on one of the live streams, I noticed at the top of the page, I was like, wait, Beckett did a thing too? No one else noticed or cared. But I did see a post from Jeremy from Beckett in which he stated that if a card is an autograph card and it's going to get an autograph grade of 9 or less, they will no longer put it on the card. So they're still going to charge you, but if the autograph grade is 9 or less, they just won't put it on the front of on the slab anymore.
Why?
And all right, you don't want me to go off this early, right? You want to get more.
I literally do. I want to take a breather, and I'm going to fill up my beer I can't taste, and we'll go from there. By all means.
You want me to go off this early? All right.
And look, as long as you're not going off on a chocolate stick, we're probably okay.
Yeah,
I ate those already.
that was last week. Yeah,
How many people do we have watching this filth
Right now, about 33.
33. Oh,
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Pretty solid right now.
Oh,
Like they're already getting warmed up and excited. They're ready to hit the like button in preparation for your
Okay.
incredible statements on your personal company that is your personal favorite.
how many likes we got now?
16. So half
Oh.
of you are not charging Eric. Eric is about to give us wisdom from up high on Beckett Mount Sinai, and we need a few more like buttons because I'm charging him for those.
Hey, Herc.
Mm-hmm.
what? Okay, so what little that this company still does right, they go out of their way to flush down the toilet. You send your autograph cards in specifically to get the autographs authenticated and graded. That this is a good example of player X's autograph. This is something they do a decent job with. They put on their metal label, and they got the number for the card and the number for the auto, and it actually looks good. Now they said, well, guess what? Send us your cards, send us your money, and we're not going to do our job anymore. And you can still pay us. And if you have any questions of what your card grade is, this is the part that I have to control myself. Go to our website.
Mm-hmm. Understood. I think that works.
The worst website on the entire internet. They no longer will put the grade on the card, on the slab. They now say, if you want the information that you paid us to give you, go to our website, the website that no one except MIT grads can navigate.
They're fixing it though.
This company continues to say, we do not care about you, the customer. Send us your money. We will charge you for doing a job, and we are not going to do it. But keep sending that money, and we will continue not doing, our contractual part. And if you're interested in finding out what you got, go on our website and look it up yourself.
Assuming you can find it.
If you can somehow navigate it, because it is the most disgusting website on the entire internet.
I'm feeling kind of jealous here because, Eric has Jeremy from Beckett Grading Company. Doesn't like it.
Yep.
Carlos, Jeremy, Grading Company. Bobby.
Yeah. Mike Trout and Tom Brady also. My mortal nemesis.
Oh, no, I'm just the other.
Oh, just in the hobby, you mean? In the hobby
Tag.
specifically.
Tag
Yeah.
Grading. Yes.
No, I understand, but I'm saying I thought you were listing mortal
I don't
nemesis.
have a Jeremy. I'm missing out on a Jeremy. I'm the only one.
You should randomly pick a fight with a Jeremy.
Any ideas?
I'm sure there's some Jeremys out there.
Yeah, we could.
Well, Ronick said some really dumb stuff.
He got.
He's done plenty of dumb stuff. He'd be an ideal choice.
So, anyways, out there, guys, I'm looking for a Jeremy, and who grades.
He might grade. Maybe he can get into the Jeter Arena deal.
But not
if he gets into
9.
If he gets in the Arena Jeter deal, that could be like a sideways way of getting that accomplished.
Yeah,
there's still time. There's still a chance.
At least if you send your cards into say, I don't know, Brad, for example, he'll go down in the basement.
Brad.
All right.
Wound up with that one.
You already have Jeremy. Don't try to fight Brad at the same time. You can't manage that.
Blindfold.
Then I won't have a Brad either.
Get the dart, throw it at the wall, and whatever number the doc hits,
120.
that's the number he'll give you. I mean, at least he gives you a number when he's grading cards in his basement for you.
True.
These people are now saying, nope, we're not even going to do that. Our job is a effing grading service, which we are no longer going to grade.
Well, unless it's a 10, in which case they will grade it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's a 10, they'll put it on the slab. But if it's not, then it's on the website. Then you go to the website.
No longer is willing to grade.
You know what the best part is? That isn't even the best Beckett one this week.
No,
I'm starting with that one, but that isn't even the best one. There's a few
part
others.
two.
Yeah, we got a part 2 coming. We'll take a pause for a moment and we'll get to the comments. So Brian Adams, good evening. Speaking of Beckett, I just received my sub back on Wednesday, and one of the slabs came back with the whole side broken off and in a bag. Our condolences. Unfortunately, they do have a bad track record. What's funny, and by the way, I've given the story before. What's funny is that Eric, of course, has his ongoing feud with Beckett and such, and I don't think Eric has really sent in anything much for grading at all. Really, he doesn't really use grading. I have used Beckett grading, and really the only times I've used them, they basically screwed up every single order, including the infamous order where I sent in about 10 cards and about 6 of them were all with reverse labels, including the time they couldn't figure out that Mickey Mantle was not Sandy Koufax and vice versa.
They played in the same time period. Come on.
Basically the same. But yeah, the Sandy Koufax rookie apparently was a 55 Bowman Mantle, and the 55 Bowman Mantle was a Sandy Koufax rookie. Who knew?
It's both 55. Hey,
both 55. Yeah, pretty close. Pretty
10% credit on that one.
I gave him 10% credit and 90% condemnation. Lots of condemnation. It's like, guys, really, the name's on the front of the card. Like, name's on the front of the card. Let's use that as our baseline. And then they mixed up a bunch of mantles too with each other, and it's like, okay, guys, never mind. Go Google this shit. Google it. Good evening, Jeff. Absolutely. Timeless Cardboard was enjoying it. Eric Grant. Absolutely. We'll get another chance. Bobbles, good evening. Popping in to charge Eric. Facts. Paul called cards. Good evening. Thank you. The Rage. Good evening, Brad. Big Scott. Good evening from Chantilly. And also the guys are off in Chantilly. I know Bobbles is out there and Big Scott's out there. So hopefully you guys are having a good time. We'll definitely want to hear more about it later on. So
yeah, buy me something nice, Bobbles.
There you go. Steven, good evening. Absolutely. Tom here. Is Jerry acceptable or Jeffrey or stuck with Jeremy? So do you have a preference there, Bobby? Does it have to be, you will not compromise on Jeremy?
If it starts with a J, I'm okay.
Okay. If it starts with a J, that's close.
We're limited, but
okay.
Yeah,
all right.
J's okay.
All right. Eric will be the first person to get a -2 on a slab. I believe it. Beautiful. A lot of vintage raw. Nice, nice. Average Joe card collecting. Good evening. Absolutely. Thank you all for the comments as always. We're caught up here. But yeah, actually there were a couple of, okay. So do you want me to give you the better Beckett story? The actual recent one, where Beckett's recent screw up. It is alleged. We'll use the infamous alleged to cover all our bases. But
if it's Beckett, it's pretty much guaranteed to be true.
All I'm saying is we will cover our bases with allegedly. We will cover our bases.
Whatever.
Now, the funny thing is that, so Hit 'em High Sports Cards is one of the guys who sets up at the expo. So I'm familiar with his stuff. I follow him on Instagram and such. And one of the cards he sent in, now I don't know why he sent it to Beckett. The first mistake was he sent it to Beckett. So at that point, you kind of deserve what you get, but fair enough. In this instance, he sent in a Precious Metal Gem Wayne Gretzky. So a red Precious Metal Gem Wayne Gretzky, which is a pretty solid card. I think the Precious Metal Gems that year were out of number to 100, but 90 total. So pretty solid. So
don't show that green thing again. Oh,
it's
God.
Red. I said it was red.
But mine's green and it's more betterer.
As is your grammar error. Anyway.
Yes, sir.
So, red Precious Metal Gem. I'm actually going to show you the card in question, and then I'm going to show you the corner of said card in question that came back. So this is the key to this piece. So there's the card beforehand. So as you can see already, it's ominous because it says before Beckett got their hands on it. So you already know you're starting off the right path as soon as you lead with the heading. So pretty solid. To be clear, just to be more clear, this issue in particular is very prone to chipping. Super prone to chipping at the best of times. If you treat it very carefully and do your diligence and everything, the likelihood of it chipping, like across the top, you can already see has some chipping. But for this issue, that's not a big deal. You're not expecting a 10 on these. That's not a reasonable expectation. You know it's going to have some damage on it. But The end result of this particular one was that when they got it back, so that it was holdered, but it was holdered authentic, which sometimes happens with PMGs, by the way. So that's not unusual in and of itself. However, check out the bottom corner.
Oh, that's sexy.
The bottom corner in the original was not chipped to that degree. So there was chipping, yes, but the chipping was substantially lighter. That corner flat out has like a piece cut off at that stage.
That was probably from the reflection of the light off of Jeremy's teeth when he went to look down at that.
It could very well be the case, yes.
Yeah,
That's why I say allegedly. We want to cover all our bases, allegedly. All I can say is that presumably, that card got even more chipped up on the return trip, however, from wherever it came from back in Texas.
That did not come back more better.
Apparently not.
Does yours have a nice chip like that, Eric?
No, mine doesn't chip because mine's better.
Yeah, but basically that's what happens with a lot of that stuff. So, but that's why I said, like, you've got to be super careful with. Now, in this case, to his credit, he did take my piece of advice that I mentioned on the live stream last night. If it's a card like that, I would take a picture before you send it off.
So do you think, is that chipped off or is it just bent in?
When it's like that, that's a chip. That the cardboard's gone.
So it's like paper loss, actually, almost.
It basically. Yep. Yeah.
Ooh.
Now his allegation, of course, again, allegation, is that, well, they damaged it, and I'm like, yeah, probably based on the thing in question. However, regardless, that it came back as authentic, he claims that they made it authentic to kind of cover themselves. So like, it's trimmed or short or something. Like, don't pay attention to the corner. Do not see the man behind the curtain. Be distracted. But to be clear, like in real legitimate examples, there are plenty of them where A, it's easy to damage, and B, there are plenty of them that will come back as authentic because some of them were cut short. Some of them have that's a normal issue with that particular type of card, especially the earlier iterations of it, especially the ones in the 90s and such. There's a lot of that, even on legitimate copies that have been sitting with their owners since the 90s. Some of them were just cut short. It's a quality control issue. That was a real issue at the time, and you just have to accept it. If you're a collector of that series that year, you just understand, like, look, you're not going to be getting 9s and 10s on this stuff. Just accept it.
There's a few hockey issues like that too, that in from the vintage aspect. There's some shortcut cards from the Parkers and a few others.
Yeah.
And
if
you can't do anything because they're from the packs, but they're just short.
Yeah.
And they won't grade them, and how can they?
Yeah. And as long as you know that's part of the issue and you're a collector of it and you're comfortable with it, then you live with it. It's that's just part of this particular issue. It's the way it is. It's the same thing with a lot of the like the hand cut cards. You're going to get an inconsistency. Like, they're hand cut. Look, what are you going to do? If somebody had, a not so steady hand, it's not going to be a super sharp cut.
Well, kids are kids with scissors, right?
Exactly. Or Eric.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to play with scissors.
Yeah, not even the safety scissors.
Mm-mm,
Kathy said even out with the safety scissors.
No, Mom said no because I still run with them even though they're safety scissors.
Valid. I think it's valid.
I don't know. Something I like to do.
Eric's left for Beckett is pretty oblivious, oozing from his pores. I think you meant obvious, but we'll go with it. Let's see here. Send it to Beckett and it will come back red. Yes.
True. That's it.
Eric's grammar is the lady married to his grandpa.
All right. Now, see, this is funny because, and I'm being serious, the Boston accent is we drop our R's and we get put in like a couple of A's at the end, right? Well, the other thing that we do is if something ends with an A, we find the R's that we dropped in the past, get them and add them to words. So grandma turns to grandma. And that's how stupid we are here.
So you guys don't even sell the game Scrabble up in Boston, down in Boston?
Oh,
it's just full of A's. It's just a bag full of A's.
A's and R's, there's still 1 point, but I mean,
A's and R's, man.
There's no point here.
It's just A's and R's. Just like, up there, all you have is E's and H's, eh?
A can be spelled differently, but yeah.
But
A.
Yeah. So Paul definitely knows his the way to insult a Bostonian because he's right on the money.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And he went different than park your car because I mean, come on, you got to do better than that. So I give Paul kudos.
So we have the A, EH, And Fonzie back in the day, he did the A, which
But that's the one.
AY.
That's the one I was implying. So Fonzie's Canadian.
He has to be.
Very
At that
clearly.
point.
There could be no
Because
question.
you guys make fun of us saying A, but like Fonzie's doing it back in the 70s. Come on, what's going down?
It's
Where's
it's
Rosie Pilates
hypocrisy.
when you need her?
Hypocrisy is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shameless hypocrisy. I see what's going on here. Good evening, a collector's dream. Absolutely, they are very easy to damage. Brad says, "I have custom card scissors for you, Eric. You can be a pro in no time."
Well, we all know he has that. And let me another thing about Brad. You know, I recommend that you send your cards to Brad to get graded and not Beckett, because you send a card like that PMG to Beckett, it's gonna come back damaged, and they don't care.
And red.
Brad cares. If Brad chips that card, and he will, he has the care and concern for his customers that he would just simply take a red pen and just
Easy.
scribble
Right?
it in and color it in for you. Okay, that's the Brad difference, people.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, that's the Brad difference. And I say, vote for Brad.
For
Yeah, for whatever.
PSA Canada's best
Yeah, PSA Canada
best
Best-
submitter.
best grader in your
The only.
best
I was
grader
going to
in
vote
your-
for him for best breaker. Does
Oh
that
yeah.
count? Should we go with that?
Are
I'd
we
vote for him
still-
for best breaker.
Are we back to this childish nonsense?
What are you talking about? This is a picture. What do you want?
Yep.
Look, you got a lot of press photographs, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's like,
I get around.
that's what I was going to say. Thank you for pointing it out.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is, buddy. What are you going to do? Carlisle, well played by you. Brad says, touche. With the accent. I like it.
Oh, man.
Extra fancy. Well,
Yeah.
as bougie Eric, you should appreciate that.
Why isn't PSA Brad? Why is he in the comments and not on the screen?
So he was booted from the house. I think the family. The family. He's over at the family's house. I think with his mom, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And well, unlike yours, I think he actually likes his mom. So they probably have a better relationship, you know. Well, although to be fair, Kathy does defend you despite your horribleness.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Kathy defends you quite a bit. Like historically, that's been a thing, and she personally finances your payment of the like button.
I won't give her car keys back unless she does. So
Allowance, car keys. Come on. No.
In exchange. I
that's
see.
how it works.
I know.
It says you can make stickers of the Beckett CEO photo, perhaps.
No, wait a minute. Oh, the CEO. Okay, I'd rather make
A.
memes with the owner of Beckett, like with bars and like him holding it, something like that.
What did he do to get arrested? Damn.
Well, I went on the website once, and he's got his own My Struggle story. I think he actually wrote a book. Yeah, Lord knows why anyone would buy it, but apparently he wrote a book like I was being persecuted. It's like they're after me, and I'm like, I'm morbidly curious, but there's only one. The only way I'm getting is from Eric's personal library, and he's probably been read. Notes have been taken inside. He goes, "You're right, boss. 100%. I agree."
Well, I have an autograph copy.
Of course, obviously.
Yeah, but it's not a 9, so it's not graded.
Okay, can I tell you a quick story about my old workplace?
Please.
Since I'm talking about like the owner, founder, whatever. Okay, so I used to work for Shaw Communications. So in Canada here, you got two major cable conglomerates: Shaw out in the west and Rogers out in the east. So those are your two that covered the whole swath of the countryside. Shaw also had the satellite company. That's the one that I worked for, and that was around the country. It was national. But anyway, the point was, company been around a long time. They've been doing their stuff. But they started out predominantly as a cable company. But at some point, I think in the late 90s, early 2000s, whatever, the owner-founder, the elder Shaw, I forget which one it was, the whole family was still operating the business by that point that I was still there, is that the eldest Shaw wrote his memoir. And it was this gigantic coffee table thing. It was this ridiculous coffee table book. And I got there working at Shaw in 2011. By that point, there had been a couple of cycles of a couple of big moves of some of the original, because Shaw Direct, which was the satellite company, was originally Star Choice. So I don't know if you remember Star Choice, Bobby. That became Shaw Communications. So that was
Actually,
the Shaw side.
Shaw was out here in Toronto.
Yeah.
For the longest
So,
time.
so you had Star Choice, and then they were bought by Shaw and became eventually Shaw Satellite. And that was by the time I was there, they had already transitioned over. Even though we still had some of the Star Choice receivers still in service technically, so I did service some old Star Choice equipment. So it was part of the job. But anyway, so at the time though, just before me, if I had gotten hired maybe a year or two before that, after like you're there a year or something, they would have like a whole ceremony for people that had been there a year or whatever, and they would bestow upon you the coffee table book.
Oh no!
And I was sitting there like, is this a cult? Like, why the hell would I want this ridiculous?
Can I sell this without you knowing?
I kind of, but in the spirit of what I just said a moment ago, I morbidly kind of wanted to leaf through this thing. I asked some of my colleagues who've been there a while. I was like, it's like, how is it really as gigantic as you were making it? I was like, dude, it's like 10 pounds, this stupid thing. And I was like, I kind of want to look at it. At the same time, I don't. I kind of want to leaf through it and go, really? It was a hardcover with color. And it was a coffee table book with this hundreds of pages, like 400 or 500 pages. And it was like the history of his family immigrating and everything leading to him creating this mega corporation. I'm sitting there like, and what am I supposed to do with this crap? Like, what on earth would I do with this if you had given it to me? But that was a gift that you gave to employees after a certain time.
Oh, what a gift! Jeez.
Oh, a gift.
I'd have taken a
Like
turkey at
doorstop
Christmas.
now.
But I just since we brought up the Beckett Eric's founder, his boss, and the book that he wrote, not quite as fancy. He's gonna have to step up his game quite a ways to get up to the Shaw family tomb. And they stopped doing. By the way, the reason they stopped doing it is because they realized it was really expensive.
Yeah.
It was like, no kidding, like a 500 page, hardcover, and like for what?
He knows.
Like
$75, no doubt, cost.
Who would want this? And also, it's like, is this supposed to be a reward, a punishment? What is this?
Yeah, right. You have to do a book report after.
I'm waiting for the book of Orlando's episodes. That'll be a really good book coming.
I think so, yeah. I just thought it was so random. And then it just made me think of that because it'd been years since I thought about it. I was like, oh yeah, if I had been there even a year earlier, I technically would have been eligible to get to carry home my new paperweight. Urgh.
You know, it's really funny. I did work a summer when I was 16 or 17 at a book a wholesaler. They would get all the books in, and then we would stack them up, and then we'd give them off to whatever stores that would order them.
Yeah.
There was books there. I sat there and I go, who did this? It was weightlifting for cats. A cat on it with a barbell, and I'm sitting there going, what? He goes, well, they give so many grants out every year, and they have to use up that money, and unfortunately it gets to go to guys who write these stupid books. I'm going, there's a lot of stupid books in here. Mm-hmm. This warehouse was huge. It was like 30,000 square feet. It's like, so ridiculous. I get it. Mm-hmm. I'm there.
It's just one of those things, though. I've often wondered, like I said, I morbidly would like to see it. And at the same time, I kind of don't. It's one of those things like, I sometimes I wish that Carlos Sr. would still troll around garage sales. It's like, I would love it if you just came across this thing, buy it for like $1.
Oh yeah.
I just want to see the stupid thing. I don't really want it, but at the same time, it's like, if it was like $1 or something, I'm kind of curious. I kind of would want to leaf through it and be like, really? Dude, how many of these damn things did you make?
Well, while you guys were talking, I wrote my...
You were writing your own book?
Story and my memoir. I'd like to share it with you.
Is it the Ballad of Bougie Eric and the Chocolate Stick?
It's only a paragraph.
That's the title.
Let him go.
If that.
That is the title of the book. It's only one page. And I'd like to share it with everybody. So this is my memoir.
Oh.
That was actually honestly more moving than I was expecting.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. It's a quick read. It will be $9.95 plus shipping and handling for those who would like a copy.
What is handling?
Well, he fondles the book. Mostly inappropriately, while with chocolate stick soaked hands.
Yeah.
Well, you may if for extra you could get some chocolate stick residue fingerprints on it if you want or something. We could do that.
Then we could DNA it. Yeah.
You know the funny thing is though, like I gotta say, not that I'm a literary critic by any stretch of the imagination. Like it has a beginning, it has an end. So this is a step in the right direction. We have a beginning and an end, so that's important. I didn't feel like we got the rising action in the middle, Bobby.
No.
We got the denouement. We got the beginning, but we did not get the rising action.
No.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the waiting. See, you read it
The
again.
waiting is not rising action, Eric.
Yeah,
we got to
yeah,
raise the
see,
stakes.
there's-
You could have been
I was
extending the
told-
chocolate stick to your mouth,
No,
and then you're
wait.
waiting to die.
It's a beginning and an epilogue. It's kind of
Yeah.
it's lacking.
We're literally missing the rising action.
Yeah.
There could have been a variety of insults that we gave you in the middle of the book.
I think we could clip something together from your shows. That
Oh,
would,
yes.
fill in quite well.
Oh, yes. No doubt. No question.
And once we take the microphone out of the car ride from Tim and Eric coming up to the expo last year,
Mhm.
that'll
I am
solve
not
everything.
looking forward to that.
Bestseller. Oh, yes, you are.
20,
it'll be-
20 hours.
You
in
can
the
wind Tim
car.
up and you can't turn him off. So you're going to be entertained. You don't have to
20
worry about falling asleep. You both drive 10. What's the deal?
I'm not letting him drive.
Why?
Do you see his hat?
Yeah.
You don't
Are
really
you
have to
gonna-
drive the hat. You just point it in the right direction. Just point the bill in the direction and fly.
Basically.
I refuse to put my life in the hands of a man who wears a hat like that. No, I will drive.
He's a successful businessman now. He's married.
He is married. I
And-
don't know what Nikki sees in him, but yeah, he's married.
I don't know.
And you're questioning the success. He has reached the point in his life where he can wear that hat.
And he does.
Corey, I might not let drive, but yeah, Tim might be good.
And also, in fairness, are we sure that you're not the directionally challenged one that caused issues? Because you guys couldn't find the restaurant.
All right.
Is the issue really, Tim? Are we sure we're not projecting again?
I think we are.
I get the phone.
Mm-hmm.
I Google the restaurant. Hit the map.
It
Follow the
did.
map.
You can use that excuse, which is the second part of the being extra late. But the initial late is like we said we're going right there right now. Okay, great. So you guys are back showering, doing all this other stuff. Even when we call, I said, "Where are you guys?" "Oh, we're just back at the hotel showering and stuff." I'm going, well, we came directly here. That's what we said. So you actually were late, and then you got lost, so you're late again. And then by the time you found the address, then you're triple late. So you were 3 times late. I think you showed up. Did you even eat when you came in? I don't even remember.
Oh,
So-
no, I ate.
We all went there direct, and that's what you're supposed
Yeah.
to do. But you guys went back to the hotel to
I
shower
believe
because
I believe that was also his fault. That was
Mhm.
something he wanted to do.
we'll take that up with him on.
It sounds an awful lot. It sounds an awful lot like we're just blaming Tim for everything.
He's not here.
He's not here.
Therefore,
Interesting.
he shall be blamed.
Interesting. All right. We'll see about this one.
That works.
Move it
I
on.
like that.
Moving on.
I'll have to use that.
Business 124. Good evening. Absolutely. Average Joe Card collector in the spirit of the season. When is the last time you guys collected Tim Hortons or any other collectible connected to food or other brands? So I'll qualify this by saying I opened a couple of packs of it this time around. The last I'm gonna use your exact word though. Say collected. I've never collected the Tim Hortons brand set. Never been my thing. I've opened some packs of it a couple of different years because it's fun. Whatever. Open a couple packs while I'm there anyway. The last one that I actually collected was back when McDonald's was doing the hockey cards. I preferred the McDonald's one. For me, the McDonald's one was a better configuration. I like the sets better. Even the one that Pacific did, I thought they did a really good job with those. But that was like in the early 2000s, so it's been a long time since I collected any of those food issue brands. But I think they're really cool. They had some in Canadian Tire though. That's not food issue, but they've had some of those as well. But no, for me, it's the McDonald's. I got to go back almost 20 years for that one.
There you go. This is what you're talking about. This is the only one I own.
Yep, that was and that was a good year. I honestly opened a ton of packs of that. It was a really fun set to open. It was beautiful.
And if you turn it over, you can see the McDonald's logo.
Yep, and I thought that was a really well done set. I thought it was a beautiful set.
I
Nice
think this
checklist,
is
great
fantastic.
pictures,
A
great
fork
pictures.
holding the cup, and it's shiny.
And I think they were like were they like 89 cents a pack, Bobby, or 99 cents, or even 79?
99 cents.
Yeah, it was sub $1 for sure. It was sub $1 for sure. And it was like you buy your fries and you can buy a stack of packs at like sub $1, and it was
I think
pretty
it
reasonable.
was 69. Then it went up over the years up to
Yeah,
99. No,
that's right.
no later. No
Yeah.
more.
But
Yeah.
even still, like even at a buck, you buy fries and you buy like 10 packs at a buck. That's very reasonable. Like it was
It is.
pretty good.
Oh yeah, it was great. I loved it.
And it was great for the kids. And if and some of the adults wanted to do something, then they could get the albums and stuff, and you could put the set together. I thought they were great. And I've shown before on the channel. There was a time when they were doing a lot of these great issues, because we had some of these brands that were doing it. Pacific did that in the game. Did that Toronto Star series where they had that Toronto Star series that was really cool. It came with an album and everything, and they were cards.
Yep.
So they were very
I
cool.
I think I have one of those kicking around.
Yeah, because those were good, and I thought they were quality cards. Honestly, for the money of what they were, I thought they were decent cards, well made and everything. So I thought it was.
I
Very
do
nice.
like Food Issue. I think it's a little bit more unique. It's a little more open to everybody.
I wish there were more of them. Like the Tim Hortons one, I can accept, but I wish they would allow a couple more. Like I would literally like to see some legitimate more ones. Have Upper Deck make some cards for some other brands similarly, like just a couple runs. It'd be kind of fun.
I just like to see it get back into cereal issues and stuff you can buy in the store.
The cereal, I agree. Cereal would be a
Because
good one.
McDonald's is like,
No, at this
so
point,
bad.
at this point, that one's done. I do like the cereal thing though. I think it'd be great to have a couple of cards, and especially marked boxes of cereal. That why not do it?
Vashon Cakes, Joe Louis back again.
Yeah. Will you autograph your book? So Brian here says, "Will you autograph your book for me? Then I can send it to Beckett for grading." I like what you're thinking.
Can you imagine the slab they'd put it in for something this size? It'd have to be at least this big.
No, the problem is it's Beckett, so probably they would get like the smallest holder they have, and just fold it and like crumple it up and just like squeeze it. It's like why? It's like why? Because. Carlos, did you see the Mark Topps pack? I did. So just to be clear, if you guys have, I'll see if I can find a picture of it. But the Mark pack is like a silver pack, and it literally is just a little quick line with a red Sharpie. Like it's the lamest thing in the world. It's like okay, it's a Sharpie line on a silver pack. Great, sure. By the way, in fairness, in this instance, this case, one of the guys that got it was a guy who has like 600 followers. So it's not like this is, oh man, send it off to this big guy. They got this thing. It's like, I guess, sure. That's where we are now.
That was my contribution this week, Carlos.
Appreciate it, Bobby. Appreciate it. Not sure they do great VHS tapes now, so I don't think it's possible. That's a fact. It's Ray Bork, and when he was a winner. True. He got it out of Boston. Jesus.
Shut up, Bob.
Eric, when he has most slab for both sales at this point. 2 confirmed marked packs. Yep. Just weird that they're marked. Yeah, I agree it's weird, but it's one of those things where it's weird, but at the same time, it's like, but do we care though? Like, really, for that thing, it's like, okay, great, sure. It's so generic. It's so like, okay, so you're going to put a red Sharpie? That's the extent. Oh, red Sharpie, guys. That's the good pack. Okay, I guess.
Can everyone else just look away? First for a moment, and if Bob could just lean in just a little bit and pay attention. Everyone else can look away, and Bob, you pay attention.
Hold on, I'm gonna look away. All right, I looked away.
I guess.
Oh, he meant we look away, and then he does a thing. That's what he meant. Well, he's got to be more clear. Like he was writing a stupid book, and I lost track of what the hell he was getting to. He should have written that into his book. Maybe he should have.
I don't think he liked the way Bob spelled Bork.
Probably not. But at least he appreciated that he got out of that hellhole in Boston. God, that's where careers go to die.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, at this point, are we even sure Bobby Orr won a Stanley Cup there? Are we even positive? Did that actually happen?
Chicago, wasn't it?
I feel like Chicago sounds right. Yeah. A
77,
legitimate franchise.
78, something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's it going, Eric? Did you finish writing the book? Do we have Rising Action now?
Mm-hmm. I think we do. It's in his face, right there.
We've improved it. Now, if you want to insult Bob, do it quickly. See, Bob's already laughing.
Bork.
I don't want to play anymore. You people are stupid.
Yeah.
Very cool. So Average Joe Collector, very cool. I think it's a true way to have introductory product aimed at kids, affordable, accessible. Yeah, I agree, 100%. Look, that's why I say, like, I'm happy to when I'm by. Like I said, I do not have any issue with the Tim Hortons one because I honestly think it's a good product for the kids. I think it's fun that they make it. Like I said, it's just a personal preference. The McDonald's thing is a nostalgia thing for me. Also, like I don't go to Tim Hortons really to buy coffee anymore. But you can, obviously, it's fine. It just feels weird maybe it's just for whatever reason, the Tim Hortons connection feels weird to me. Even though Tim Hortons obviously is ubiquitously Canadian, whatever. But it's like, no, the McDonald's is like, no, you go in, get the fries and give me some packs with that. It was very straightforward. It felt very simple to me.
I texted you my Tim Hortons pickups this week.
Did you?
I think.
I will take a look.
Or I messaged you. Sorry, I didn't.
Oh, message. Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
You
I'll find it.
didn't send anything to me.
I will find it.
You didn't show me the Tim Hortons stuff.
Yeah, I'll pull it up here in a second.
And I got a chocolate. Not as chocolate stick. I got something, a donut to go with it.
Yeah. All right. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. So QC person had their pen in the pack when doing random counts. Yep, probably. So the reason they mark the packs with the big hits is so they do not have multiple big hits in the same box. That's one of the prevailing theories, that it's kind of inventory control, so to speak. Yep. There you go. Who knows? Yep. I'm sick. That is my Bork defense.
I can see the mark in the packs. Like if it's the ones that the hits, then they mark them in so they don't get mixed up with the other ones, and they have them aside, and then they put them in every 10 boxes or whatever they do. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, look, it could be, but at the same time, look, I'm kind of in the same camp as I was with the first conspiracy theory. It's like I'm willing to accept the concept of it, but I also would posit a second point. I don't care. Like, truly, in no way, shape, or form. But I'll entertain it. But there's not much to it. It's literally like a red line on the pack. That's all we got. We got a red line on the pack, and a small breaker and a big breaker both got one. So we're not picking favorites. It's okay. It's there.
Well, it's breakers though. It's not regular people.
Sure. The first one has like 600 followers. I don't think that's really going to blow up his follows.
Trying to make a third conspiracy theory here. So.
Yeah, we're going to have to work a little bit deeper on that one.
Number 3 on the Because I'm Carlos show. If there's an opportunity for corruption in the hobby, there will be corruption in the hobby.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah, I might go back to McDonald's after the Hockey Canada scandal. That's a possibility. Okay, so I have found the picture. I've got the one you're talking about, Bobby. Here, hang on a second.
Yeah.
We can share it here. There we are.
Ta-da! So actually, across Canada, they're doing all the Maple Leaf, Edmonton Oilers, whatever, all the toques you could buy, which are hats in Canada, winter hats, and they sponsored also a Maple Leaf donut, which is sort of it's like a chocolate eclair, but it's white with white sprinkles, and it has like cream filled. Yeah. But mine was stale and just horrid.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
at least the donut. I'll have the donut be good.
Well, the donut was more expensive than the toque. No, actually, the toques are $20, but I think money goes towards the Leafs or something.
All money related to the Leafs goes to the Leafs.
Yeah,
if you say the Leafs, money goes to the Leafs.
I think some money goes to the Tim Horton Foundation for Kids.
Is a Maple Leaf donut a donut in which you eat almost to the very end and then you shit your pants?
Almost.
I don't think does the first round count as the very end? Stick. Wait, out of curiosity, does the first round count as the very end?
It depends how much you're eating and you're biting.
I was referring to any series. That is a big donut. Second series.
It was that big. It was pretty good, but it was stale. So
and the cream, there you go. It's a Maple Leaf donut.
Yeah, stale. There you go. Stale. Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. By the way, I've never been a big fan of the way that Tim Hortons, when they do these things, because occasionally they'll have these team themed whatever where they'll do it. Yep. It's basically like an imprinted onto like an edible paper or something, isn't it? Like a medallion or something. Yeah. So and then they can do them around the country, obviously. So if you're in Ottawa region, you get a Senator's one, et cetera, et cetera.
I think it was fondant. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. It's like, look, it works. Like from a visual standpoint, it works. I just always found
it was cool looking. When I saw it, I said, I'm getting one. Well, actually, I got the hat for a friend who's out in actually Edmonton. And he says, yeah, give me a Toronto Maple Leaf hat. And I said, if I got it. So I put into 2 and they weren't available or weren't around. And it was Team Canada stuff. And I'm going, what the hell is that? Anyway, so then I said, they don't have them. He goes, yeah, sure. And he found them online. I said, okay, fine. I said, if I have to go to a third Tim Hortons, you're buying the donut for me. So I didn't have to pay for it.
Lucky At least you didn't have to pay for it. That's fair. That's all right.
Yeah. I paid for it. Don't worry.
Yeah. You see, you paid for it in a different way.
A different way, yes.
There you go. That's right. Sounds fair. Thank you, Bobby. So let me show this one here since I've got it in front of me. Obviously, we've been talking a little bit about Expo. So that's been a thing that we've discussed here and there. They've had a very long list of signees for this particular Expo.
Biggest ever.
They put together a nice little promo image. It'll come off a little bit small for you guys, but those of you who watch it on TVs or bigger screens anyway will probably get a better impact out of it. So I will open this up for you. So check that out. So we got a lot here, man. So you're starting off on the Friday. So on the top left side, so you got Bobby Hall, the cast of Slapshot, and Kurt McLean. So you got that going on. Now, I can tell you that on PSA Canada's show yesterday, Brad revealed that the cast of Slapshot will also be involved in something right around after this time period here. that may be somewhere near or around a bar area that may be PSA Canada may be somewhat involved in.
Oh,
I'll leave it to
okay.
him to reemphasize that later on as we get closer. But the Cast
Sure.
of Slap Shot will be involved in some of that, so that'll be cool. That'll be fun.
I was under the impression that the quote, because we know what the real deal is, but the quote Hanson brothers weren't really
Handsome.
besties. Weren't really besties at the moment. Are they expected to be there?
Well, maybe what we'll do is we'll ask you to play Peacemaker, and if they really don't like each other, then they can just beat you up out of frustration.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know. I think you're thinking of
I think you need to
Hanson musical group brothers.
Honestly, either way. Honestly, I would take either. I think both would be very funny if they beat up Eric. It really makes no difference.
That'd be funny too.
It makes no difference. Like, it makes literally no. Look, I will help them. If they need help, it's like here, use the barbed wire bat. Why do you have a barbed wire bat? Don't worry, don't ask questions.
Yes.
And here's a lighter. Don't worry, I got lighter fluid for that.
I don't want to get bop from the Hanson brothers. That'd be horrible.
Look, all I'm saying, and if you want, I can use the brown bat, and we can call that the chocolate stick, and we'll have it lit on fire at the end of it. They can beat you up with that one.
I would pay 10 like buttons for that.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Pretty good. Pretty good.
With friends like you guys, I don't need enemies. That's for sure.
There you go.
That's why you're here.
Yep, they got Ricky. That's right. And Josie. That's right. That's right. Josie. Bop. Thank you, gentlemen. Beautifully done. So yeah, let me go through a couple of these real quick. Just some highlights. We know there's a ton of names here anyway. So obviously the Saturday one is you got Theo Fleury. You got Modano coming back for that one. Ricky Henderson, as you guys mentioned, which is a good one. Tim Raines as well. So you got two speedsters from the 80s. So that's pretty solid. Montreal Expo connection as well. So that's pretty good. And then you got to have you got to pander the locals. You got some Matt Sundin. Muggsy Bogues, I think he played for the Raptors too. I think he got that connection.
Slowly, yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I think maybe towards the end of his career, like early Raptors days, maybe.
After he won the slam dunk contest.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I feel like there was a connection with Muggsy Bogues and the Raptors. I could be 100% wrong. Please fact check me if I'm wrong, but I thought there was a thing. Otherwise, it's really random because I feel like there's a Raptors connection.
Sorry.
Spud Webb was the slam dunk one. Ron Duguay? Okay, help me on that one.
Duguay.
I don't remember him.
Doga. New York Ranger, Stanley Cups.
Best hair in hockey history.
And his rookie has no hair.
Right.
So,
Fair enough. All right. Fair enough.
He was a perennial Ranger, and he was
Very
really
good
known
player
for his playboy looks and his beautiful hair.
That seems like an odd reason to bring him in just for signing, but fair enough. I guess.
He's a good player, too.
I'm sure, but but we got to remember, we're in Canada. It's not like we're short on hockey players to bring in. Like we're spoiled for choice. We have a lot of options. It just seemed random to me. So thank you for the education. Denny Savard, and then you got the Legion of Doom, of course. So that's one of your features. You got your John Leclerc, Lindros, and Mikael Renberg. So pretty good. And then on the side of it, you got Peter Bondra, which is interesting. Sadie Brown and Errol Thompson. So pretty cool. And then Sunday, they stacked up a pretty long line of names. You can ask Ed Belfour if he'll offer you $1 billion to get him out of a parking ticket. So that's pretty sweet. Or he'll attack you with a skate or something. That'd be pretty cool. Gary Roberts, Jerry Curry, Josie, Pat LaFontaine, Guy Lapointe, Serge Savard. So you got Solani, which is cool. Silver. Wow. Yeah, J.S. Zagiris, Hasek, and Michel Goulet. That's pretty strong lineup. Like some great names, Hall of Famers, multiple sports.
Eric Sanderson was scheduled to be there. Did he back out?
It's possible. It's possible, but it's a pretty stacked card. Like I'm going to say, that's a lot of different names and categories and sports.
There's a lot of good diversity in there. Sometimes they theme a lot of goalies. Sometimes they'll theme a lot of teams. Yes. Yeah, and this is all over the board. This is everywhere.
It feels like
you're Toronto, Montreal. Yeah, there's only like 5-6 teams there. Yeah, most of the other ones.
I think it's one of those things. I think you're covered almost if you have like a fandom in anything in hockey or even in some baseball and things like that. There's a lot here. There's a lot here. And I also had Brad here confirms that Muggsy Bogues played with the Raps. So I thought so. That made sense to me. But either way, like, hey, you know what? That's pretty good, man. Like if you're looking for a couple of autographs, like you got choices, man. So it's kind of up to you. Whatever suits your fancy, or maybe none of the above. But at least you know you got some options if it interests you.
Well, you got Sittler for the Leafs. You got Montreal Savard. You got some pretty top guys. Savard was captain for a long time. A lot of Stanley Cups.
Yeah,
Except
here,
for
here, Bob makes a good
0.
point. A lot of the 90-91 rookie crops, so you could get some of those
Yes.
autograph if you wanted to.
True.
That's pretty solid. Great rookie crop that year too. Where's Virgil? At Olive Garden. Correct, Bob.
He'll be there, but they just don't announce him anymore. He's always
nobody,
there.
nobody announces him.
He's always there. So
Yeah, Bogues was a Raptor 99 to 2001. Thank you, Paul. Who was at the very bottom left? So that was Michel Goulet. There you
another
go.
captain for Nordiques, I think he was.
The Nordiques,
Yeah.
yes. So, like I said, you got a lot of areas there covered, man. a lot of different options. If you can't find anything there, then you probably didn't like hockey in the last 30 years, or even for the last 40 or 50, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
most
yeah.
of them are upper tier.
Yeah, like there's some solid names, some great players. Even guys like a Josie. In the 80s, he was a star. Like he was a star in game. Like he was an MVP. He was a 40-40 man. Like he had one of the most expensive baseball cards in that era for that era as things got crazy, just because he was super popular on a super popular team that was competing for championships. So he was a star in his day, and he still has plenty of notoriety.
He played here in Boston for a short time, and he'd go on stretches where it was the old him, and then he was done another times, But I just like to think of him playing for the Rangers, the Texas Rangers,
When
because
the ball bounced off his head.
that and the other thing that he's known for with the Rangers. Do you remember the other thing he did? That
Was it when he
stupid?
pitched and got hurt?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Josie was Josie was a weird dude. He was a weird dude.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was,
Unintentionally entertaining, though.
yeah.
You have to concede, he was pretty entertaining.
There was a window of time. He was the best player in baseball.
He was.
It was a small window, but
Yeah.
it was a window.
But look, some players don't even get that window.
And
There was a moment in time we actually had it.
And he
Most
ended
look
up
out that window,
Yeah. So
pitching
which is a
for
pain.
the Texas Rangers and blowing his arm out.
Shit happens.
Are you kidding me?
well, look, we heard about all the stories you gave everybody. You hurt your hip originally eating a chocolate stick. Like weird stuff happens, man. Non-contact injuries.
I
what?
slipped off the stool at the Dunkin' Donuts because I was focused on the chocolate stick, and I slipped right off and hit the floor.
Spilt his coffee on the. Yeah, that works.
Mhm.
The only one on that lineup is Earl Thompson. He's sort of the lowest tier, I think it would be. He was a great player for the Leafs, ish. He was, I think he's one of the first players from PEI, so to be in the NHL. They did songs for him, the guy from PEI. I remember when they had these little interludes that they would sing songs about players and where they're from, and sort of Stomping Tom Connors kind of stuff.
Okay.
So I remember that, and that's like 70 something, man.
Yeah.
That's when they did funny things. Lots of them.
That's okay. I think at the expo, if Eric doesn't behave himself and if he keeps knocking Tim, I might have to have a little chat with Mr. Big Hat, and we'll see if we can get a traveling minstrel to follow Eric around and speak of his deeds.
That'd be good.
Yeah. It's like, what's the worst, Carlos? What did you do to Eric? It's like, oh, I might have hired a traveling minstrel. It's like, but when you say traveling minstrel, I meant traveling mariachi band.
Maybe.
Awesome. Awesome.
It sounds awesome until you try to molest some hockey player who can hear you coming because of the traveling mariachi band with you.
Marcel Dion's just running down.
He's like, nope. I know that marching band.
Who's the Pied Piper in that one?
I don't know. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. But yeah, I think that'll be fun. Once I saw that big graphic, I was like, geez, that is a lot of autograph guests. That's crazy. But all right, that's cool, man. That's
They're
cool.
gonna have a lot in one day.
The
signing?
Saturday was stacked, man. That Saturday was stacked. Yes.
Yeah.
So last year, I decided not to get any autographs. Focus on the
You
list.
got an autograph.
Yes, I did. It was awesome.
Okay,
It was
so he
all
lied.
because
He
of
lied
you.
right here in front of everybody, and then admitted it.
He literally lies all the time.
Oh, hold
It's
on.
freaking embarrassing.
Still, look at right there, baby.
There it is, Bobby
Mhm.
Bond.
All right, right there.
Mm.
So it's much appreciated still. The
On your
point I was
$5
making is
beehive.
I didn't pay, to go get autographs. You hooked me up. There was a difference. So I wanted just to focus on with the money I had available. I had a list. I got all but one card on that list, and then I ended up, and here we go, the one Beckett card I own, getting it, this year. So this year coming up, I don't have this dream list that I had last year, and I collect the 69, 70 set, and try to get as many autographs as I can on that set. And there's like 4 guys right there that I got to get autographs for now. So I think that's where some of my money's going to have to go.
Yeah.
How much is the autographs? Does it state?
Well, not on the graphic, but they have made lists on a variety of the different players. That is a long list of players now. I do know that a lot of the pricing is now available, and what isn't available will become. I know I've seen a lot of the pricing for a lot of the guys, especially the feature guys. And I assume some of the other ones are either forthcoming if they haven't already been made available.
Bobby Hull's the feature. Who else would be the feature?
Are you talking about for Friday? For Friday, it would be Bobby Hull as a feature. Saturday, you got a
brothers?
lot. Well, they're
I don't know.
They're not advertising.
Maybe they're a lot.
They're not advertising as the Hanson brothers. They're advertising as the
cast of Slapshot. Yeah.
You don't know who's going to show up when they say that.
Oh, you're right.
And
I think we'll get more. I think we'll get more clarity on that shortly, because, like I said,
I'm under the impression that the Hanson brothers are not on.
I got to get the Key Grips autograph. I really,
Yes.
He was there.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But I will say, for folks that are interested, check out the Expo site, because it's being updated now as they're adding more and more stuff. I don't know if they've got all the prices up, but I know I've been receiving the emails. And also, I've been receiving the emails, honestly, from the, I think Sports Authentics is the one who does a lot of the promotion for a lot of these guys now. So I've been getting the emails from them ahead of time, even before the Expo officially announces them. They're like, at the Expo, Sports Authentics is having. So that's why I knew about Modano a couple of weeks before the Expo email came in. And I was like, and the people were sending it to me. I was like, didn't I already see it? And then I had to go back and check the email. I go, oh, it was Sports Authentics who sent it first. And said, by the way, Modano will be at the Expo. And then the Expo themselves advertise it after.
I'm just looking on Facebook right now. There it is. It just doesn't say the pricing. Nope.
Yeah. So real quick, Paul is already envisioning what it'll look like. I run Marcel. It's like, hit the trumpet solo. Go! I like it, man. I like the vision that Paul has on this.
I was this close
to having a mariachi man?
To having dinner with him when he came locally here a handful of months ago. But he was basically on a turnaround. Like, he came in, did the show, and went right back north. And my friend who knows a lot of these guys.
You don't have friends.
My employer who knows a lot of these guys had called him to invite him out to dinner, which I was going to be a part of. And he was very sorry that he couldn't join us and blah, blah, blah. And he had to head back north again almost immediately. And I'm like, did he know it was me? Somebody told him it was me. And he was like, oh, no, you're not going to fool me again.
Mm-hmm.
And he just went right back to Canada.
Facts.
Some reasonable prices, some not.
It's always going to be, I think it's going to be a mixed bag, especially these days, because certain guys have a certain vision of what they think they can charge. And it's like, sometimes
Lindros is $119, $120.
Who is it, sorry? For which one? Lindros. Yeah, he's one of the guys who would be on the high side. He would always aim high. It's like you can get a lot of really good players in that price point.
The not so superstar. Like, whatever.
What's Henderson charging, Bobby? Considering it's the anniversary.
He is $59. Oh, they're
pretty reasonable. That's not bad. Like, Ricky Henderson was a great baseball player.
$59. That's $59. I got to come up with.
Yeah, let's put it this way: Ricky Henderson was a hell of a lot better at baseball than Lindros was at hockey. Because Ricky was really great. Ricky was really great.
And Yvonne Cournoyer is $50. Phyllis Esposito is $70.
I already have him.
Now, here's the thing: I would rank Esposito ahead of Lindros, and that tells you something about the price point.
Yes.
So, and because Esposito at least played a full career and had a full career, and he was a great scorer. Yeah, record scorer in an era before it really took off like crazy. He barely. I think Phil retired what in 81.
He was with the Rangers at the end, wasn't he?
Yeah. So, but I want you to think about this.
81 probably.
He is the interesting example because he retired literally at the beginning of the biggest offensive explosion in the history of that game that would never be replicated. All of a sudden, Phil Esposito's like, damn it, I could score 50 in this game.
Yes.
It's like, aren't you like 40? I can still do it. In this game? Come on now. I should have had 1,400 goals.
But Phil also has the 72 Team Canada
He does.
championship behind him on top of that.
No,
So
100. No, like Phil Esposito is a made man. No issues for him as a Hall of Famer. He's got the credentials. But my point is, he's a 700 goal scorer who didn't get to benefit from the majority of the biggest offensive cheat code in the history of hockey.
true.
So he's got to be sitting in the back of his mind going, I could have scored 1,000. Maybe I should have stuck around another 4 or 5 years. Scored 1,000.
Any guesses on Timu?
Oh,
Ooh.
he's got to be super high.
I feel like he would be high.
Yes, he's got to be
89?
$200.
89?
Well, they're all
200.
9 at the end. You're right.
Yeah. That's what I'm going with. Yeah.
He's 75 actually.
Really?
That's not
cheap.
That's
But
not bad.
Matt Sundin is 99.
I'll be honest. I would also rank Timu comfortably ahead of Lindros. So it's like
Wow, Savard is like
I would too.
$39. Wow.
like there's some good so I think Lindros is making a pricing mistake because there's a lot of good names that are available at a relatively bargain price right beside
That's
on
what I'm
that
thinking.
sell sheet.
You know, yeah, exactly. And Lindros is he doesn't carry the weight of. And
But if you
Ron
want
Duquesne's
to-
$40, so you're good to go get Eric.
If you want the Legion of Doom, you get the other two guys, much cheaper, and now you're like, well, if I'm gonna get this piece done, this 8x10, this whatever it is,
True.
I'm assuming that's got to be the angle. The angle has got to be Lindros is taking
Lindros
advantage.
is
You want to
like-
complete the package. You
That's
got to
it.
pay for the third piece.
You got to.
He's
And
only
he
going to
can
be
charge
signing
whatever
for the
he
next
wants.
20 years anyway. So
Yep.
after the last 20.
So real
And
quick,
Jose
I'll read-
Canseco, I'd probably get Canseco's autograph. I always liked him.
Canseco, like I said, was fun. At least he was an interesting dude. He was an interesting dude, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Look, honestly, for a guy whose career wasn't completed, look, Canseco is also more interesting than Lindros. At least Canseco has stories. Canseco has plenty of stories.
He's
Can
only
you
60
imagine the
bucks,
stories
right?
that guy has?
What's that?
Can
60
you imagine the stories that guy has?
I can somewhat imagine because don't forget we're Brad and Josie. We'll get a chance to discuss this again. So something sports cards here. Thoughts on the Mojo Sports Card Market app? I want to get caught up on a couple of these comments here. Appeared to be a paid feature on the app. Yes, no doubt. Gambling at best. Yes, I know a little bit about it, just a little bit. I would agree it's more of a gambling kind of the way they structure it. But it's not surprising. Sports Card Investor will do a ton of promo, paid ads and stuff. So, but also check and see if they put in the description like a link or something. They have to disclose if they're doing a paid ad. So if they don't, they should explicitly mention it on the screen. I didn't pay too close attention, but check the description sometimes and make sure that there isn't something there also. So Paul says Paul Newman. Yep. Brad said it was 2 of the 3 brothers and says we'll be there. And Eric has the 3rd locked in his closet. Facts. Average Joe card collector. Carlos, do you approach signing like that with cards and memorabilia with Medano? Traditionally, I've done memorabilia. I don't see any sense. I literally have 250 signed autograph cards of Medano in my collection. So another card would be pointless.
But you met him before, right?
I have, yeah. So and when I did a jersey. I may still get a chance to do a meet here again with this one. And if I do, I've got one jersey left that I haven't already had signed, a replica jersey of Medano. That's the last one I got. It was from the 2000 All-Star game. I bought it at the 2000 All-Star game. Nice. And it was the last one that I have that has not already been signed. And at that point I will have a home and away jersey. I will have had an All-Star jersey and a Minnesota North Star jersey to kind of have early in the career as well.
I was just going to say, that's what you need to get.
I had that one. That with the last signing he did, I got the North Star one signed.
Yeah.
The only other one that I would want to do that I do not have, would be maybe a Team USA. Kind of to round it out, because then I'll have All-Star, the regular hockey, the original team he started with, the North Star jersey, and then maybe a Team USA to round it out. That's a good signed jersey collection. It's pretty good. Then I'll have to get a couple frames for some of these jerseys, because at that point it's like, Jesus, I got to frame the damn things. But that would be my approach. I'd go memorabilia. And I've got signed pucks and pictures and stuff. Lots of it. Pressing is a bunch of players on the website. Absolutely. Thank you, Paul. Bobbles here. Ovi was at Chantilly tonight. Yes, the man does not like the public. He doesn't seem like the guy. He's kind of shyish. There's certain circumstances where he seems to be more comfortable, but I wouldn't think it a signing. I don't know if that would be one of the places he'd be super comfortable. It's unfortunate, but hopefully, if you wanted to get an autograph for him, hopefully you can get if you wanted one. Ricky is one of the goats. Yes, I agree. Ricky was really great.
So you guys probably already know this, but Ricky, for real, this is not a joke.
Yeah.
Ricky Henderson talks in the third person.
Carlos agrees.
Yes, that is exactly what happens.
Bobby thinks so too.
So, I know somebody who, when they were like 10 years old, got a chance to go into the Red Sox clubhouse when Henderson was here, and 10-year-old kid goes up, Mr. Henderson, would you sign this? And he looked at him and said, Ricky not signing today, and walked away from the kid when he was 10.
You got to respect it, man. You got to respect
Ricky not signing today.
Listen, you got to respect it.
Oh, my guy is so out of his mind.
Well, who's out of his mind is Ed Belfour for $85.
Is it 85?
$85.
No, he's not.
I think
no, he's not.
it's out of the shot, but just above the Medano, I actually have a Belfour that I had signed at Expo, and I think at the time it was 49.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which is way more reasonable. I feel like 49 was like I thought that was a fair price at the time.
Gary Roberts is 35, so you're double him plus. And poor Earl Thompson is $20.
Okay, so Paul here says you can buy a Legion of Doom pack for 149. Okay, well if you're getting the pack for 149, that's not as bad.
No,
That's a little
three
better.
guys. Okay,
But it doesn't matter because John LeClaire is only $30 and Renberg's only 25. So like, what's the big deal?
Or I think
Saving
wasn't
a few
Lindros
bucks.
wasn't Lindros like 110?
He was 120,
Oh, it was 120.
119. Sorry,
Sorry,
119, 25, and 30. It's like, well, yeah.
Well, you're saving $20.
Practice.
You're saving $20.
Ooh.
Look, man, $20 is $20. Jeez. Fine, then give him the extra $20 and tell him to keep it. All right.
But they're taking it out of Renberg's pay, not Lindros.
Yeah, look. Why don't you do a bougie Eric move then and be like, okay, I know it's 149 for the three, but you know what? Fuck it. I'm paying the extra $20. Eat it, losers.
Yeah.
Fleury is only 35. Wow, that's amazing. Huh.
He lost a lot of prestige. The end of his career wasn't the end of his career. Like he was great, but the end of his career, like it was a very sad ending. Kind of how that wound down.
Well, he has some substance abuse issues.
I think he's done. Is he? My
he's
understanding, a couple of years back, he was doing better. So I don't know if he still is, but he was.
No,
doing better.
he's fine. He's fine. It's just some other issues with other things. So, Gila points $29. Like he's like a superstar. He was like. Bobby Hall's 45. So here we go. The best one you think the standout is Bobby Hall. He's $45. So, but
Bobby Hall's been signing autographs now for 400 years. Bobby Hall was signing. Bobby, I've said the story when Bobby Hall. This is years and years and years ago now. They did that Canada Post promotion when they did the thing with the stamps. You could buy the lithograph.
I remember. Yeah,
and if you bought the lithograph, the Bobby Hall autograph was free. So at that time, and that's how I got my Bobby Hall autograph at that time. It was it's free.
I didn't even have to move out of the shot. You want Bobby Hall? I got Bobby Hall. This was actually signed in 66 on the 66 card, actually, in a blue pen. This one's just one of the 1,259,000 hockey pucks that are out there that he has signed.
Say that before. What was that? The blue. I was signed in blue in 66.
Yeah, this is just blue. Like regular
Sharpie?
pen.
Oh, regular pen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they didn't have Sharpies and stuff. It was like a blue ballpoint pen.
They kind of did, but they didn't. But yes, Sharpie's been around for I think 60 years now.
All right.
Anyways,
this was signed in the era that the card was made.
And you have Beckett's official certification for that? Or?
No, I have the guy that he and his dad would go to the Boston Garden and stand out there and get players.
Oh, you fell for that one when they came in.
Did you get them certified?
Mm-hmm.
Did you get them put into a Beckett slab?
I did.
Bobby doesn't like third parties.
Facts. It's like the Beckett slab for a human being is like carbonite. You ever seen if you've seen the Star Wars movie?
There's no air holes, so
Well, that's like the least
Was a good
egregious.
idea. That's all I'm saying.
In fairness, that's the least egregious of
hindsight-
the crimes you've admitted to committing on the show.
In hindsight, shouldn't have put the guy in the Beckett slab.
Look, I'm far less offended by that than whatever you did to the chocolate stick last week.
I was just
Even murder is less offensive to me than what you did to the chocolate stick
I
last
was
week.
just having a snack. That's it.
Whatever you say, man.
So
If you like it that
Hasek-
much, marry it.
How
Jesus.
much is Hasek? Like Hasek, probably one of the greatest goalies, but
I wouldn't think his pricing would be too crazy. Especially, I bet he'd be cheaper than Belfour. I'm just guessing, but
he is. Like
Yeah.
that's the funny part.
I would guess he'd
You
be
know,
cheaper than
he's
Belfour.
$70. I'm sitting there going, what the heck? And LaFontaine, $60. But Ricky Roach from Trailer Park Boys, Randy, he's only $30.
You got the Paul Henderson one?
Yeah.
Giannis was asking about Paul Henderson.
Yeah,
Henderson is he's $59, $60.
Okay.
But that's regular. Then there's medium and all the other charges that go up there. So that's the lowest price. So that's your basic autograph. Just
Right.
saying.
But I have to go out and buy a Serge Savard rookie card now to get it signed, and that's going to cost me an arm and a leg just to get the card.
Oh yeah. you're right.
Nailed.
Oh, whoa! Ricky Henderson is. Woo, huh. All
He
right.
is Ricky. Ricky loves Ricky.
He's got lots of money. Ricky got, yeah.
Listen,
Ricky-
Ricky's earned it. We
Ricky's
gotta speak
getting
in the third
paid.
person. Listen, Ricky's earned the right to ask to be paid.
$160.
Because he doesn't want people to actually
He's the most
come.
expensive one there.
Probably.
These
Sounds
guys
right.
are getting paid up front. And they get to demand how much they want. 'Cause
Yeah, I guess.
I was
You negotiate.
earshot-
Usually, you negotiate a rate. Basically, you
I
negotiate a
was
rate either per
earshot.
time or per item.
I was in earshot of Derek Sanderson's negotiation. So
And he was like, "Fuck bougie Eric. No.
Yeah,
Put
that's
that
what
in the
happened.
contract."
Exactly. Yeah.
you know, he was offered a number. He came back with a different number. That number was agreed upon,
Yep.
and you know that was that. So you got to figure Ricky's got to be the same way, or his agent's like, this is what his appearance fee is, and then you know Steve's got to put a price on it to make
Yeah.
his money back.
Money, of course. Yeah.
Well, it's what Ricky wants is really what it comes down to most of the times with that. It's, I'm coming in, I need 15K. So whatever you got to do and you think you can get, and then there's a minimum or something that they reach. So
Yeah.
Medano, how much is he? He's only $59.
He's been
Daryl
pretty
Sittler beat
consistent.
him by the buck.
Yeah, Medano's usually been around that range for years. The last couple
Fair
of signings, which is not ridiculous. Like it's not obscene. It's pretty fair.
Curry,
So-
45, Michel Goulet, 35, and Jaguar, $39. Not bad.
Yeah.
See, this is all reasonable stuff. $39 for Savard. Like, wow. Oh, that's Dennis Savard, not Serge Savard. Sorry, my mistake. And so it's fair enough. Steve Shutt, another great Montrealer, 29.
You know, I
$29,
don't
eh?
have a Steve Shutt rookie card. Isn't that crazy?
Ooh.
And
Here's a good guess.
it is just one of the most legendary cards of all time.
Tim Raines. We got a price, guys?
Tim Raines.
Mhm.
The baseball guys tend to be slightly higher than normal. I'm gonna say 79.
I was going to say 70.
Yeah, it's 90.
Okay.
89. Sorry.
I wasn't I wasn't super far off. Not too bad.
I'm rounding up. Oh, Derek Sanderson canceled. Too bad, eh?
So he's
Well,
getting
he
the-
saw Eric.
Webb-
He saw Eric was coming. He's like, out.
Spud Webb canceled as well.
Ah.
too
So
bad.
let me read this one here. So guys, if you want to answer this one, I would have a very difficult time trying to answer this. But I'll read it anyway. So Sports Stuff 24/7. Good evening. Hey guys, your opinion is the most underrated long-term hold card currently under $100. Underrated long-term hold card, really.
Really?
247 Milli Vanilli rookies. Milli Vanilli rookies.
Oh, you can
Sorry,
only get a
he
Milli,
put
you
in the
can't get a
247.
Vanilli.
Sorry, he put in the 247. But
You can
Milli
only get a
Vanilli
Milli.
rookies,
You can't
yes.
get a Vanilli now.
Yeah.
Autograph.
Worst
Wow.
thing Eric did say was Vinny Vincent was his favorite. There you go.
Bob, I swear to God, go away. I'm
Serge
done
Savard
with
was
you.
a Bruins legend. He said $8 an hour. Eric gets a chocolate stick for every 12 autographs.
Wow.
I do
Looks like you're going to get 3.
So look, I'll say what the difficulty is with this. So you're saying currently under $100. If it's $100 currently, you're going to try to get it for 60 if you're smart.
Yes.
So like whatever answer you give, like you have to calibrate that in. And then it's like, okay, long-term hold. What does that really mean? What's long-term?
6 months, 6 weeks,
I
6
was gonna
days,
say,
6
are you saying
decades.
if we're saying 6 years, 16 years, like what's long term?
Long
I'm
term in
asking,
today's world, 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just asked why Derek canceled his appearance. So we'll get that answer in a little bit, hopefully.
Oh, really?
Interesting. Insider info.
That just means, hey, I'm on his text. I know Derek. Let me tell you. got it.
I've met him many, many times. I don't have his number. I just know people who do.
Oh,
I
they'll
don't.
never
I
give
wish.
it to you.
And he keeps pressing the button and he goes, Derek Zoolander. No,
Delete,
not
delete,
that
delete,
one.
delete,
Not
delete.
that one.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
man.
the
Yeah,
wrong one.
I wish I, was friends with Derek Sanderson and I could just call him up. No, but I know people who can.
I'm guessing the life cycle of a fruit fly is long term. There you go. All
That's
right,
it.
so Sports Stops 247 says 5 years. So 5 years is 2027. So 2027, you're assuming. So for the sake of argument, let's play out the intellectual exercise for a moment. So 2027 is we're assuming then that we would have had the opportunity to have our recession, and then presumably run through probably another couple of government attempts
16
at fixing.
wars.
Yeah, could be. But we would have also run through at least one leadership change in one or both countries, one attempt at an economic program that probably won't work, and then maybe another attempt at an economic program that'll work slightly better, and then put a band-aid on it, and then we'll probably say that by that point the stock market would have rebounded. So within about a 5 year period, we would figure we would be within a stock market rebound.
We'll be in the ups.
Yeah, we'll be in the ups. So that means there would be more money in the system by that point. But we'd also be about 5 years advanced on technology, time, information getting passed around. So you got to play that factor in too, because people could have gotten bored and moved on to something else, right? There could be the new hotness. Because guess what? If more money gets put in the system, you could also put it into crypto. Oh, but Carlos, it cycles like everything else. So you give them an opportunity, you can cycle right back up, and all of a sudden a bunch of money gets thrown into that one. The problem is you're looking at $100. $100 isn't worth as much as you think it is. $100 for personal collection, I love it, but it's like the most underrated. I understand the question, and I'll be honest with you. I'll think about it and see if I can come up with something. I don't think anything's underrated. I think everything right now is about properly rated, over or properly rated at the moment. I can't think of a category or a thing that I would honestly, legitimately consider underrated. Is there stuff that could go up? Yeah. But is it under because it's underrated? No. Just right now the money hasn't gone into it. Or people are focused on other things.
I would say, and again,
And by the way, guys in the chat, if you have any ideas, by all means, feel free. I would love to get get suggestions. Happy to entertain them. I honestly can't think of anything that I honestly think is underrated. Like legitimately.
I think vintage cards of movies and TV shows, like
Pop culture vintage.
Yeah, so like Batman 66.
So like you're talking Jay's category.
Yeah, and things like the Green Hornet with Bruce Lee. I have one of those cards of Bruce Lee as Kato. Why isn't that worth a ton of money? I don't know.
You're not spending enough on it, Bougie Eric.
So I think things like that. Like I just bought a couple of cards of Steve McQueen from Wanted Dead or Alive, his first TV show that just he did it, the TV show just before the Magnificent Seven.
Okay.
He actually faked an illness or an injury while filming Wanted Dead or Alive.
Okay.
And went off and filmed the Magnificent Seven. And then it became such a big thing that the TV studios wouldn't pay his rate anymore. So that's why the show ended. But anyways, I just picked up a couple of his cards, and I'm like, this is the king of cool, Steve McQueen, in his first really known popular role. The cards are in great shape. Why aren't these a lot of money? Why am I getting them for just a couple of bucks? So I think stuff like that is underrated.
Have you factored in, and I'm actually being serious. Like I'll apply the same analysis to your theory is. I don't think your theory is ridiculous out of hand. But I offer the following question that I would ask anybody who proposes any of those ideas, just any of them. My question would be simply this: okay, so you think it's underrated? that necessitates a level of demand that for some reason currently hasn't materialized. So
Correct.
why do you think the demand has not materialized?
Well, that now again, I like that stuff.
I understand.
So to me, that stuff is worth something and cool. Other people don't feel that way, but that's a classic Hollywood, old time glamorous Hollywood days, and these are the legendary stars that most of them are no longer with us. Like the before mentioned Steve McQueen, John Wayne, and this is a piece of Americana and Hollywood history, and it's surprising to me that more people don't recognize that it's really the heartbeat of American entertainment.
Is it the heartbeat of American entertainment?
From the past, what kind of started it all when the movie.
So Bob is doing this to troll you, but I am going to point out that there's an entire generation that have no idea who you're talking about.
Steve McQueen?
Yeah.
And his motorcycle jump over the
But I'm saying there's an entire generation that will. I'm talking about demand. I'm talking about long-term demand. After Eric has bought all the ones he wants, who else is buying one?
I want him blocked, and I want it now.
But we don't give you what you want.
No,
that's like a policy of the show.
That is a policy of the show.
It's a policy. Like we.
All right. Well, Bob, you are lucky that's the policy of the show.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm actually asking Bobby. I'm actually taking a 100% serious question at this because this is a very common phrase and question and line of questioning. Why isn't X appreciated enough? Why isn't Y appreciated enough? It doesn't matter what it is. That's why I said I was happy that Eric brought it up. I'll normally mock Eric mercilessly anyway. But in this case, it was a perfectly good example. It's a perfectly good example.
So he was talking about Steve McQueen?
He was talking about Steve McQueen in this case. And a specific item of Steve McQueen or card, or I think for one of the pop culture cards.
Okay.
But when I'm referring to my question, and I don't care if it's pop culture cards, I don't care if it's memorabilia, I don't care if it's whatever. If you believe that currently item A, whatever it is currently undervalued in the marketplace, we then need to have demand pick up in some capacity, for some reason. We need a reason for demand to pick up, whatever it is. So if you don't believe demand hasn't gotten to where you think NA should be, then my question is always, okay, so why do you think demand is not where it should be?
Well, actually, especially with those kind of cards, they're sort of in that non-sports kind of era. So there's not a real big draw for them. There has been some recent increase, but and it's not like it's Babe Ruth. It's not like it's Gordie Howe. It's Steve McQueen. In the Hollywood world, top guy. Like autograph, you talk to what's the name, Cilio there, and he'll just go, "Yeah, I'd love to have a Steve McQueen.
Sure.
That'd be awesome."
Yeah.
But like his autograph's probably worth a ton. But unfortunately, his card is not. And it's just, what set is it from, Eric? Are you looking for it now?
Yeah.
Now, I want to make clear that it isn't like there's no value to any items. There are going to be items that are going to hold and maintain and sustain and grow value for whatever it is that you want. So there you go, dead or alive specifically. Okay. Now, I'm saying that depending on the actor, the actress, whoever, and the pop culture item that you want to use, awesome.
What set is that from? Is that TV Westerns or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There are going to be items
or something.
1958.
58.
Okay. There are going to be items that are going to hold some value, but sometimes it's not the stuff you expect or the stuff you think of first. And I'll give you a quick, simple example. Okay. So Paul Newman, the actor, right? Paul Newman's been in a bunch of stuff. Now, there are different categories of collectibles that Paul Newman has that are going to hold and sustain value. All kinds of categories, all kinds of things. Cool. One thing that Paul Newman has been successfully able to drive value of over the years, it took time, but it did drive value of, is the Paul Newman Daytona. So you've got a Rolex watch already that has certain popularity, a certain fan base already built into it. Just in and of itself, it has one. Then you have what is associated as the Paul Newman Daytona style. It was a style he popularized because he wore one of those and became synonymous with it, and that's why it's known as the Paul Newman. And then there's the actual physical Paul Newman owned this Daytona. And that is actually one of the most expensive Rolex watches that has ever sold. So it has the celebrity connection, it has the brand connection, it has all those things together, and then it became a very expensive pop culture item. but it happened to coincide like the Venn diagram. It happened to bring all these categories together.
Yeah.
And then you got the super, watch aficionados who want the best of the best, the most iconic, the biggest deal. And the Paul Newman Daytona already holds value to it as a brand anyway. But you got the one that was actually owned by Paul Newman with the engraving on the back from his wife and the whole bit. It's got the provenance. So it's got all this stuff going for it.
And you happen to like Slapshot.
But
Great. Great.
Tag Heuer has the Steve McQueen watch. That's
They do?
equally
That's
as
weird.
and the watch that that he wore in I think a couple of movies, but mostly when he and Paul Newman were racing, because they both were fascinated by race cars and and raced. There's all these pictures of him in his race car in his white jumpsuit, and you can see the Tag Heuer watch that he's wearing.
Yeah.
And they still use that for their advertisement. So as a watch guy, you should be interested in Steve McQueen cards and Paul Newman cards.
But this is my point that I'm trying to get across. As a watch guy, I do not need to give a crap about the cards. I might be interested in the watch. That's the point. Is that, remember, the reason I wanted to engage in this conversation is that I keep trying to fight against people trying to conflate and connect. Oh, well, this person is popular, therefore, oh, well, then because cards exist of them, then people will want to buy the card. What if I don't give a shit about the cards?
That's just stupid.
And most people don't.
So like it doesn't
non-sports
matter.
market.
It doesn't matter if I want. Yeah, and Staven actually hit the nail right on the head, and it covers it. Again, I am a sports card guy. I've been a sports card guy for a very long time. But here, as a watch guy, buy a watch. Correct. If you're a watch person, why on earth? Oh, but Paul Newman's on it. That's great. I want the Paul Newman Daytona. I want the Daytona watch. Or even if it's the style or these, even if I can't afford the actual Paul Newman Daytona, I want the stylistic one.
I was, just so we know, I was joking and being sarcastic about making that connection. Okay.
Yeah. But I'm saying there are people who legitimately, but Eric, I'm using you as an example here. Right. There are people who legitimately will make this argument with a straight face. Right. And I'll be sitting there like, no, that isn't how that works.
No, of course not.
People have to have an interest in the cardboard in the first place.
Right.
Then, then maybe we can have this conversation. But you're not going to generate demand. That's why I say like that. That's the reason why. Like I understood, and Sports Stuff gave some examples, so thank you for that. I appreciate that about kind of what he would determine some kind of cards that he would consider to maybe be underrated in that category. Which fair enough, I get it. But that's why I say like it's almost impossible for something to be underrated. It's either relatively unknown and you convince people, which is possible, but it's very difficult, but possible, or genuinely the marketplace has had a chance to see it and made its judgment. And it is what it is.
Well, there's certainly a lot of propaganda around a lot of different cards or promoting different things like the Star Wars. Anyways, those type of things happen. That happens everywhere. But the natural for cards like that in the non-sports sector, it just doesn't go over well. It just never did. Hockey cards were meant to collect this random Paul Newman card. It doesn't do anything much for most people.
Yeah,
great guy. His autograph is probably worth a ton, but his card is not, and it doesn't really matter. I know a lot of people say, we need to get more people in the hobby. We need to get more people. You can't force people into the hobby. It's like
you would think so based on the narrative that someone would try to sell. You would think so.
Okay, if you're into violins or banjos, we need to get more people in the banjo.
We need banjo cards.
We need
banjo kazooie.
Everybody needs more people in their hobby.
Yeah.
But the unfortunate part is you want the people who come in, want them to be there. You don't want to force them into being there. So, what is that? There he is.
Yep. There are tons of advertisements for it.
And that's his Tag Heuer watch.
It's not a Tag Heuer watch. It was a Heuer. Just Heuer. It was Tag Heuer later. Tag bought them and became Tag Heuer.
I'm not going to argue. This is
the company originally was Heuer. Heuer was the company that has that heritage brand. Tag Heuer is the amalgamation of that, and Tag bought them. But Tag Heuer now owns all the properties and everything and the branding. Yeah. So I think that's considered the Heuer Monaco. I think it's the Monaco watch. So it's a very specific style. It's chronograph.
Well, Paul, most importantly, both actors have had their names forever associated with historic Rolex models. Paul Newman with the Daytona, and Steve McQueen with the Rolex Explorer 2. but
Oh, okay, sorry, you're talking. The one he has in his wrist though is not a Rolex.
right. No, you're right. And
Yeah,
it's also, I guess there was a bunch of different ones. His Rolex,
Yeah, there's a square chronograph that I believe is the Monaco.
the one that he was wearing during the Thomas Crown affair.
Sure. Yeah.
Which he played a billionaire, so he, and there's the Monaco right there.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is a cool watch. I like the Monaco.
Oh yeah,
I think it's a very neat watch, and they've done reissues and re-releases of the design. I think it's a great design. I think it's very cool.
Yeah.
I think it's a very nice watch.
As they have done with cards, redone the designs from the 20s, 30s, 40s.
Yeah. But here's the thing: I can't blame. Look, one of the most famous ones that was a redesign from the 30s. To your point, Gégé Lecoux. That's the best I can do with that pronunciation. It was the square, kind of the rectangular watch. Basically, that originally was a polo watch, so it was designed so that you could move the face to go to the metal side to protect it when somebody was playing polo, because bougie, why not?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it was designed as a sports watch. It was to protect the watch's face, but you can still get that design. It went dormant for a couple of decades, and then eventually came back, and now it's part of the regular brand. But you can get the modern iterations of it with much better movements and finishing and all that good stuff. It's a luxury watch, but it's got a heritage because it originally was part of that original thing, and they were the watchmaker's watchmaker, because at that time they were basically the top tier of the art of doing it, because they were the only ones who thought to be like, okay, so we can do a sports watch that is high horology and make it work.
Yeah, I think we've seen a slight rise. This Sports Illustrated for kids, the Serena Williams PSA 10, I think just sold for, I don't know, $110,000 or something like that. Now everybody's into the Sports Illustrated cards, and you can see them all coming out now. You have everybody. It's not just the Tiger Williams. It's everybody. So once something starts something, it brings everything along, and it'll go for however long. Now, how many tens will be? Oh, there you go. But that's not Sports Illustrated, but any which way. Or the rookie one is what they really want.
Well, this is her rookie, but this is
Net Pro. This is Net Pro.
Net Pro.
Yeah.
2003 Net Pro.
Yeah, I know the tennis does the Net Pros, and obviously some people do vouch behind the Sports Illustrated ones because that's got a lot of different athletes on it.
Sure.
Maximus Pumpernickel, good evening. Nice save, Eric. Everybody knows you're being serious.
No, I wasn't.
Yes.
Manufactured scarcity is greater than manufactured demand. Fact statement. Fact. Bob here says, Tag, the grading company has a watch. They wish they could perform and actually do something that it worked that well. They wish. 4 quarters over 100 penny with everything, friends. Jobs, hobbies you need to focus on. Quality and quantity later. Yep. And then Maximus Pumpernickel, Gégé Lecoux, makes pretty much every other watch brand's movements. They did for a long time. That was the reason they were the watchmakers. They would actually make movements for other brands because their movements were quality. They were known for quality, so they would produce them. And they still have a pretty good reputation as far as their current stuff. But they also have historical heritage brands. So that's the point with like that Hauer. You can go back in the archives and go like, all right, so we got this whole history of all these different types of watch. A reissue for that makes sense because guess what? Some people can't afford the original. The original is now it's a collector's piece. It's expensive. But you can do a limited edition reissue to give some people a chance that want to get one, and they can. And for Tag Heuer, they do that. For the Monaco, they've done that a couple of times. They've done that with Gégé Lecoux, a couple of those versions. Rolex can reissue something if they really wanted to. They could go in the archives and reissue something. But funny thing is, some of Rolex's fanciest stuff and their most advanced stuff from like the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s, they have never reissued, which is hilarious because it's kept their vintage stuff like going like this. Because it's like, you guys... People don't even think about it. Rolex is a ubiquitous luxury brand. People know, you say Rolex, they know what you're talking about. But, and their current lineup of watches are very well built. They're designed for purpose. They do a good job. They're expensive, but they do their job. However, if you go back to like the 30s, 40s, and 50s, they were making these chronographs with calendar complications and all this stuff. And they're like, why don't you guys do that anymore? We don't need to. And they're like, they don't, clearly. But they used to do stuff like that all the time because they could, and they probably could again if they really wanted to, but now they leave that to Patek and some of the other high-end brands, and they do all kinds of crazy stuff. And the Germans.
Oh boy,
the best manufacturers. Yes,
they do some amazing work, quality work. Like I said, I enjoy. What's funny is I've been collecting cards for a lifetime, but I very much enjoy delving into that world and being a watch nerd, when I get a chance to do some research and study into it, I enjoy it for what it is. I can't afford it. But here's the best part. I simply cannot afford to play in a lot of these things, but I would love to. If that's why I joke. It's like, if I won a lottery, you think I'm going to buy a bunch of sports cars? I'll buy a couple, yeah. But no, man, I'm going to go get some of these. I'll go get a 1940s, Rolex chronograph with the calendar complicated. Those things are impossible. They were designed, they were done piece unique for kings and queens
Really?
who did them custom order.
So like Fabergé eggs?
But because at that time Rolex was willing to do custom orders for them, because the war was happening, so resources were scarce, so they would do these custom order pieces. So some of the most expensive Rolexes that sell at these auctions are relatively piece unique. That combination only exists in one or two copies, and it was like a Shaw that had it custom made.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a deal with you. I will buy you any watch you want on the planet if you ban Bob from the comments.
That would be incredibly easy, and you literally can't afford it.
It might be a Spidell twist.
I was going to say, you send over a contract in writing, I'll ban him on the spot. Bob, don't worry. Just rename yourself. And I can get my watch. Win-win.
Yeah, that's real good. That's real nice.
Well, look, do you want me to lie to you? Because it'd be really easy. Bob, this is a really easy arrangement. Like, we can make this happen. It's like, I don't think you realize. I don't think you realize. Like, I could go grab an auction catalog. I'll show you what some of those prices are.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I hope you like living out of a cardboard box.
I don't know if I could afford a cardboard box if I was buying
Here you
watches,
go.
Kings and queens.
Right here, Carlos. I'll take the hit. Just make sure he provides the watch first. Exactly. Like, bro, come on, bro. That's an easy one. Don't threaten me with a good time, sir. All right. Rolex Sky Dweller was Rolex trying again. I actually don't mind the Sky Dweller. It's not for me, but I like the effort. I appreciate the effort. And I like that Maximus Pumpernickel is bringing in the watch knowledge a little bit. I like that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Maximus. Modern sports card equivalent to watches, FP Journe. I love FP Journe. I think that's amazing. They're basically a boutique watchmaker. Very quality stuff, but they only make like 700 or 800 watches a year. Like total. That's their entire manufacture. Every line they have. And almost everything is hand finished. So they like literally go in. It's like, and some of the better manufacturers can actually tell you which watchmaker did it based on the signature they put on the inside of the movement. So they can actually go and correspond it, and it's like, this specific person is the one who did that one. Which is when you know it's artisan craftsmanship, it's artistry. I appreciate that. Like, you're not getting that in some of these other categories. You're just not. But people pay good money for that. That's why I laugh, because sometimes in sports cars we look at these big numbers, and they are big numbers. Let's be clear, they are big numbers. But like some of these other hobbies, they're like, guys, you're peasants. Some people are paying millions of dollars for these and have like 500 watches in their collection and have $500 million in these, and they're like, they don't care about Manels or Honus Wagners or any of it.
Well, that's why they make truck cards, so that they can have a watch and a nice cardboard piece of paper. Yes.
Live the dream. Live the dream.
I had to throw Trout in there, just because I know.
I
wouldn't say Ruth. I wouldn't say anybody else. But.
Hey, listen. We had the video. Mike Trout now has his own custom box for the Trout collection from PSA. PSA provided him a box. I don't know if you guys saw this. You can check it out on the PSA, on the actual PSA YouTube channel. They made Mike Trout a custom box so that he can house his Trout family collection of all his cards. Yep. And I was very nice, and I said, it'll be lovely. They should put a slot in there for all his playoff accomplishments. It'll be a gaping void of emptiness, a black hole, if you will. And they can have another section for meaningful at-bats in his career. There's also another gaping hole of emptiness. Just nothing there. Nothing. And there'll never be anything there at this point. But it's very nice. It's a beautiful box. Really nice box.
Mm. I got a box from PSA that was blue too, just for me.
Just for you.
It was very special. It was very nice. There it is. Sorry.
Oh, there you go. Nice. And it's got the old Collector Universe brand on there.
This is old. Yeah, this is one of the old ones. So.
Yep.
You'd have slots in there, and that was
and they used a very similar box. They would actually use a very similar box for PCGS. For the coin brand. Yeah, very similar. Obviously scaled appropriately for the holder, but identical concept.
Yeah, so this was one of the first boxes that
That's
they
got to
did.
be one of the OGs, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure, 100%. So let me go here.
I said
Speedell.
I'd give it to Brad, but maybe I should sell it to him now.
There you go.
Mm.
Collected item, right? Speedell is the pro set of wristbands. I like that we brought in the pro set reference. Appreciate
Spido, I love
Yeah.
those.
that. My Hank Aaron rookie is now more valuable than my car. Of course, my car sucks. Hey, you got to do what you got to do, buddy. Got to do what you got to do. Is it a
Priorities.
taco box for Fish Boy? True. Boom roasted. Facts. But yeah, hey, look, man, it's a nice box.
Tank?
I just thought it was great. It was just great. It was Brad. It's like Brad was poking the rest. Like I can come up with a trout insult from space. I don't even need to see it like the Comsey building. I can still hit it. I got laser guided. I can always find the angle.
Bobby, I laughed my rear end off with that meme you sent with the bear waving. That was hysterical. That one got me. I was laughing for a good minute or so on that one.
I stayed out of the conversation and I just sent a
The
picture.
bear's just waving.
Picture's worth 1,000 words, so there you go.
There you go. So there you go. Do they have a section for the better fish player cards? Tim Salmon, Jim Catfish Funner. I know, right? I think that's only fair. Seems right to me. Anyway.
There has to be a baseball player with the last name Mackerel, right? Come on.
I remember I actually Googled, as part of my campaign to insult Fish Boy, I Googled the like MLB all fish name team or something like that. Because of course people compile these lists. Of course they do. Like, of course. Like, it's not even a question. Like, you're going to do it. For me, it was always very easy because I was like, oh, man, let me tell you, I'm going to show you the card of the best center fielder in Angels history, Jim Edmonds. And it's like, all right, the best player in Angels history, the fish last name, Tim Salmon.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, they were always there. They were easy. But a bunch of other players fit, like Catfish Hunter, like it said, and like there's a bunch of other ones that actually
There's got to be a Mackerel.
decent players.
Gotta be.
I would think so. I was also looking for Sturgeon. Sturgeon, I think, would be a good one.
Oh,
That might have been. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can definitely get a definitely, yeah. But it's like, hey, look, it works out, man. What are you gonna do? But I will say, kind of steering it back around to kind of the topic of also kind of what's going to be the expo. I am getting a kick out of kind of planning. One of the things that came up that I thought was really good, finally, and I was very happy about it because I've been teasing Billy about it for a while now. Apparently, we finally got the checklist for the AEW Spectrum product, which is to say, the checklist is the precursor to the actual release. So now it means that November 2nd release date that apparently was floating out there now seems to be legitimate. It looks like that's going to be the case. So it means it will be ready for Expo. So that's going to be cool. So there's a good chance that I'll be able to have I'll probably do a video with Billy chatting about it a little bit. Maybe we'll open up a box or something. I've actually got a box pre-ordered, so I'll be able to do that. I'll either do it on my channel or I'll do it at Expo, one or the other. I'll figure it out. We'll make it work from that perspective. That'll be fun. But I kind of want to make a video about it, and I'm going to see if I do. I want to make a video about it, but what happens though when you're getting a new issue like that, especially right now, and you're trying to work out your strategy of what you want to do when you're collecting different characters or players or whatever the case is going to be. Because new product, that's going to normally have certain costs and certain dynamics to play into it. A lot of times some stuff starts up too high and sometimes stuff's up too low because some people don't know how to gauge the pricing, so they kind of guess.
That's tough, yeah.
And I've seen both. So the thing is, the only way that works for you as the collector is you got to kind of make a plan and try to establish, you got to try to figure out what makes sense first, because then you can gauge if something actually seems like it's going to be a good deal in the long run versus what's going to happen in reality. Because I think the boxes will start up a little bit high because they usually do, and then they come down. But the singles are the tricky part, because the problem is, and this is why just giving you the high level of kind of the thought that I'm putting into what I may do for the video, is it's not as simple as, high-end product versus low-end product, so just adjust the price accordingly. It's like, well, the problem is this was delayed a lot. The economics have slowed down. That's a factor you got to throw in. There's less money available. You got to throw that in. Not as many people may get to open it right away, so there might not be as much in the market flooding it as normal. Yeah. You got to factor that in. It is easier to pull the autograph since it's a higher-end product. Now, how do you gauge that? So, example, you take the same character in the high-end product and the flagship type product, but the flagship type product, you put the autographs one in every 4 boxes. The boxes started up high, so you had to pay like $300 or $400 a box. So it cost you $1,200 for the chance of maybe getting one autograph, and there were 100 different people you could get an autograph of.
I
So it's very difficult. It was actually very difficult to pull an autograph of that. This is a higher end product, but you get an autograph in every pack. So it is not easy, but it's certainly not as difficult to get an autograph. Therefore, so are there more autographs in the higher end product or more autographs in the lower end product? So should the price be higher on the first or a higher price on the second?
So how many of the autographs out of the 100 are in demand?
That's the point. All of that plays 100%. Your question is a very valid one because that plays into the math too. So what is the odds of getting a decent autograph? What is the odds of getting the one that you may want to get?
Well, if there's
All those
100,
things.
is there 10 guys that would tip the scales?
I think there's enough fandom to sustain maybe 30 or 40 of them.
Okay, that
there's
much.
that's not too bad. It's not too bad.
And is there the top one that's something, or
Normally, I would say yes, but right now I feel like it's spread out over a couple of names. I feel like it's spread out over a couple of names.
it's like the expo? There's no big starts. It's a lot of
Yeah, but there's some decent hits. Like, to put it this way, there will be some decent hits in Spectrum, no doubt. But I think what's going to be very interesting, because I started compiling the checklist of some of my favorites just to see what was out there. It is doable. There are some that are, I think, honestly, are going to be extremely expensive out of the block. And I think some of them are going to be very hard to gauge, because I think a lot of people are going to find themselves in the same problem of that variable I just gave you. It's like, it seems simple. Oh, this is the base autograph of this. Okay, so the base autograph in this product versus the base autograph in this product. I go, cool. This base autograph is 1 in 4 boxes to pull one. This one is 1 per pack, even though it's the higher end product. So I'm like, so which one should go for more? It is the higher end product, but it's almost easier to pull this one than it was to pull this one.
Yeah.
So,
Is there 100 in that one?
so in the other
one?
one, I think the checklist is 90. I think the checklist is 90. So
Okay,
it's very negligible,
Similar.
very small.
Okay.
But that's why I say it's almost a math problem. Like, you're actually trying to crunch some numbers and be like, so which one's actually the tougher one? And then kind of figure that out first. And then
what is the production run?
it's very difficult. Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's not as straightforward as like, oh yeah, this one should be worth more. Not necessarily.
Yeah.
You could probably make an argument of the flagship version actually being the tougher pull. Therefore, maybe it's actually the tougher card to get in reality.
Possibly. You're going to mess people up on that real bad.
But look, they should. I want them to think though. They should be using.
I don't know what to buy still.
Yeah. Well, I'll just get Eric to tell them what to buy. It'll be fine. Yeah. We'll be fine. But look, the point is, and Eric, are you following my point though? I want people to think about this because it's not that simple. It's like you actually use your brain a little bit. I'm actually saying that if you use your brain though, you might have a better shot at actually finding the real values. Because if you can figure it out, at least to an idea, which one is actually the tougher item, if it turns out you're getting the lower price on the tougher item, you're actually winning.
Yes.
So it's like, that's the play you want to make. And on the flagship one, when the first time it came out, I was able to get certain things at way under what the market value ended up being. Other ones, I paid right about market value, maybe a little bit high, but it evened out in the wash. Certain ones I made a killing on that it helped out, even out the ones where I miscalculated. But my ratio was actually pretty good. I hit on a lot of the ones that made sense. But it was so hard to gauge because it's the first product. The second product is going to be a little bit easier-ish, but the problem is there's only been 2 products, and there was such a long delay between product 1 and product 2 that it's complete. That means a lot of people already had chances to finish their sets. So now it means they're ready to reload necessarily. So it's like, you have to factor that in too. So they might be able to throw more money at the problem this time around as well.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
All of that
hurting economy might take that back a little.
That's all of that plays in the mix. All of that plays in the math, and it completely messes it.
At the expo, when we'd open a box, we'd go buy a box, and we would buy 84. Why do we buy 84? And I would always say, let's get 84, because if you've got 85, you only get 7 cards in a pack. And there was 264 in the set. There's 396 in the set, but the packs are only $20, where the other ones were 70 at that time. Sorry, they're no longer those prices. So 84, you got 14 cards, and then you can get an instant win card. So there was so much loaded in that 84, and then look at the rookie crop that's in there. So it was amazing. You open the 85s, who are you going to get, like, other than Lemieux? And then week 86, they're still expensive, and you're only getting a low amount of cards. I think there's 8. And Patrick Waugh, and who else? Second year, whatever, Lemieux. So we always divided it up and said, this is our best bang for the buck. A lot of the packs are crap, but I mean, we just had fun, and it was like $20 a pack, so
Yeah.
it's no big deal.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like as a collector, though, I have to think about it from the singles perspective because I'm thinking, like I said, I'm going to open a box, so I'm going to get some singles from that. That's great. And if I pull anything really good, that'd be
Which
awesome.
box are you opening? The rare one or the good one?
Yeah, well, I got to see. I got to see who my guy what he marked on it. If I see the red
The
Sharpie,
red,
if
yeah,
I see the red Sharpie, got the good
You're good.
stuff. Got the good one.
maybe they might reverse it now. Misleading.
Interesting.
Yep.
So Bob here says, what would be the biggest hit auto-wise for AEW? MJF, I think would be the hottest one right now because he is currently in one of the bigger storylines. Sting is a legend, so he's always a solid choice. There are a few folks.
MJF. What does that stand for? Who's he?
Maxwell Jacob Friedman.
Never heard of him.
He hasn't heard of you,
Heard of him.
but he hasn't heard of you.
Oh, yeah.
He might have by now.
Sting might have heard of you, baby, but not MJF.
No.
Yeah, some Rabbit fans. Omega might be a decent hit as well. Yeah, there are a few. The problem, the key is with wrestling, and people think about it was easier back in the day. Back in the day, you go Hogan, you go Andre. There's certain specific names that you're like, yes. Today, and even for a while years ago, you'd be like John Cena. John Cena was one of the biggest stars. Today it would be like Roman Reigns would be one of your biggest stars, and there's a few others. But the problem is it's diffused a lot more than it used to be because you've got independent fandoms, a lot of strong pocket fandoms for these folks. So it's not like this one massive fandom for this one person and then we ignore everybody else. We don't have the Macho Man and Hulk Hogan, who are these two ridiculous personalities almost standing out above the rest. You've got a bunch of very good personalities who have loyal fan bases, but it spreads it out over a lot of people.
Is there any tiers? Is there going to be like a gold or a bronze or
There will be parallels, yes.
red? There are lots of parallels of the autographs.
Not a lot. I think it's like
autographs?
3 or 4. I think with the autographs as well. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So there'll be some of that. Like obviously the parallel versions, you can calculate that. But I was using the base versus the base because I thought that was an interesting comparison. Because given that you're guaranteed an autograph in every single pack, as opposed to the other one where you need to open 4 boxes to have a chance at one autograph.
And what is the price point? Has that been established?
So right now the pre-orders are $350 Canadian for the Spectrum.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: the flagship one, when it first came out and initially it started off really hot, it was going for upwards of $299. So the price gap is actually very tight compared to
same
the
card count, same box count.
No. The
See?
Spectrum is designed to be a 1-pack product. It's 7 cards.
That math equation has so many permutations we can't even think about. Even
no chance. You're never gonna get to a real number that's gonna work. You can, but that's what. But the point of the video is not going to be to answer the question. The point of the video is just going to be to point out the complexity. Like it's not like you. But if you have to think about it, you can at least come up with an educated guess. But that's the best you can do. Otherwise, it's like. A lot of it, you can sit back. You should sit back. It's because some of it, honestly, I would sit back and let the market play out a little bit. Let it run and see.
There's no wrong choice at the beginning.
Yes,
but as you go on, you'll see it'll.
But I think there will be legitimately tougher polls that if the right price comes in, you want to grab that because it won't crop up. Because I know that the wrestling fans, this is the other factor you have to play in. Some of the wrestling fans, they're hoarders. They will absolutely grab multiples of some of the better stuff and just hold it, and they won't sell it.
Now, does that make more demand? Yes.
It does to a certain degree, yeah.
So they can essentially affect the market a little bit because it is a small, like you said, groupings. And
it is very niche.
So that does
the niche factor is a factor.
Allow for
you have
that,
to factor that in. But here's the thing: some of them though are legitimately deranged, and they're like, "Okay, it's gone up like 50 times, 100 times. Are you going to sell now? No."
Oh,
and it's like, what do you want? 1,000 times? Like 10,000 times? Like how much money do you need?
Eric's got to show his, right?
Yeah, well, he's got a card, He's got Hogan, brother. And I think, is that Hogan and Andre?
And Roddy.
Oh, nice. Yes. Roddy Piper, yes.
And then my first true love in this world.
The Shock and Stick?
I
see.
Oh, yeah.
Very sad ending to her life. And
that
then,
was Mr. Wonderful's girlfriend, wasn't it?
No, Lex Luger.
Oh, I couldn't see it from here.
In real life, that's how she ended up dying. Was they were doing a lot of drugs and stuff together, and she overdosed. But,
Happens.
very
Yep.
sad ending. But
Yep.
she was with Savage for a long time.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, but then
Okay.
when she died, she was with Luger, and they were addicts. And
Well, she
I
was
think it probably
alive when
would.
that picture there. So
It wouldn't have necessarily turned out as bad, I think, if Savage hadn't been so jealous all the time. Like
So-
he had,
such
he
a
had some
savage.
legitimate, yeah, he had some legitimate issues, like
Oh.
being like, dude, just chill out, live your life. He was
Well,
very
got to
paranoid.
grow up with the last name Poffo. So I mean,
Leaping
that's
Lanny.
messed
Come
up.
on.
That's gonna mess you up.
Bro.
All right, last one. Here it comes.
Hmm.
There you go.
I think that's what, 87.
Uh,
I believe that's the Bret the Hitman Hart rookie year. So I think that's the 87.
It's a glowing
doesn't have
chocolate
any-
stick.
It doesn't have
It does.
It doesn't have a year on it.
Yeah, I think I have to double check, but I believe that's the 87. So Eric says, Eric, you'd like him. He's an asshole from Boston too. I think if you're thinking MJF, Bob, I think it's Long Island. I don't think it's Boston. I think it's Long Island.
Can't be blamed this time.
Someone paid $300 for a Colt Cabana. Yee. Ugh. Yeah, that's a bit too much for Colt Cabana. Yeah, Miss Elizabeth, that's right. Yes, that was 87. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Bob. No, that makes sense. But no, like I'm saying, the point of the point, if I end up doing the video, the point isn't going to be like, oh man, no, it's just going to be like, look, just understand that when a new issue comes out, it's complicated. It's just I want to kind of give some of the thought process. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I'm going to be able to solve this. I'm not going to be able to crack this riddle necessarily. There's too many things I don't know. It's one of those things where, look, if I had the production run, the real production run, okay, great. I could probably figure this out really quickly, actually. It'd be a lot easier. But that doesn't mean that I won't try, because I want to capitalize on opportunities early. There are going to be some opportunities to get some certain cards of certain characters and people that are actually tougher, a lot cheaper than people are going to think. Now, some people are going to be crazy and they're going to put it for $1,000 when it's going to end up selling for 10. You're going to get both. It's going to be a mixed bag. Some people are going to way overpay on stuff that if they had just waited 2 weeks, it would have gone for $30. Yeah, there's going to be some folks that are going to put some stuff. Oh man, this guy sucks. $20 buy it now. Actually, that's one of the best guys in the set. Boom. I'll take that. Thank you. But that's how it goes. John G. Eric, you love Boston. Did you know there's a vinyl record? The Two Sides of Bobby Orr.
Yes, and it's probably around here somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you need the insert to make it work, that album.
Mm.
It was only $1 when it came out.
There you go. A few too many zeros in that cabana. Facts. You are correct. But yeah. Oh, there you go. And you got Hogan with the blue tights. That was I think that was a very specific era when he did that. He basically went to
85.
the yellow at one point. Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
about right.
wasn't it white before that?
It was white, blue, and he did a couple different versions. And then once he went to the yellow full time, that was the end of that. He just stuck to yellow.
Sometimes they have side pictures. Oh, it's the same one on the all around. Okay. They didn't change it. It's all Hogan.
The most weird era of I won't say weird necessarily, but like interesting era kind of with Hogan was the first title run. The first title run was when he had that original belt that he was using, and then because they'd started off with the first one that was like a disc, and they immediately discontinued it when he won it, because that was the Bob Backlund one
Right.
that he lost to the Iron Sheik. The Iron Sheik is a transitional champion to Hogan, and then Hogan takes off, and then he's wearing this belt, and then they start messing around with the design a couple of times until they finally reach the Winged Eagle design. The Winged Eagle design is the classic design of that era with Hogan, and then Bret the Hitman Hart and a couple of other guys, even Macho in his first runs had the Winged Eagle belt. That became the most famous one of that era.
Who remembers on the countertops? What were they? 35, 45, 55 cents?
It had to be somewhere in that range, yeah.
I'll take that one. I'll take the other box I have and fill this one and make a Frankenstein Hulk Hogan box.
Oh,
Look at you. Bob says, favorite WWE/WWF belt? For me, it's the Winged Eagle, just because it's the nostalgia play. That's the reason I mentioned kind of how that history came into it. Although, I will say, I love the big gold belt. The NWA/WCW big gold belt. I just thought the thing was cool. Like it was this ridiculous, gigantic plate of gold.
yeah.
It was this whole thing.
Hogan spray painted NWO.
That was the big gold belt, yes.
That was cool.
Yeah. But it was like, but it was this gigantic thing. It was so obscenely ridiculous. And they had all this text on it talking about, the world's heavyweight champion and blah, 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 blah. And it just went on and on. And then you had the nameplate on the bottom and the whole thing. It was like, Jesus, man.
So stupid, it was cool.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It was like, if you're gonna go for it, well then go for it. Make it this ostentatious thing. Like, it is very clear that I am the champion. Why? Look at the goddamn belt.
Can't
Okay?
miss it.
That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
Yeah. Bobby, fill it with G.I. Joe.
I could. Oh, I wish I had some. I just have Sharknado.
Well, if you want some G.I. Joe, just go get the Pokemon box nearby. Grab the Pokemon box and get the G.I. Joe out of it. Yeah, Winged Eagle is my favorite. Yeah, Winged
G.I.
Eagle.
Joe.
For
G.I. Joe.
Yeah, could have been anything else.
Could have been anything other than G.I. Joe.
For a whole generation of young fans who watched it, the Winged Eagle is a favorite. It is a cult classic. That was a good one. There were a couple of other decent ones after that, but the Winged Eagle I think was the best one. They've tried to recapture some of the prestige of it. It's like, yeah, it's just a belt, whatever. But it was associated to an era. It was a good era. It was a fun era.
A story comes to mind. My car dealer that I used to go to for 25 years, he had some Yu-Gi-Oh cards come in one time, and every pack had every rare card in it.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole box was like that, and then the whole case was like that. So he had a case that was just full. He cashed in huge, but mistakes do happen in with the packs. None of them had red marker, but I'm just saying, it was just an interesting that he told me that story, and nobody else got that except he got that one box for some reason. And it was every pack, because he sold a couple packs, and the kids are going, hey, like this, and he went, okay, I'm taking the box down. And he opened them all and sold them all, and he made out like thousands.
Well, there was it's one of those things that people forget, that the manufacturers had certain quirks in their manufacturing process. Like the most famous ones are the ones that people know, where like somebody goes absolutely nuts and does all kinds of weird stuff. Oh, they bring a scale to weigh packs and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that's a real thing. Or they like try to feel the packs, bend the packs, do all kinds of weird stuff. But some of the products that came out, sometimes it was so obvious, like you could do certain things that you barely seem to touch or molest or do anything with. Well played, Bobby. But you barely do anything. But people could tell. Once you became familiar enough with the product, you could very quickly figure out what it was. That's why it was a bad idea to buy loose packs. Loose packs for a lot of these products was a terrible idea. And my younger brother liked going to the, when we used to go to the dollar store, my parents would go and buy some stuff. And when we were there, obviously at the dollar store, they would have packs of different stuff. And it was all clearance stuff and whatever.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy. But at the time when the Marvel cards were worthless and no one cared, my younger brother would go over, and the Marvel packs were all like $1. So or even sometimes it'd be $2 for $1. It'd be super cheap. They were just clearing it out by the box and by the case. So he'd go over there and he'd be like, but he'd buy packs and packs and packs of it and open it up. And after a while, he came to realize, like almost immediately, even when he was opening the pack, he'd be like, "There's a good card in this one." Like he could tell just by as he was opening the pack, holding the pack, he goes, and then he'd go back and be like,
I'm taking that one.
This one. And he wouldn't spend 10 minutes like fondling these packs. He'd be like, this one. Grab 20 or 30 packs at a time. Every single one had inserts in them. He'd hit after hit after hit after hit after hit. Just nail them all.
That's what happened with the retailers, is that they were doing, I know these guys that I went to were doing that. They would pill the pack, and then they put the rest of the box up there. Or actually, they would put a box there if they didn't know. Somebody pulls the good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wholesale all the packs. They put a new box.
But the key was that once you knew the product so well, you didn't have to spend like, oh, hold on, like you're not sitting there doing that all day. You're not. No, it'd literally be like almost immediately. Just grab a stack.
So is that like looking through the back of a pack? Like if you have a box and looking through every pack and seeing if recipe showing on the back of 79 or something, is that not the same? Is that kind of like, are you doing something wrong?
I'm going to answer honestly, no. Like to be blunt, it's not my problem. I'm very much laissez-faire. I want to be very consistent on this. I've been very consistent on this. I am laissez-faire. You have created you have opened this situation. At this point, I wouldn't open loose packs of anything. Like just logically. It wouldn't make any sense. And also don't really have card shops around anymore. It's not really a thing anymore. But even if it were like not loose packs, at this point you may as well just buy the box. Just buy the box yourself and just open it up and get whatever's in there yourself. But the fact is that at the time, it is a dollar store. The dollar store doesn't give a crap. That's clearance for them. They're selling the inventory anyway. They don't care. And if you're not sitting there to me, it was always a thing of whether it's to me it's whether you are putting in that much extra effort into it. If you're bringing in equipment, I'm like, okay, this is stupid, guys. Like, this is really dumb. Like, are you really gonna bring in a scale and do the weigh the packs and do all this shit? He just became so familiar with the damn product that he could basically just hand it or look at it. But if you can see the back of the pack and it says right there, and you know there's a sequencing, well, you educated yourself on the sequencing. It's like rack packs. It was like the rack packs in the 80s. Well, if you know the sequencing and you look at the card at the front of the card in the back, you kind of know what's in the section.
Hockey didn't have the sequencing though. That's the funny part.
No, it's fair. But I'm just saying, like, there were plenty of products where they did, and you could see the front of the card, the back, and so then am I going to blame somebody for grabbing the rack pack that has the rookie you want? No.
Yeah, I think it was their decision. I think, like Clear, their decision was, everybody wants to get in a full box. You're going to get a full set or two. And that was the whole idea behind it. Little did they know that people were going to start tracking who's in what pack, and it usually ends up, this guy. So it was kind of a good thing, but a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. There's also the other part where sometimes some of the boxes would have the hit in a certain spot in the box.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, front, center, over. Yeah,
and it was bad because now if you were a shop, it'd be like, like, all right, I am buying one pack. I am buying one pack.
I open
wholesale these ones.
I get to pick first.
Yeah, like me first. Dibs.
Well, a lot of those boxes you don't want to buy the pack because the hits. Once the hits comes out, the rest of the box is kind of worthless at that point. So, hence
why I say, like, even if the card shops had still been around today, like they were at that time, it's like, guys, I'm not opening a loose pack. That's a no-go on that one.
Well, with wax packs you can do it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, laissez-faire sounds pretty bougie to me. Hey, en français.
Laissez-faire. Spelt a little differently, but
laissez-faire might be Eric's.
Yes.
I say laissez-faire. Eric has laissez-faire.
That's right. That's the fair where you go and play with the lasers.
Do you like shooting lasers at people's eyes?
Oh God, yeah. Especially airplanes and stuff at the airport. The pilots love it when you do that.
It's almost laissez-faire, is it not?
I think it's the way it's spelled, it's probably laissez.
More like that.
Yeah.
But that's not fair to anybody, especially the French.
Go on. Is anything else you want to incriminate yourself with?
He wanted to. Yes, you did.
The feds will be knocking on my door shortly.
Mm-hmm. They're already there.
Mm-hmm. I see. No, fair enough. It is what it is. It is. You got to do what you got to do.
I'm going to prison now, aren't I?
I don't know what you're talking about. I understand. I understand it's a very peace-loving people over there in America. Very tolerant, very understanding. I can't imagine what could possibly go wrong for you.
I'll send you a CD of Snow Informer, and you'll be the hit of the party there.
Bruh, I love it. That'd be great. And now your task, Eric, will be to figure out what the second song is on that CD. After Informer is like, find a second song.
There was one.
No, there has. I remember. I think I remember watching one of those music video compilation things where they talk about one-hit wonders and stuff. And I believe he referenced a couple of other singles he had. They weren't particularly good though. Like they weren't particularly memorable at all.
No, if you can understand any word that he says in that
song.
Well, actually, there's probably about maybe a couple dozen, but otherwise, you don't know what he said.
No, not so much.
And he was actually in the East Detention when that came out, the East Detention Center, which is a jail.
Yes, that's right.
That came out.
But that was one of the notes that the guy made when he was doing the music review. He goes, the irony is, all things considered, he was a lot closer to having street cred than like Vanilla Ice and the other guys. So he's like, he was actually in jail. as opposed to like Vanilla Ice, who's just some random white guy. It's like
And
he's like, at least the guy was in jail.
his family's part of the mob. It's like,
Like he's got some cred, okay, some.
it
It's something.
was a funny song when it came out.
It was. It was.
I like it.
Yep. What Eric said is fine. Maybe. Beckett, Eric, technology, laser fair grading.
Only problem
That's what it was. Laser
keep-
fair. There
we
you go.
keep cutting the cards in half and with the laser, and it's
Mhm.
not going well. We tape them
You
back
gotta-
together and put them in the slab, but
You gotta talk to Brad better.
Like that.
Gotta talk to Brad. He knows.
It's true.
Well,
So you say. He has the knife.
he's got the sharp scissors.
I
I'm not
want
allowed
the
to play
knife.
with those.
At least you have your love of Beckett going for you. So that is the thing.
Yes, yeah, yep. I love Beckett. Yep,
Yep.
you
You
bet.
especially love when they destroy like Gretzky PMGs though.
I love when they do that. I love when they put the their tags in backwards. I love it when they charge you money and to grade a card and then say, nah, we're not going to grade it. But if you're interested in what it might be, go look at our website.
Yes.
It's such a cool,
Sean is showing his age. Wow.
it's just so great.
Oh, we did have Lassie Fair a moment ago. So in fairness, he's got to roll with it. So thank you, Sean. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
But yeah, so we'll see. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with that product as soon as it comes out, because I am
It'll
going
be all
to.
the rage at the expo.
Well, it's going to be something because right now there hasn't been a lot of
It'll be something.
products, so it's like it's something.
Oh.
I'm hoping that some people actually open it. I'd like to maybe see what the singles go for at the expo. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be neat.
Yeah. I know someone was asking me, I think it was one of the interviews I was on. He was saying, how is the Breakers Pavilion? And I said, there's no pavilion. There was a breaker there, but I think now we might get a few. As things slowly start moving up here.
Well, we're also going to get another iteration of the trade night. So one of the
Yes,
things that I pointed out is that I will be
a
curious.
real trade night.
Yeah. Well, look, every time I think they get a little bit closer, because we don't have the culture of it. We just haven't had it. So like, look, you got to try it. Even if it doesn't work, try it. And then try it again, but promote it a little bit better next time. And then try it again and promote it a little better next time. And then see if you can. I think it would be good. I would be in favor and encouraging of them to keep trying, because I think trade nights are not a bad idea at all. I think it's a nice idea to get some, because look, it lets people interact and trade with each other, buy and trade some cards back and forth. It keeps the card economy moving a little bit, because for the most part, if the dealers are being too stringent on their pricing, it's going to stifle transactions.
Yeah, I'm kind of of the other opinion. Really, I think it hurts the dealer more than
Oh,
helps
it
the
will,
dealer.
but the dealer has a choice in this matter, though. If the dealer's being competitive, like they're not, it's
Well,
not like no one will do business with them.
But even if they're competitive, they still have the trade night, so it doesn't matter, regardless of whether they're not or not. Yeah, well, because trade night doesn't necessarily involve money, which is great because somebody
Exactly.
has 5 different cars, you can trade with another guy.
And
So
the dealers do have and some of the dealers who have certain types of inventory can actually also
Go to
work some
trade.
magic and trade
Yes.
night and also take advantage of that, so that
Certainly.
it is an option for them.
I was surprised last night when you said that for the first time. That trade night is just magical unicorn up in Canada. I mean, I've never participated. I've been at trade nights. I've never participated in trading cards at a trade night. It's just not. I'm good. Not something I want to do. But the way you spoke about it last night and then again tonight, it just seems weird to me that how does a whole country that collects mostly hockey cards, like a trade night. I mean, they're called trading cards.
Mhm.
It just shocked me last night when I heard you say that on the PSA Canada show.
Most of the
Yeah.
trading that I've seen over the years has been a lot online. I really haven't. The cult, like I said, it's not that no one has ever done a trade night in the history of the world. It's that the culture has not been built around the idea of kind of an institutionalized, structured, planned
Well,
you
it's
know,
relatively new too.
exactly.
It's not an old thing that
Yeah,
they've been doing in the
the
States for
kids,
20
the
years.
young kids in that pandemic era that just came out of this
Yes.
went immediately into the wheeling and dealing. To them, and also it was doubly fueled by all the vlogs and all the people that like him. And what do they like to go to? What's their favorite thing? As soon as the vlog kids get into it, we're going to trade night. Yeah, boom, and then you go and you see all these videos of all these. Oh man, wheeling and dealing and tables full of people, cards laid out on the floor, laid out on the tables, laid out on chairs, laid out on this. One thing that's very tricky and very difficult, and it's really important to make this point. Part of the reason that a trade night is difficult is actually logistics. It's actually logistics because you take that trade night when you think of that Chicago National, the one where like the trade nights were madness and they were overrunning hotels and stuff.
Right.
They would immediately lock that shit down because a hotel will not tolerate that kind of stuff. They just won't because they got to take care of the guests. They're not going to deal with that. So, and also important in the Chicago structure, if we remember this, and if we do end up going to the next one here in Chicago, we'll get a better sense of that because you'll see from where everything is. You got convention center, hotel, 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 hotel. Everything is right beside in proximity and close thing. Expo, and you've seen this already, Eric. Expo, hotel cluster over here.
Mhm.
So if you were even if you wanted to
Way over
structure it, you got okay. So which hotel? What area of said hotel? What hours can they run to? What are they allowed to do and not allowed to do?
Where is it this time that they should? Did they not allocate a location for it?
Sorry, you're talking about the
Trade night.
The trade night. I think it's like
Does it
Mint.
sponsor-
I think it's like Mint Link, and they're doing it at one of the hotels. I don't remember which one.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It's
they
hard to
might
park at some of those hotels.
to be honest, they might have a spot on the. They might have a spot at the expo hall because I think, from what I understood,
That's what I'm thinking.
Menzie is going to have to open up a second hall. He might have to do another one of those.
Well, he has the
apparently.
front hall now. That's mostly the food, and then there's some extra, I guess, autographs that guess going to be up
Yeah.
front, and then they have that other long hall, and then there's something there.
Yeah, but
That
I
would be
understand. We're gonna see what the floor plan is gonna look like, but I think they have to use two halls in this case.
It's only a couple weeks left. Why not see it now?
Yeah. So we'll have to see. Well, we'll start putting out some feelers to see if we can get that information because I think it'll be good to know what that's gonna look like. But it wouldn't shock me if you tried to do it. But again, okay. So let's say you tried to do the trade night at the convention center. Cool. Okay. Here's the question, and this is the problem.
When?
Tying into it, Eric. When are you gonna do it? How long are you gonna run it to? Because don't forget the whole thing
It
with the
has to
trade
be
night.
after the expo. It can't be before.
Fair
Right.
enough. But even if you do, here's the problem. So, okay, is the
Security.
convention center going to have security? Is the convention center going to have any food, any drink, anything? Because when they're doing it in those hotels, let's say the hotel is in on it. Let's say the hotel works with you on it. Cool. Okay, so we're going to have some staff available and some food and beverages. Think of like the Card Collector 2 trade night. Okay, that is an organized event at a place where they've got some food and some drink and some stuff available. Okay, cool.
Right.
And security as well. Okay, cool. So what hour are you going to run to? And that's the problem they run into is like, are you going to get enough people to justify you having open, paying for all this extra,
Paying
and
the
then
money.
doing all this, and then be able to do it and give security and provide all these amenities that you need to run it successfully and safely, and then be able then to feel comfortable that people will be able to make it to the show the next day? Because those trade nights during the national, people would be out there like 3 and 4 in the morning.
Right. And that means
That's
they're not
tough.
showing up when the doors open at the show the next day, and those dealers and the show themselves are losing money.
Yeah, I think they had a video of the.
The show would want
the
to support a trade night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the video for the last trade night for I think the expo, and
Yeah.
I don't think it was very good, was it?
But that's the thing. So
Yeah,
so it's
horrible.
so it's a chicken or the egg situation, Bobby. It's not very good because we really haven't established a real culture around it. So in order to do that, you need something or enough people to be like, all right, guys, let's make this really work. Let's try to promote it. So you got to find the right place, the right time, the right setup, and then get enough people to do it to create that vibe in that room to make it work and fuel it. And also you better know exactly how long you're going to go to, because eventually you're going to kick people out because you can't just have them sit there all night. That's not actually going to work in our structure. And also, again, Airport Road is not Chicago National. It's convenient because we've got an airport. It's convenient because we've got a lot of ways of people to travel in. But the convention center is in an island here, this gigantic mega complex thing here.
Yeah.
And all the hotels and everything are all the way over there.
Yeah.
And we're
And
spread
there's
out.
and there's not much
a
parking in them
person
either.
could get lost
Absolutely.
coming from those hotels.
Well,
that are
only if
way
they're
over
completely
there.
if they're completely nonsensical. Only if they're completely like directionally
They could
challenged,
they
possibly
could
been
get
banged on the
lost.
head a couple of times.
Yet going from those hotels that are way over there to say restaurants that are way over here. A person
Yeah,
could get
it'll be
lost.
interesting. Maybe it's just not a part of the hockey culture because the hockey is a little different. You know, when we went through the boom, the hockey prior to 1979 didn't really do anything. The the cards really didn't go up much. Some of the key stars, yes, but commons didn't. Nothing else really went crazy. The merchandise and the collectibles, nothing, no movement. So we're sort of insulated up here a little bit. Do we need a trade night up here? Is the thing. It's something that hasn't taken off. It's had attempts, and maybe it's just not for the hockey market.
So about need or not, honestly, in the long run, I think they do, because I think the problem is I don't think the expo is the right venue for it. I actually think again the lack of proximity,
Yes.
because you don't have, if you actually had a hotel legitimately near there with a decent convention hall that would actually run it and they could have food and beverage and everything available, I think that could almost work because it's close enough. If people could be, oh, well, let's just walk over. Okay, we're done at Expo. Let's walk over and we'll have some food and we'll hang out and whatever. I think you could probably make that fly because you need the hospitality. You need that
You do.
available to you. Without that, the lack of proximity and everybody being scattered to the wind and all over the place makes it too difficult. Chicago's structure with the hotels nearby, that makes it viable. That allows you to have options and be able to do it in these different places. The reason I say I think it's beneficial is because it allows the folks who don't have unlimited funds to have some flexibility. That means the people who already have some cards can at least trade some cards and have a venue in which to do that with other people who are willing to trade some cards.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
But with the internet and all the different things out there, there's enough, and I think that's why it can't sustain in hockey. I don't think it will. I don't think it'll work out in hockey, the trade nights, as much as we want them to, or they need to.
Well,
There's
that's the
enough
thing though.
cheap
You don't
cards
have to.
online.
You don't have to just do hockey. You can. It does allow you also to move some other
Understood.
stuff.
Let's just talk majority then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's where we are. We're in the majority. How much
Yeah.
is hockey at Expo? It's okay. Maybe it dropped down 10%, but it's still 80%.
Yeah.
So it's hard.
I'm
to
just
change
looking
that.
at it from the perspective of when the trading that I used to see more and deal with more was like on Hobby Insider, and it did the job for it. But the thing is, if you're in person already and the people have the cards with them,
Yeah.
it's easier to finish a transaction. You can actually quickly work out a deal. Like you see the cards in front of you, be like, okay, so this is what I got. This is what you have here. What do you want to do? All right, I'm willing to move these and this, and can I do this? And I'll throw you $50 for that.
I'm
Okay.
just saying, going forward, it's hockey and logistics, and there's just doesn't seem to be that much interest here. So I don't see it taking off. And like you said, logistically,
The
almost
logistics
a-
is the
there's no
logistics to me is the
parking.
killer.
There's no parking at even the hotels. It's the problem. It's like some of the hotels you can't even park there. And are you going to go out late at night? And you know how desolate it is that out there for
I am
hotels?
aware, yes.
Do you want to walk out there with your Pelican case?
Well, minus the Pelican case I have, but yes.
Your Pelican case? Yes.
So you think it would be ridiculous for a person to be at one of the restaurants until like 3 a.m. and then walk from one of the restaurants back to a hotel in the rain? That before
It might be snow, but yeah.
before they owned a really big hat to use as an umbrella.
No,
You
that'd
would
be
think-
okay with him. Yeah, that would work with him.
Because some people would consider that utterly ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody like that.
Interesting.
But I like to see how it's gonna.
I was in bed.
My prediction is no success again.
So your prediction was pain.
Yes.
I think it's valid. That's fair. But like I said, I want them to try it. Let's see what happens. It's not my money anyway, so give it a go.
I just don't know where they're gonna have it. Obviously it's planned, but I don't know where it's gonna be.
That's been the big hang up. That's honestly been the big
And what
hang-up.
hotel really wants a bunch of people coming and going? It's just I can't see it. I Can't see it.
You'd have to
The
offer
hotels aren't big enough for that. It's not like they're downtown.
But that's why I said you would need one with an actual convention area. You need them like a big
building
room,
on its side.
a big room. Yeah, basically, yes. Let me scroll through here quickly. Trade beaver pelts like cards. Facts.
Raccoon pelts.
There you go. Oh, look at this guy. He's finally ready for the raccoon. 357. Good evening. Hello, Carlos and everyone. What's going on with the Packers? The Packers are doing very well, minus offense, defense, and special teams. Outside of that, they're great. Next question. On some level, a trade night is simply a card show where no one pays for tables. True. Unioning Up, we used to buy, sell, and trade directly with the hobbyist at the local mall card shows in Toronto area. Yeah. And there was an element of that. Now, mind you, if you're at a mall show already, you're already at the venue, right? So that simplifies things a little bit. Are you guys still playing with knives right now, or is that
no? He's making fun of me.
I'm reflexing.
I'm not allowed to play with scissors.
I'm reflexing.
And
I was gonna say
because he gets to play with them and I can't.
Well, the problem is that like we took the scissors away, but we left you with a knife.
Some people that I live with don't know I have. My mother may not know I have that.
Mm-hmm.
She took all the scissors, but she may not have known about.
So what you're saying, Bougie Eric, is that we're gonna have to deal with you at Expo.
No, just don't tell my mother.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, she's not listening.
We can do that one, or we can do the box cutter one. Like whatever you want. Whatever you want. I also have an office. It's
we're in it.
Yeah. The whole idea here is I actually got some mail this time and I actually recorded a pickup video, so it was great. That'll be on the channel in the morning. So it'll be on the channel in the morning. But no, if you get boxes and stuff, you better be able to cut the damn thing open. Very important.
Damn right.
Yep. But I'll say, for the record, I got this at Canadian Tire back in the day, these things. I actually had 2 of them because when I used to work retail, the box cutters they had were actually garbage. Get your own. Get ones that you can get replaceable blades. Big lifesaver, big time. Just go buy a quality set, and it'll be worth its weight in gold. Colin Murray, good evening. I don't think it'll work for hockey and a lot of KSA and M&T slabs around here. Trade nights are already going on at local shows, and it isn't catching on. It's very possible. Yeah, it might just be a cultural thing. It could be the issue. Like I said, I proposed the best case scenario for it, and I also pointed out some of the logistical issues. But if they try it at some of the better shows that are better located around hotels and stuff, and they still can't get it to go, maybe it's just a no-go here. It might just be a case that it's just not something that they're interested in. And look, you can't force people. If they're interested in it, cool. I encourage it I would love to see some people do that because I would love to see some people be able to exchange cards without necessarily having to just spend all their money. That'd be good. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing in my opinion. It lets people be creative. It lets people find ways into some cards they might not be able to do so in other ways. I think that's a good thing. I think that's solid. But if it's not a thing, it's not a thing.
For people who got themselves into a jam that we've been talking about since January, trading is one of the ways out of that jam. When you have, I'm just making up numbers. You have a $10,000 card that you emptied your bank account on, plus rang up, credit card debt to get. Now you can't move it and get your money back. So now you trade and you turn that card into, 2 cards. You take those 2 cards, you trade. Now it's 4 cards. And now you can start moving them and get your money back, by selling lower and not lower end, but cheaper cards, but more of them. And then, it's the way some people are trying to get out of the mess that they found themselves in.
Well, that's exactly the point that I'm trying to get at, is that at least then you are no longer sitting on a stale pile of cards that are doing nothing for you. If you're not happy with them, if they don't work for you, if it's not accomplishing what you want to accomplish, then give yourself maybe a chance to work your way back out of it. You might not be able to get value for value compared to what you had into it originally, but so be it. You know what? Well, fine. Okay, so you took to use your scenario. You used $10,000 card that was $10,000, but the market's dropped, and you traded it for $7,000 worth of 3 or 4 cards. Okay, fine. Then find a way to sell those for $7 or $8 grand, get a little bit back from it, actually have some cash on hand. Now stuff is cheaper anyway. Maybe the $7,000 purchase you make now becomes a $12 or $13 or $14,000 purchase down the road in a year or two, and you actually came out ahead on this deal in the long run, as opposed to the short run. As opposed to just holding that card that maybe rebounds to 8 or 9,000, you're still down on it, even after a year or two. That's another option, right? So quickly, a couple comments here. Sorry, Eric. BGS was DFL in grading yesterday, according to GemRate. Terrible. Now, if it was beaver pelts, greatest trade night ever.
Raccoon pelts. That's what we deal with here.
You're going to have to, Paul, you might have to come in and show Eric the finer points of some beaver pelt trades. It might have to be a thing that happens. Just saying.
He must be from Western Canada if he deals with beaver pelts.
Is. Yep. He's over in the West. Yep.
Yeah.
That is true. Remember, he always makes fun of you for the Edmonton Oilers thing. That's your hint.
Yes, I know.
So do you want to talk about the 88 finals?
I do not want to talk about
How about the 1990 finals?
I don't want to talk about that either.
Those are two separate finals. I don't know.
I do not want to talk about Peter Klima.
Unless it's Kobe or LBJ, they went from 10,000 to 1,500. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I get it. But the point is still the same. It did offer another alternative to be able to get yourself out of it potentially into something else that maybe will move, as opposed to just sit there and gather dust. That's not the ideal. If you're just sitting on the same stuff and it's not moving and it's gathering dust, that's never ideal. That's never going to be a good thing. But it is what it is. Cool.
Picked up some boxes this week.
Just got some boxes.
Oh,
nice. So
nice.
WHA, what year?
What year? And who is that? Goalie. Sorry.
Well, it's Tony Esposito with a WHA logo. What the hell is that?
I know. Isn't that weird? Eh? This is 74.5.
Yeah.
And this would be 76.77. Another goalie.
That looks like Mike Palmatier, but
it isn't though.
Okay.
It's I forget who it is. I preserve them, make them nice, so they're all strong and can't screw them up. I did a whole bunch of boxes this week.
There you go.
Oh, make a few extra boxes.
I gotta fix this. Look at this, Bobby.
Oh,
I gotta find it, and then you'll love it. I gotta fix it.
I gotta find it. You'll love it. And you'll
Colin
fix it.
Sayer says Dennis Heron.
Dennis Heron. Yep.
Yeah, he's throwing out a questions theory there.
So
I did like your French use of his word though. That was nice. Hello.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, those boxes you can do nicely. Yeah. Yeah, I can fix that.
I gotta
Bring it
try
up.
to repair this one.
Bring it up, and I'll fix it.
Hide it under the hat. Gotta protect it.
Okay.
And I can preserve it up, and then you got the bottom port too.
I may. I gotta look through some more boxes.
Okay.
There you go. Luckily, it is prime time, Sean. It's prime time.
I'm going through somebody else's stuff and finding things. So I have boxes and boxes and boxes of things I need to go through. I find things like this.
Oh, the pin. That's a nice one. It's got an easel back, right?
It has a pin, but yeah, it also has the easel back. Yeah.
Those are nice.
Yeah.
The hard 6-inchers. Yeah.
Yep.
That's a nice one. They didn't do many of those. Like just the 1 year.
Nice. Hobby Champs, good evening. When is AI showing your Friday live? I've got them scheduled for 2 weeks after the sun burns out and kills us all.
Oh, wonderful.
So,
Yep.
2027?
It could be 2027, 2028, 2026. Who knows?
All right, so that goes back to my book.
Well, again, without the rising action.
Oh.
We're still lacking in that.
Waiting.
I need a rewrite is what I need on this.
All right.
The sun burning out is the rising action.
Yeah. Well, at least that would help. That'd be a little bit of rising action. Look, a little bit of rising tension, dramatic tension, something.
Mm-hmm.
At least something. Jeez.
Some tanks in there. I don't know.
I know exactly.
Thanks. My whole
Like I
life
said,
is
but like I
thanks.
said though, book it. 2 weeks after. 2 weeks after. Yuri Curry's autograph is Great Valley, the Stanley Cup winning players at Expo. There you go.
Shut up.
Let's see here. Anyone going to the anti-Expo? Isn't it with an L?
The Expo, yeah.
Yeah.
Anti-Expo. So don't go because it's anti. No. You can bring your auntie there, I guess.
Well, I thought the people that went there were rebels.
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of people go out to that show. It's sometimes good, sometimes it depends.
Well, I think Yannick will be at this one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's
So
supposed to be.
he'll be at that one, and I think Brad will be visiting that one as well. So I think they'll be able to have a chance to hang out and chat a little bit. So that'll be good.
Well, I'm
And then
definitely not going if those two are going to be there.
I've been there a few times, and then they had another one that was the geeky.
what size of a show is it? Was it at that point?
If you put let's say about a fifth of the expo.
Okay, that's not terrible.
No, so they're about 70 tables, maybe 80.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of those things. I think sometimes, especially now, in the current era, people think like, "Oh man, it's got to be 100 tables." No, it doesn't. If you've got some decent dealers, you'll be fine.
If you have decent dealers, it's all about that. You can have 10 tables and have great
Yeah,
dealers.
yeah, exactly. You could do perfectly fine. You'd be good.
That's a nice one.
Paul can suck it.
What about Bob?
Bob can suck it too.
That'll teach him. That'll teach him.
Right.
There you go. Colin says the last show in December was great. Tons of people. 10th of the expo. Okay, seems reasonable. Seems reasonable.
10th, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but I think, like I said, to me, as long as you're getting some decent foot traffic, dealers have some quality stuff, you're able to go there, chat, and hang out, and have a good time. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I wouldn't say a tenth of the expo, Colin, because you have corporate that takes up a large share of the expo. So if you just talk about dealers, because it's very little corporate at the expo,
Mm-hmm.
So I would say it's probably a fifth. Don't screw with me.
Interesting. Interesting. Bobby's Claws came out on that one. We saw that.
Yeah.
But yeah. But
Wolverine.
Yeah.
probably. But yeah, it's one of those things. Like, as long as people are having a good time with it, why not? Sounds good to me.
Actually, Colin sets up enough that he can make his own expo.
You probably could, yeah. I think that's probably right. All right, Eric. So I want to give you a chance. I'm going to go get a refill. So did you have any other Beckett Rand you wanted to throw at us? I did the PMG one as a bonus to your
Yes, that was
I
a
did
bonus.
the autograph one.
We need round two.
So if you got a round two, go for it, and I will be right back.
I mean, not specifically. No,
Just feel free to give like the reverse performance review. So like when instead of you giving the performance review, you can give it back to your boss Jeremy or your other boss, the jailing one.
jailbait.
Whatever works for you. Yeah. You could read excerpts from his book. Be very exciting. Not coffee table book good.
Short expert.
Not coffee table book good.
Right.
But few things are.
It's barely coffee.
The book is entitled "How to Run a Company into the Ground and Go to Prison
In 10 days.
in 10 days."
I'll get some more boxes to show you. How about that?
Oh yeah, I love that stuff. So, for those who maybe weren't around at the beginning, we talked about how Beckett yet again has just totally insulted their clientele and customers. They are no longer going to grade autographs and put the number, the grade number on autographs under, I think 9. And they're encouraging you to go to their website if you want to see what that grade is. And as anyone who's ever tried to go on the Beckett website knows that it's completely impossible to navigate. It's complete utter garbage. So one of the few things that Beckett actually did well, and gave you the grade of the card, gave you the grade of the autograph. It looked nice. They're now saying, no, we don't want to do that. So we're just going to grade the card, even though it has an autograph on it. Well, guess what? If this is the card that came out of the box, okay, and Steve McQueen wrote on it, the card's a 0. It's been ruined. You can't grade the card anymore. All that's left to do is grade the autograph. The card is ruined as soon as you write on it. So the fact that they are going to grade the card still, but would be a 0 because someone took a Sharpie and wrote all over it. They're gonna the one thing that they should grade, they're not gonna grade anymore, and they're gonna make you hunt through the worst website on the internet to find out the grade that you paid them to give. So it's just another example of this company going right down the toilet and not giving a rat's damn about us, the customers. So that's the recap of the original Beckett rant of the evening.
That works. I like it. Okay, we're going to box viewing now.
Yeah. Boxes.
Okay, here's another box.
Is that 78?
It's WHA again,
Okay.
and it's 1977, 78. You're correct.
Nice.
Indirect.
Yeah, close
So
enough.
they only did 4 years, 74 to, but they also did the 73 poster packs of WHA. So that's the only WHA products that they did. And
I don't have nearly enough WHA cards. I got to get more.
so this would be the same year, but it's NHL.
Right.
77, 78.
Look at, I mean, that looks like a Bobby. I tell you, man, you just do an amazing job with those things.
Yeah, you fix them
mean,
up nice. Comes out really nice. You can almost stand on it. It's so structurally strong. So it makes every box looks brand new.
I don't know if you want to give your secrets away, and that's fine. You can tell me on the side, but I assume you fill them with hard styrofoam and
No, it's structurally done with styroboard.
Yeah.
So, bottom, top piece, and then all around the sides, and then a cross piece in the middle. And it has to be perfect, so it fits perfect. So it does take time. And then a nice pro shrink wrapping, and we're all done.
Now, how do you wrap it? I mean,
I have a shrink wrap machine and a sealer. You have to seal it, and then you shrink wrap it. You can see some of the shrink wrap edges there.
Okay, yeah.
Across the back, you can see that little line.
But they're going to look like, I mean, the original ones looked like that. I mean, they had seams.
Now, is it a very good adhesive for the baseball card exchange, sticker to be put on it when it's authenticated?
Yeah, we can cover up the bottom and make it look real
Got
bad.
the perfect spot on it. That's
Well, see,
important.
that's the difference because they also do boxes. They preserve boxes that are empty as well, and he provides that service, but it's a lacking service for sure.
There you go.
Yeah,
just getting kind of a couple comments here.
But Bobby, I love it. I love when you.
But what year is it?
Thanks. They're just awesome.
Mm-hmm. The year? Pretty
year?
close to the other one. Yeah. So this one is 76, 77.
Yeah, 76. That's what I was gonna say.
They're all peaches here, and then you got your favorite one. Everybody.
Yeah, I have that one. Yep.
Okay,
Yours is obviously a little nicer looking, but I have that.
82, 83. And then you have your 71, 72.
Oh,
that's a tops though.
Yeah, but still, that's a huge. That's huge.
It's not bad.
I mean, that's one of the most favorite sets in hockey.
Yeah, and here's a different box. This was actually a puzzle.
Okay.
So this harkens back to the early days of the Toronto Maple Leafs when that General Motors. So you'd listen to the program, you'd listen to Foster Hewitt, and he'd go, "Okay, kids, send your name and address in, and we'll send you out a puzzle." And basically, you'd send away for a puzzle, and you get a jigsaw puzzle of the Toronto Maple Leafs. It came in that box, and it was shipped in this box, and it has all the names of the players and everything on it. So it's a cool little box.
Who's on the cover? I can't tell.
Half Day.
I was gonna, son of a gun. I wish I said it out loud. I didn't want to sound stupid.
You lost. Sorry.
I should have said it and just gone for being stupid, and I would have had it.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have been far off because most of the best Leafs are on this box anyway. So, or I don't have the puzzle here, but I do have the box. So
I don't have the puzzle. I don't have the puzzle here either.
Boxes went up exponentially over the course of the last 5 years, 6 years. Some of them are just unbelievable. Like this one, you can get 100 and change for it. It's 82.
Right.
But Gretzky's
on it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's why it's went up. And even these ones, they're getting 150, $200. Like at $40, I used to buy these for. Not
Yeah,
anymore.
but how much is that 71? That's got to be just absolutely.
A couple $100.
Yeah, that's got to be big.
That's not even big. A couple $100. When you get into it, the $1,000 box. Like if it was an O-Pee-Chee, it'd be a $1,200, $1,500 box. But tops sucks. So
You just.
Have you done any baseball before? Carlos just asking. I know Carlos asking about 59 specifically, but have you done any baseball similarly before?
Yeah,
Or just
I do.
hockey?
I've done football, baseball, non-sports, you name it. I've done it. I've done people's collections.
Okay. Any 59? 59 baseball?
I'm trying to think of 59. Is that the guy with the weird striped?
I think I've seen it before, but it's been a long time since
It's
I've
like
seen
a
the box.
pitcher with the.
I'll see if I can find a sample image.
See, I don't know hockey boxes. I know, but baseball. I love baseball. I love all the boxes. I love every box. I don't care what sport. My favorite 67 footballs. That funky pink one. Some really good ones. If you could, I don't like when real players are on them. I like when they're more artwork. I enjoy the artwork more than I do the actual players. If you have Bobby Hall on it in the 68, it's like whippy doo.
So he's one of them.
There he is, the pitcher. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a 1 cent box. That's tough. See, they had 100 packs in the 1 cent box.
Yeah.
And those are very, very difficult to find. I've done a few of those boxes, but not the 1 cent. No, I've only done maybe 1 or 2 1 cent boxes. Those are tough, and they go for like 3 or 4 times the regular, 36 or 24 count. His top just 24 count. So yeah, nice year.
Yep.
Great artwork. Like honestly, my first love is boxes and always will be.
Okay, and I think I've got a picture of the 5 cent as well. I can show that one.
No,
Give me a
Bobby,
second.
are you going to try to sell these? I mean, or are they going for your personal collection?
Oh no, I sell them. I don't need to keep
There you
them.
go. There's the 24 count.
Yeah. Oh, nice picture. All propped around it and everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Is that,
And a
is that
lefty.
the O-Pee-Chee? Is that the O-Pee-Chee logo on that? Because that's that the winning award thing. Ah, that's interesting. See, a lot of times we would get the baseball boxes up here, and the O-Pee-Chee ones had usually a stamp on it. It'll say 36 count because Topps was 24. O-Pee-Chee was always a 36 count.
Right.
We would get less cards
Per
in the
pack.
packs, but more packs in the
Right.
box in the box. So it's very interesting how it all worked. But then Topps went to 36 count after 1974, and then O-Pee-Chee went to 48. Said you're not beating us, and we still won, even with the rough cuts.
So let's take a look here.
And the total lack of care of the product itself.
But those 1 cent boxes are $1,000 all the time, like
Mhm.
$2,000, $3,000, and some are really, really scarce.
Okay, gotcha. Paul here says Beckett's website gotten worse, or we've gotten better? I don't have to argue that we've gotten better.
We've gotten better. Yeah.
Well, we've gotten better, I would say, in the internet. Web-wise, yes. The internet has passed them by many times at this point. They've lapped them several times over. As a society and as a human race, push. Push if we're lucky. Let's just say push and be nice.
Sure.
There you go. So that was from earlier when you were saying, it's like, I don't want to sound stupid. It's like, too late, Eric.
Yes, I'm well aware that is what that comment is about.
Yep. Circle design. Yep. I know the 59 top set. Yep. We were talking about the box specifically, but yes. Yep.
What's the cards look like?
So basically, it's
I can't line them up.
bold color top, bold color bottom, and the person's inside of a circle.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So think like the Bob Gibson
ones.
rookie. Bob Gibson rookie.
Gotcha.
Great card. Great looking cards. 59 tops just happened to be one of the few sets I've completed. Solid set. Would be cool to pick up a box. I like it. I have a very hit and miss thing with a lot of tops sets, especially once you get past the 50s. Some of the designs I really like, and some of the designs I'm a little iffy on. That's once I got past the idea of doing a run was part of the reason is because I realized that I just didn't like some of the sets. 51 tops, I respect it. Don't really like the design. I think it's kind of ugly. 52 is classic. I do enjoy it. 53 is my personal favorite. Is one of my favorites. Right behind 56. 54, I've never been able to get behind. That's your black and white image and your color image. Although, from a technology perspective in 1954, extremely impressive. Very impressive for the time. It was innovative. It was something else. You're muted, Bobby, by the way.
Very plain looking otherwise. Yes.
They are, yeah. But I will say, technology wise, I respect it. In 1954, that is impressive. That was some fine work by them, because nobody else had done it. It was a new thing. I do prefer the 53 Bowman colors. I prefer them for those reasons. 55 was just kind of boring to me. 56 to me was like a better version of what 55 was doing. They added, at least had some background to it. 57 was colored pictures, yes, but they were dull and matted images, not great, not amazing. 58 I know is very polarizing for a lot of folks. I kind of like the fact it almost looks like a magazine cover. Like the player's name is above them. It's like bold color. I actually kind of like it. It's quirky, but I like it. And it's also got the All-Star cards, which is the Sporting Life or Sporting News All-Star, whatever. I think it's cool. I think it's neat for that purpose, so it's fine. 59 I'm less enthused about. 60 I actually like because, again, it's colorful. So I think that's a cool looking set. But that's what I say. It becomes hit and miss after that. It's like, I like this one not so much. I like this one not so much.
Yeah. He liked the 59. Carlos missed out on that one.
Yeah, I've got a stack of 59s. It's just not, there's not my cup of tea.
Everybody has their gig.
Yeah.
But the boxes now, like a lot of people have completed their sets, so they're looking to get the wrapper or the box to kind of add to it,
That's the one, Carlo. Thank you for that.
Looks nice on display.
I agree. I think. Look, as long as it's, I think if you're gonna have a display piece, having a nice restored one is a great looking design. Is a great looking because they'll look good on a shelf, especially if they've been made up to be structurally
Preserved. I call them preserved. I'm just structurally, supporting them inside so they don't look frumpy and they're squared up like they looked when they were brand new. So,
yeah.
And then the shrink wrapping just keeps everything together. The funny part is even when they're contorted and then I shrink wrap them, you take that shrink wrapping off after a year and they stay square. It's amazing. So it does kind of render them back to the beginning.
There you go. So let me go here. Great looking boxes like pristine. 59 is the colored circle design. Yep. Bob Gibson. Yep. Pepto Bismol rookie. Yes. And Carlos says a sport magazine. Yeah. It was when they still needed the magazine to give credibility to the whole All-Star thing. But it was very neat because you've got, because it was the late 50s, you still had a ton of like great Hall of Famers in that set. And it's one of the more affordable 50s mantles. If you want a cool mantle from the 50s, 58 Sports Magazine All-Star mantle is a great one. It's a great choice. And then you've got Aaron, you've got Mays, you've got a whole bunch of guys. Musial, great.
Yeah, I don't like the Sports Magazine cards themselves. The design just throws me off a little bit.
That's fair. I think 58 Topps All-Star Stan Musial was his first Topps card. I think that's right. I'm just trying to think. I think that's true. Yeah, because he was with Bowman, and then after that, yeah, he was. I know there was an issue, and there's a reason why he didn't end up on a Topps card for a while after that, because he wasn't in 57, he wasn't in 56, 55. Yeah.
Let's see if I have a 59 case. I've been saving cases for the last 10 years, but intermittently.
Yeah.
But I've been saving all the baseball, football, and basketball. It's because cases you just don't get to see. They're very similar to the big boxes. Let me see if I have one in file.
Sure. David here for the vintage baseball talk. You got to bring up the topics, David. That's one of Bobby is strong on all things hockey, vintage, and a lot of these categories and a lot of the memorabilia for hockey as well. Eric, I think, knows about one Boston Bruin thing. I think that's his deal. But vintage baseball cards, I got you. I'm very comfortable in that space. Like I'm not going to claim to know everything. Nobody does, but I'm very comfortable in that space. I just don't play in that wheelhouse very much. We kind of get shoehorned into the hockey category a lot. But yeah, if you got something vintage baseball wise, I can go in those waters. Ozzie Guillen was interviewing for manager spot of the White Sox again. that'd be a fun return. Mind you, in fairness, they brought Tony La Russa, that fossil, out of the home in order to try to run a team. He was literally falling asleep on the bench. He was embarrassing.
Well, the guy's got to be in his 70s, right?
Yeah, no, Tony La Russa is a very old man. Which is not a crime, but it's like, why do you even want to do this? Are you even legitimately interested? Are you legitimately even interested in doing this? Do you even want to? What for? It's not like you need money.
No, you wouldn't think so anyway.
Unless something has changed, I have no idea that Tony La Russa is running on hard times financially, in which case, let's do a GoFundMe instead. Just stop trotting yourself out there. Let's figure out a different way. Yeah, that All-Star Minor triple printed. Yeah, something like that. Sounds about right. Vintage baseball is a shit. I have tons at Expo. Yes, you do. You do. I started adding an example of a rapper to my complete sets from the 70s and 80s. Have a 75 contract with Daryl Evans too. Nice. It adds a little spice. It's a nice little addition to a set if you're working on one. I actually have I have my completed 56 top set, and one of the things, it's not really part of the set to me, but it's one of those things that I'd like to have, and I just haven't gone around to it. I've been a bit lazy about it. I want to add the 2 checklists because the 2 checklists were not actually part of the set. They were separate cards, but you can get the 56 tops checklists as well. So I'd like to get those to kind of like complete the 56 top set and give it the whole treatment. But that's, like I said, you have those options. And my 54 Bowman set, it's the same thing. There's a 54 Bowman Ted Williams variation out there. That is a real card. It's legitimately available. I would love to add it to, again, make it complete because then I got both versions of card 66.
The only Ted Williams card I think I could probably afford is his manager card from the Washington Nationals. That's probably the only one I could probably afford of Ted Williams.
Well, if you're willing to settle for a beat up copy, a lot of the ones from even the early 60s are perfectly affordable. They're not that crazy. No. Now mind you, it's a bad example, but the 56 tops one is probably a couple $100 in half decent condition. It's not like it's impossible. But again, you would need to want it enough to be interested in spending the money on it. There's a lot of cards where it's like, it's not that onerous. Do I want it badly enough to pay the money is the question. That's the question. If the answer is yes, then great. Buy it. If the answer is no, then
I only seem to have 60 case. So
okay. Gotcha.
sorry about that. There's a whole ton of cases in there. I was just having fun going through them.
No worries. Bochy came back to coach middling Texas, yes, despite him having 2,000 wins and being eligible for the Hall next year. Well, I guess he just wants to do it. If Bruce Bochy wants to coach again, he can. At least Bruce Bochy has had recent success. Tony La Russa has one of those weird careers where it's like you can't argue that he has no success. He's had success. But he is such a strange dude. He has had so much talent under his stewardship over many years and many iterations. And it's like, you did almost the bare minimum possible success-wise with the amount of talent you had on your hands. Those A's teams were good, man. They were so good. What's that?
78, Tony La Russa.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure there has never been documented proof that the man can smile.
Fair. I'm fair. I'm with you. I get it. There you go. The 59 Ted Williams set is affordable. That is true. That is another option. You an entire set of Ted Williams. That is another good solid option. Good call out, Colin. That's a good call out. That's a valid point.
I decided Bruce Bochy is 67.
See, a spring chicken.
Yeah, compared to Tony La Russa.
A youngin. I decided I may not add the Honus Wagner my T206 set. Come to think of it, I think I'm missing all but 6 of them. Fair. Vintage Fleer sets are so underrated. 59 to 61 with Legends and 63 with the Stars of the Day and Mario's first solar card. I agree to a point. Again, we're back to underrated, right? Like it's one of those words that is like, okay. The 59 Ted Williams set is a very interesting set. I think it's a very interesting set. But it's also all Ted Williams. So you better really love Ted Williams. Otherwise, you're not getting anything else out of this. The Legend sets between 60 and 61, they're ugly. They're like heinously ugly. Are they underrated then? If you like heinously ugly cards. But they're Hall of Famers. But they're ugly. They're aesthetically offensive to my eye. But they're available. So that is true. I don't know. Like at a certain point, it's like, but it's only $1. Yes, but I could not pay $1 and not have that ugly thing in my house. Like, I feel like I win twice. Yeah. It isn't a knock, though. Like I said, I think it's got to be a subjective thing, to each their own. I do agree, though, that if you want some of those legend cards, there is value to that. There is great value to it because it does give you a chance to get real legends of the cards. I think 63 was really cool because then they did incorporate contemporary players. It was that one time they tried to put their hand in the cookie jar when Topps had the monopoly and Topps kind of slapped them back. but it's cool. It was a good attempt. I did appreciate it, and I thought the set was actually well done for what it was. So I appreciate it from that perspective. The 63, I'll back you on that. The Ted Williams one I think is interesting if you like the Ted Williams. So nothing wrong with that. The other two, I think they're ugly. But that's just me. That's a personal opinion piece on that. Are there different backs for the T206 Honus Wagner? Yes. I think for sure I remember Piedmont and I believe Sweet Caporal. I believe those two I have seen. Those are the only two I can think of. I feel like they're obviously two of the most common ones, but I think those are the only two that I've heard of with the Honus Wagner. I think it's pretty much Piedmont or Sweet Caporal. I'll do a quick check just to see if I can find any of the recent ones. Were you writing something down, Eric?
I'm just trying to remember something. So,
all right, no problem. That's fine. I'll quickly grab this comment here. The 1960 Fleer sides of the cards all over the place, which sucks. Tough to sell. Yeah, I'm with you. 61s are kind of ugly. I'll give you that, but I love the 6s. No, it's completely fine. It's 100%. Look, when I say that, I'm only offering my opinion. It's 100% subjective. If somebody else legitimately says, "Hey, man, I love those 60 and 61 Fleers," bro, all power to you. All power to you. Yeah, good for you then. Good news is I won't be competing with you for them. So we're all good. We're all
I was
good. 100%.
surprised to find out recently. I mean, I've been in the card, hobby since 1988, and I just found out probably in the last year that the baseball set, I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's 66, just like hockey, has the same television motif.
For 66, no. The television thing, the only TV ones, so I want to specify. The TV ones was the wood grain borders in 62.
Okay.
The wood grain borders in 62, and then again in 87.
Okay.
And the television was 55 Bowman, which was literally a television. That design was in football, I believe, and in hockey.
Which
and I think that's it. Yeah, and I think that's it.
But I was surprised. But I only found out recently that it was used in other sports, and I was shocked when I think
you think Topps is going to waste the design when they've got
I just picked up a card in the last year, and there was a different sport, athlete in the middle, and I was shocked. I thought I had picked up a hockey card and from the 66 set, and come to find out, I think it was football or something.
Well, it was the same thing with the. It was the same thing with the. It was the same thing with the tall boys, because you had the hockey tall boys, but I believe you also had basketball had some tall boys, and football did have some tall boys, but not like everybody. You muted, Bobby. But yeah.
Yeah, football was after the hockey tall boys. I think the tall boys came out because they had no competition and they tried something new. They had to market to themselves, and I think they risked it because Parker's had went out of business at that time in '63, and '64 they had the wide open. So I think they ran with it. They said, "Let's give something a try." It was a good time too because they had no competition.
Oh, completely fair. Quick follow up on the question there. There was Carla's question. So 3 known backs I've got here. So first one is Piedmont, with specifically 150 with factory 25, Sweet Caporal 150 with factory 25, and Sweet Caporal 150 with factory 30. So those are the 3 known backs for the Honus Wagner card. So, but technically it's Piedmont and Sweet Caporal. So 2 of the more common ones are the only ones that are known. If you see a Honus Wagner with something weird, Old Mill or a Principe de Gales or something, fake.
Maybe a variation. You never know.
Very unlikely. They've done so much research on that particular set with the backs and everything that it'd be very difficult. Very difficult to find some weird random anomaly now.
Well, there's only 6 of them.
Serial numbered refractors are highly sought after.
Facts. But exactly, you said affording legends of vintage card stock was awesome for younger vintage guys. Yeah, no doubt. Look, I'm not, like I said, I'm not knocking a single thing, because at one point I was collecting vintage cards when I was in my teens. So if you're getting what you can get and you're getting some enjoyment out of it, have at it, have a great time, enjoy. And I've seen some of the stuff on your channel. Keep going, keep doing your thing, finding the spots that are in there. That's great, because that's how you kind of build it up. I got lucky at the time that I was doing it. It was still really affordable. Some of that stuff, still was. It feels like 100 years ago, but it wasn't. It was about 25 years ago, but it was still like a lot cheaper at that point. Honestly, it was. You could get those T206 cards. You could buy some of the commons on eBay like $3 or $4.
Yeah.
Like it was very different, and you could buy some of the Hall of Famers for 40 or $50. Like it wasn't bad. It was pretty good. It was a good time. If you wanted to build sets of that stuff, that was still a good time for it.
The average hobbyist collector, and this is, correct me if you think I'm wrong, of course, the average hobby collector had no idea that set even existed until Gretzky bought that card and made news, and it was all over the place. And then it's like, oh, the whole T206 is a thing, and what's everybody wanted to know more about it and learn about it. And of course, there was no internet, so so there was a lot of conversation happening at shows, talking to older people.
Hey, there was a bulletin board system.
Yeah,
Somebody was on Prodigy at that time. How dare you?
SGC, there was a lot of magazines doing stuff.
There was a 4800 baud modem firing off somewhere right now at that exact moment.
So, I mean, I didn't, and I'll speak for myself, especially since I've never collected baseball until, Wayne Gretzky, who, I was a huge fan of at the time and still am. Him and McNall bought that. I didn't know what the hell any of that was. So, I mean, and I don't think I was alone. So, sometimes big things have to happen in the hobby for people to even know they exist.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
That's where the underrated gets rated.
Ooh, but that's like for all the teasing I've said about the underrated tonight, that is the only scenario where underrated works for me. If it legitimately is an ignorance thing, if it's just a lack of knowledge thing, then sure, okay, then I can get behind underrated in that scenario. One specific case, but in almost every scenario that it's used incorrectly. That is not underrated. It's been around enough that the market can make a decision on that. The market looks at it and goes like, okay, we're sort of interested, but not at the level that you might think. It's there.
I think the word overrated works a little bit more easier.
Yeah, oftentimes, yes.
And absolutely. That's just through everything. These were in the workshop. I had to bring them out.
All right, so you got 45. Nice.
Hey, good call, Mark.
That's the set.
The little circle in there. The little circle in there. I know from space. That one you can see real quick.
Yeah. Very easily.
Yep. The first hockey card I was ever given, and even understood the hockey cards existed. That 1984-85 Pat Verbeek rookie card. That was the first time anyone ever handed me a hockey card. I went, "What is this? I didn't know these existed." And then it was just a love affair since.
And this is a 78, so you got Bossy's rookie. Okay.
All right, very good.
It's kind of a simple looking box. Not my favorite for sure.
Yeah, fair enough.
There you go.
Nice.
83. So I have the Gretzky's on 82, and then you have Stasny.
Yeah, I was gonna say Stasny. Yeah.
I can't see the number. I assume it's.
Yeah. He was one of the biggest guys in the 80s. In the 80s, he was a monster. Stasny was one of the biggest guys.
26, Peter.
Yeah. I mean, he was just
wouldn't be Anton.
Phenomenal.
And
I love reading stories about how they got here and stuff, and all three brothers and how they got to North America. Amazing story.
And this is where the fun stuff comes in for me. So this is a Slapshot. It was actually a little disc you get in there of your team logo, and this was frozen. Obviously, you had ice cream, cookie, chocolate covered thing. Like frozen food boxes are like impossible to find. It's even the Highliner stuff from the 90s is because nobody kept them because they usually got moist and gone. So this one's kind of cool. There's only a few known.
Yeah.
Anyways, just straighten them up, make them nice and strong.
That's great.
There you go. Good stuff.
That's all the boxes are gone, brothers. For now.
Well played.
Got a couple more coming in that are big ones. So
big. Too
nice.
big. Double
till next week. Big money wise.
Nice. Dave here says Golden Press is a nice set. I remember some of those. Yeah. He says kind of confirming what I was talking about. McGraw VG T206 $40 all day. They were really affordable, man. They were like some of those Hall of Famer. Like I said, the problem was not the budget at the time. The thought process was there. The problem is you had to have, like, the only advice I would have given the younger version of myself is if I wanted to legitimately pursue any of those projects, you have to commit to a couple. That was your only shot. You had to commit to the idea and then go down that path and like pursue it down to its conclusion. Then you have your best chance to successfully pull that off. That T206 set was always going to be expensive, even at that era when you were doing it. However, you could get Hall of Famers like John McGraw and some of these guys at fairly reasonable prices at that point. But you needed to consolidate your effort into grabbing those at those price points and good quality cards at that price point, and you would have done very, very, very well. You would have done extremely well, because even at the
If
time
you
that
kept them, that's the thing, is that
Sure.
when there's not much value increase, it becomes maybe not so big on the set I'm going to get rid of. I did that with the C56 set. That's what I did with all these other sets that I had over the years, and I just kind of went,
Well, I got rid of them because I knew I wasn't going to do the set. Like I just knew that okay, I have it, but I'm not going to do anything with it really. So then, what purpose is it serving for me? It wasn't because I didn't like the cards. I had Mordecai Three Finger Brown. I had McGraw. I had a couple of different Hall of Famers in it. I had some Southern Leaguers. I had some good T206 cards that today would go for a pretty penny, no doubt. But like, I had no use for it as I wasn't building the set. I started down the idea, maybe at one point, I think at my apex, I maybe had about 30 or 40. Like at my maximum, I had about 30 or 40 of them that I accumulated, including some nice ones. And then eventually I sold most of them off. I still have maybe about a dozen or a half dozen, give or take. I've got the Toronto guys because I just thought it was kind of neat. I thought that was cool. So to me, the Toronto like team set is still a thing that I wouldn't mind doing. Plus you've got the one, the coach was a Hall of Famer in that set. So that's still a decent card. I think that's still a cool one. I will say also, led me down the rabbit hole of looking at that. The designation escapes me, but there is a wood grain border black and white set that is a tobacco set that has like the Toronto players in it, but also got like Buffalo players and a bunch of ones.
is that Nielsen though?
Something like that. I
Nielsen
remember
is the chocolate one. So
it's a really ugly. Honestly, it's an ugly looking set. It's got like the bat and a glove and like this. I remember. I can remember the design. Like in my mind, I can remember the design, but they're ugly. But they're kind of interesting. They're just quirky. I kind of like that. Yeah. So it's one of those things. You're still muted, Bobby.
I'd like to find a wrapper from that, but yeah, they were really ugly cool. But that is Nielsen chocolates, yes.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where like it's okay. That like I wouldn't mind grabbing a couple of the Toronto players from that, like something like that. I'm not going to do a set. Like for the most part, I'm just not that invested to do a whole set of one of those things. But does that mean I wouldn't grab a couple of cards here or there that I think are kind of neat? Yeah, I'd probably grab a couple of cards here that I think are kind of neat, and I'd be happy to have them in my collection. That's perfectly fine. I just don't need to do overly large projects of a bunch of stuff that I don't care about anymore. That's just not interesting to me. Let me pick and choose the pieces that interest me, that I'll be like, no, I'll proudly display this because I actually like it. Great, let's do that. But that's just as I've evolved as a collector, that's been my approach now. I'll pick and choose stuff. I got to pick and choose stuff I like. Stuff that amuses me or entertains me or I just get a kick out of it or whatever it's going to be. T206 have always been fairly popular. Absolutely. Yep. It's a very highly collected set. I think Rescue's best playoff performance was in 88. Thank you, Paul. What is lowest popularity seems to be 19...
I think it was 95.
What is lowest popularity seems to be 19th century cabinet cards, about the same price as the 90s, but they are very niche. They are very niche. They are fun. They're interesting, though. I will say that I said for me, one of the few like type cards that I still want to get a couple of Turkey Reds. I just think they're cool. The cabinet card, they got some interesting images too. Like pick the right piece. Now, if you're a collector in a budget, find a couple with pinholes. You will get it'll be poor condition, but you will get a much better value and a great aesthetically looking card. Very presentable. For a relatively low amount, but they're not cheap. They haven't been cheap in years. They're fairly expensive.
Pujols? What?
Yeah. Him too. Only if it's the only legitimate rookie card that came from 2001 MLB Showdown. That is a different thing. Stated.
He's coming after me again because I said something 20 minutes ago that when I got my first hockey card, there was I had a love affair with collecting, and then that was his comment.
Oh, it's not just Marcel. Yeah,
so he's saying that I'm stalking hockey cards.
Well, I before the show started, you're like, hey guys, I think Bret the Hitman Hart is coming, and this thing. It's like, I'm gonna go by the store to stock inventory.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
I see what happens. I see what happens. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I follow. Yeah.
I can't even imagine the crowd that's going to be there for him. But yeah, I get to, if anyone cares, I get to probably going to end up spending the day with Bret the Hitman Hart. That should be an interesting day.
You gotta get him to sign a puck, man. Gotta do it.
I will attempt to get him to sign one.
I think he'll do it.
I
I don't think
everybody-
it'll be an issue. I think he'll do it.
I get everybody that comes in to sign a hockey puck. I got an interesting collection going.
I don't think that'll be an issue. I think he'll understand. People don't like stuff that can't be protected and stored with standard supplies. Lots of great oversized issue, although maybe packed to 19th century, you can get for a fraction of the popular base set. Very true. I'm working on first set now, 65 top, but different right. The focus and timing for you to go project's key. Yes. Yeah. It'll help a lot. Because like I said, there was a long time that I accumulated a ton of great vintage cards. Really good, a lot of them for a lot of sets. A lot of great sets in the 60s and sets in the 70s and sets in the 50s. And I've actually still got stacks of some of these sets that I've got cards of for projects that are never going to happen. Just because I'm just not that interested in the set. I think I have like 271 Topps cards. And it's like, should I even do it? Oh, but the high numbers. Oh, but it's almost 800 cards.
I know, it's crazy amount set. It's just top, and they're high demand now, dude.
They are, yeah, they are. So it's one of those things like, and I got Pete Rose, I got Willie Mays, I got Hank Aaron. Like it's not like I don't have good guys. I've got great players in that set. I've got some of the best guys in the set. It's literally sitting in a box, man. It's sitting in a box. So I don't even know. It's that creates the problem. It's like I accumulated some of these things with some of these star players and everything, and it's like, okay, so what am I going to do with the damn thing now? I kind of don't want to do the set because it's going to be onerous. It's going to be painful.
It used to be every 5 years that somebody would change their collecting habits,
Yeah.
or sets, or whatever they're
Sure.
after. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
and every 5 years you'll find that traditional change. But I think it's faster now.
Probably true. Probably true. I've gotten good at it. I'll be honest. Probably the last 5 or 6 years, I've actually pretty much stabilized a lot of it because I just got like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to collect the stuff that really interests me, and the rest of it, I will figure it out later. And as I'm going through boxes, I'm figuring the stuff out. All right, you're going here. You're going over here. We'll figure out a place for you. Wherever it's going to be, either I give some of the cards, sell some of the cards, whatever it's going to be. Let's get it out of here. I just don't want to be sitting on a horde of cards. I'm just not interested. I want the stuff that I like to be around me. The stuff that I really care about will be in the binders or the boxes. That's mine. That's my good stuff. That's what I want. The rest of it can go away. I've got a brown Hindu back, one of my better browns. Nice. V61 is the designation. That sounds about right. Thank you, Dave. Ray Bork's best playoffs for 2001. Probably true. People understand. Great value. 64 Aura Vision, Sports Records, Mantle, Koufax, Spawn, Mays, and Banks. Good call out. Good call out. I have the Mantle, Spawn, Banks, Carlisle. Those are so neat. Yep. Brett has a bunch of stories. Be sure to ask him about favorite. Goldberg. True.
Yeah, listen, there are 3 topics I will not be addressing with that man. I will not be discussing his brother. I will not be discussing the Montreal screw job. And I will not be discussing Goldberg kicking him in the face. Those are 3 topics I'm going to stay away from. Oh, 4th one, his divorce. Not going to talk about those 4 things.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's going to come into your head when you're sitting there talking to what I shouldn't talk
All 4 of
about,
those
and then
things.
you're going to sleep. Yep, and then you're going to sit there going,
It's going to be like the Austin Powers thing. Happy to mow
Moly,
you.
moly,
Mole,
moly,
mole, mole.
Yeah, I have no doubt that man could literally kill me with very little effort.
Dude, we've already established a raccoon could kill you with very little effort.
I am not going to discuss anything that would piss him off.
Just saying.
wise man.
Sandy Little, good evening. Are you in Canada? I am. I am in Southern Ontario, as is Bobby, and rolling truck in Manila. Colin says, I will buy them off you or trade. We could look into that, Colin. I got to go look through them and see what their state is right now. I know they're sitting in the box, so I got to go look through them.
Are you guys going to have a trade night?
Trade
Maybe.
night,
Might have
Canada's
to.
trade night.
Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I got to go look through that box again. If Colin legitimately wants them and we can figure something out, I'd rather he take them off my hands and he do something with them. Then at least somebody can
This
do
is
something.
historic. This is the first trading of trading cards in the history of the country of Canada. This is amazing.
Incredible. Sensational. I almost regret starting the 72 set. Damn, 72 set's even worse than 71 for the high numbers. Oh man, because I think 72 was the high watermark of the 70s for the card count, because I want to say it was close to 780 cards, maybe 790 cards. It was 72 tops. It was a lot. It was a big set.
No, the 71's the toughest of all, for sure.
You're talking about for the high numbers? Or you're talking about in general?
High numbers and condition. Yeah.
Well, condition 100%. But the 72 has a
But
lot
even
of high numbers.
72 has a lousy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also a big set. Like honestly, I think the 72 is the biggest set of that. It's 787. It was 787 cards.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, because they went then the set actually shrank back down, and then by the late 70s, in 77 it's 660, and then in 78 it's back up, starts creeping back up. So it actually went down. I want to say in 73 is when it went to one series, and then I think it went to 660 cards. And
74.
73 was one series as well.
Oh, I'm thinking hockey. Well, no.
Yeah. 73 was one series.
74 was when the hockey, so that started in 74-5, so it would be 74, I would think.
So let me double check myself here. Just want to make sure. 73 baseball, one series. I think that's right. Let's see.
Would it be one full year before?
Could be.
Hockey? I don't know. I thought it was...
Here, I got it.
Oh,
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It was 74. You're right.
Damn.
Yeah, they still had the high numbers in 73.
Because I know baseball.
But it was a 660 card set.
You got one thing right. There you go. No, because I know the boxes. See, this would really help you because I know the display boxes went to one giant series. Even the O-Pee-Chee did that one giant series.
They did 5 series of 132. 5 series of 132, which came out to exactly 660. And then they went to one series and maintained the 660.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hockey did the same.
Yeah. So that
is
is
on the boxes, and even on the inserts. There's inserts in all the boxes.
MSRP 10 cents per pack. In 73.
Yes. It's funny. O-Pee-Chee and Tops would change. Where Tops would go to 15 cents and O-Pee-Chee would stay at 10, and then it was a little juggling match, and then they evened out eventually. It's kind of funny. If you look through the years in the boxes, actually, some of the boxes don't even have the prices. So.
Fair enough. 71 is super tough with black edges. Yes, condition wise, it's a bear. Ask him about Dax and Cash. There you go.
I don't know who that is, but I'm going to assume that is not something I should bring up.
Mm-hmm. Dax and Cash are actually big fans of his. They're known as FTR, and they're actually huge fans of the Hart family. Colin Murray can finish the sets. Yeah, I'm not doing the 71 set. Not at this point. 7 Beaver Pelt for 71 tops. Yes. There you go.
Raccoon pelts.
You have the best show. I've been a fan.
In Canada.
Yeah. You have the best talk show. I've been a fan for a while and thought I'd finally say something. So appreciate that, Sandy. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. We cover a lot of ground. We cover a lot of topics. 72 needed to be that big. Carlos, where would the hobby be without those big league stars and kids cards? Yes, true. They had some weird subsets in 72, man. And they also went with the fully psychedelic design. 72, they embraced. It's like, guys, it's disco. Can we not do that? And can we not and say we did?
I know 72 O-Pee-Chee hockey, the 3 different, series.
Yep. 72 7th series, very tough. Yep. It looks like you didn't tell him he was right. Well, you never tell him he's right. Just as a matter of policy.
Bobbles, what was I maybe possibly right about?
You see what you're trying to do, Bobbles?
You're confusing me.
Exactly. Can you imagine putting together a graded 72 set? Oh my God. Forget about everything else. Forget about cost. Forget about all the rest of it. How about this? 787 graded slabs. Store them.
A lot of plastic.
That is painful. Where would you put that crap?
In your closet.
Oh, yeah.
You have to. Like, honestly, that sounds miserable.
It is like that's what I don't understand. They go for the graded set. Like, how many graded sets can you have when there's that much plastic involved?
Well, there's a reason, Bobby. The only graded set that I have ever pursued is 63 Fleer Baseball, which is about 60 cards.
God.
It's about 60 cards. It was a strategic decision.
I'm only doing one. Doing again 6970 tops, 7 and above. It's 132 card set, and I will never do another all graded set again.
Yeah, but the thing is, like I said, it's not necessary. Nobody has to do that. I understand that some people are into that kind of thing. Hey, man, if you got enough space to house that stuff, fantastic.
It's going to take me for the rest of my life, I think, because I'm not a super wealthy man. I can't just grab everyone I see for $50 to $100, each. I got to wait and find the right deal at the right grade and add it to the collection.
Yep.
Second series are easy though. Like, they're cheap because there was a massive vending find of those second series 69s. They should be dime a dozen.
Tops. Not
PG was okay. Sorry about that. So tops, yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, they're just tops, anyways, right? So
Nice.
Why are you so mean to me?
I'm mean in a nice, honest way.
That's quite a qualifier. Moving up, Steven. For reference, 65 tops. It's 598. I'm halfway through. It's been a grind. Hey, you're halfway through, man. Keep going.
Wow, 598. I thought 132 is. I've been at it for years. 598. No, I would no way.
That's I have a few 70 sets I finished. I think my 75 top set I've got maybe about 15 or 20 cards left. That's 660. So they're annoying though. Honestly, that's the reason why I got out of the business of doing card sets that are over like 300 or 400 cards. My 53 Bowman color set is 160 cards. I got a couple of cards in today as part of that mail day that I had, and I am just over 25% now, which is great. And I'm like, okay, I can swing that. I can work it, and I've got it in the binder. So the majority of them are in.
Collect,
yeah,
and
so
I think
the majority of them are in the binder. So that's
the
great.
way to do it.
Yeah. And I've got some graded ones, but they're mostly the stars, like the Manals and whatever. But the other ones, they just fit in 8 pocket pages, and you're good to go.
Right.
They're gonna look nice when it's done, and I'll be able to show it off. I'll do a little video on it and everything. It'll be cool. So
no, I love to set collect. I
396. Like, that was pushing the envelope.
It was, yeah. But it's just it's more than anything. Like I said, I've stated my philosophy on the set collecting thing. I love the project having a goal and having that you can follow and do all this. My problem that I ran into eventually, and the reason why I stopped collecting the bigger sets, I just don't care about the commons. So it becomes a thing where it's like, okay, but I'm just not that interested. I just don't care. So if I've got stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of if you've got a 500 card set, you've got X number of stars. But then after that, it's like, well, how many hundreds of commons do I have to go get? And how much do I have to spend on these commons to get them in my set? And
Why hockey's so much smaller and easier, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the reason I did that 60 Parker set. The 60 Parker set had a very streamlined checklist. It was very straightforward. And when I was done, it was a nice looking set, decent size. Everybody's happy. All good. We got Gordy. We got these guys. Yeah. Doesn't. You got Gordy. You got Maurice. You got you're good to go, man. We're solid. We're gold. What's the conversion rate of raccoon pelts to beaver pelts?
It is 7 turtle shells.
Interesting. Colin says that'll be a cost soon.
Yeah.
That will cause a delay of PSA. 72 in action and 82 in action. Facts. I've got a graded 63 Fleer set. Excellent, Colin. Let's take something that's already somewhat difficult to store and make each individual king take up way more space. # graded logic. True. I don't even do graded Braves team sets. I'm doing just that one Packers team set graded, and that's it. And I've just got the one card that I've got left. So I've got to get the Bart Starr rookie. That's not a cheap one.
Colin, are you going to the traded
trade night?
Canadians can't even say it.
Yeah. Bob says you're wealthy and
friends.
friends.
Because it's not a thing here yet.
True. Bob says, Eric, you're wealthy and friends. You got big hat guy. Come on.
Can you name one for me? Just
big hat guy. Big hat guy.
Big hat guy is not my friend.
The raccoon after you're done fighting him like a man. He will respect you.
We did share a beer together after.
Just saying.
Enough said.
Colin says, I have a nice 53 Bowman set that is being. I like how you're promoting yourself very well there. I do appreciate
A
it.
little too much.
But look, I do appreciate some shameless self promotion. You know that I have been in the past very
Really?
appreciative.
Can you give an example?
He's a dealer who has 8
Carlos.
booths at the show.
An example of
have to
shameless self promotion?
Carlos, could you give us an example of some shameless self-promotion?
No.
Yeah.
Anyway, see, Colin knows. But yes, I am always looking for some, but price will be key, and we'll see. We'll see. Moving on. Eric, did you need any bugs this week?
All right. To be completely, God damn it.
The answer should have been a quick no.
No,
Bobby, the answer should have been a quick no, right?
So actually, I did eat bugs this week.
The answer should have been a quick no.
I know I should, but I can't lie, and I hate the fact that I can't lie. So
He was cycling with his mouth open
yes,
in the forest.
Yep, you nailed it. And it was Wednesday night, and right into the back of the throat. So yes, I did eat bugs this week.
I used to drive a motorcycle at 150 miles an hour. A fly would kill you.
I was not going that fast. I was probably going about 8 miles.
1.5 miles per hour, yes.
I was probably doing about 8. And it went boom, right in the back of the throat.
Interesting.
So yeah, thanks for asking. Yes, I ate bugs this week. So what?
There you go, Bob. You got way more than any of us thought you were going to get out of the question. You really did. You really did. You got your money's worth and then some, sir. And in that spirit, speaking of getting your money's worth,
No,
you know what gets you your money's worth? Hitting the like button. Those of you who haven't already done so should understand that every time the like button is hit, we charge Eric for it. Make this man pay. This man took a simple question about bug eating and made it into whatever the hell that just was. Make him pay.
What are we at currently?
We are 38 likes.
Oh, come on.
Solid. It's good. Not bad, guys. I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Broke her life.
Do people know that we're in a recession? Stop doing this to me.
Yeah, but it doesn't cost them. It's
That's
free.
why you're getting
the like
charged.
is free for them. I am making sure it's free for them. We're charging you.
Listen,
It's less
there is
allowance money for him.
literally nothing to like about this show.
Oh, there's
It
so much
is
to like.
Stupid.
It's
It is
unbelievable.
nonsense. No one should even be watching us.
We've had 40 likes.
Oh, God. Stupid.
Keep it up.
Good job, people. Good job. Thank you for the support. As always, thank you for the support.
Don't you people have something else to do?
Back to the comments. Colin says he's got 9 boots.
Obviously
Yep.
not.
I feel that the commons, I feel about the commons because that's how I collect the players and sets I'm interested in. 65 is beautiful. A good chunk fell to my lap. Been fun, but definitely won't become a set collector. No, that's fair. Hey, as long as you're having a good time, have a good time. Have a good time. Enjoy the process. I loved the 56 top set. Took a long time, but it was a fun process. I wouldn't necessarily build a set that big again. I try to stick to smaller sets now, but it's a good time. Josh here. Good evening, everyone. Glad I didn't join in. And Beckett rant was happening this week.
You missed. I had 2.
Yeah, we had a couple Beckett rants in there, man. We had a couple. You had to catch it a little earlier.
And
Bob was
a
keeping
quick
tally.
byline.
Yep. Bob was keeping tally here. I arbitrarily decided to pick every variation of the 2020 Mike Soroka cards. Yeah, Soroka cards that I could. I'm already up to 57 variations / parallels. One dude. Wow. It's a lot.
Oh my God, I hate modern day collect. Thank God I don't do it. I think it's utterly ridiculous. The fact that rookies have, 500 rookie cards and they're all the same picture.
And 1,000 1-on-1s?
Yeah. What the hell happened to this hobby? I don't get it. How in the world does in 1 year one player have 500 cards? It's utterly ridiculous.
Yes, Andy, there was a lot of different Red Rose Tea cards, animals, and you name it, cars and everything. Yeah,
Yep.
and bugs.
Mm-hmm.
From the
Facts.
60s, early 60s through to the 70s, yeah.
And there were also a lot of the, even going before that era, you've also got all the tobacco ones where you had all kinds of cards and all kinds of stuff. all kinds
Like,
of stuff.
turn of the century stuff. Yeah, you were
Yeah,
just
tons
and
of
that was,
topics, tons of different
it
categories
was
and topics.
educational for kids because they didn't have TV or radio. So, it was one of the greatest things they ever did, and it promoted like buy your kid a chocolate bar. Why not? Hey, there's some information in there. I learned about butterflies. That's good for you.
Does Eric pay with Beckett slabs? Lord knows he doesn't have enough Beckett slabs to pay for that bill.
I only have this one.
And Bob correctly states that we are not 42 likes. So thank you all for the support. Did I miss Where in the World is Name segment? First 4 minutes. We got that one right at the beginning. Took care of it early.
Name is unable to join us tonight because his
See if you can remember what he came up with.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It was his tarot card reader or something told him that he needed to stay away from the YouTubes because it may give him some health issues.
Well, you said he's going to get cancer.
Yeah.
Brain cancer. Right?
I was just curious if you would remember from earlier in the show.
Yeah, his fortune teller told him that stay away from the YouTubes because it will give him brain cancer. So he's not going to show up tonight. He's very, very nervous about it.
Artificial scarcity happened, Eric. Perceived value drives box sales. Card companies keep turning up the amount, and people keep buying more and more. True. Facts.
And that just goes. See, and Bob, and all serious. Can you just back? I'm being serious for a second.
All right, he's being serious. Here we go.
And Bob, you're 100% correct. I understand all that. But that last sentence is what we talk about on this show all the time. We joke about it, but we're serious when we say it. So card companies keep turning up the amount and people keep buying more and more. And if you watch the show a lot, you know what rule number 1 is. And you just proved our point. So that is the perfect example of why we say rule number 1 is rule number 1 and rule number 2 is see rule number 1. That is why. And
what is rule number 1? Tell the people.
Rule number 1, collectors are stupid.
People are stupid.
Well, with specific, yes.
No, we're being open. We say people. We just say people.
Covers so many.
It really does. It leaves. We do not discriminate.
No,
we say people.
We do not, and I apologize that I discriminated, and I should be punished and feel shame.
Oh, there you'll be punished.
Yes, and on the side note,
10 more likes, please.
But oh, come on, not that I didn't do anything that bad.
Well, we have likes.
You have committed so many heinous acts. Like I honestly, I feel like I don't care, folks that watch this on replay. You need to hit the like button so I can charge Eric for no other reason than last week's abomination against the Lord. And I want to make this clear. I don't even believe. I don't even care. But whatever it is he did last week to that chocolate stick is an abomination against the Lord. By definition, an abomination against the Lord and worthy of all the likes.
I was just having a snack. I didn't know I was live. You didn't tell me we were live.
You were conducting inappropriate relations with that chocolate stick, sir.
You did not. I didn't know we were live. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Inappropriate relations with that chocolate stick.
Listen carefully. I did not have inappropriate relations with that chocolate stick.
I was actually impressed. He realized where I was going with it. So he did manage to pick up what I put down, by definition, technically. So there you go. All right, moving on. Somewhere I got a huge box of British tobacco sets from the early 20th century. Some interesting stuff. Lots of flowers. Yeah, no doubt. I actually have a box that I actually have to dust off that I want to put in a video just for the hell of it. Like, let's go with it. Why not? I got 96 unique rookie cards of Freddie Freeman. Started in 2011. I don't think it's possible to collect every rookie of any modern player. No, not really. You would 100% have to, you basically have to get the one of ones. You would have to get the one of ones immediately. And that would be like your only shot. And for any modern player, unless they're a absolute bottom rung, last draft pick, nobody's even thinking about them and they barely put them in any sets, maybe.
And that's an outside maybe.
Well, I'll give you a legitimate example. One of the little side player collections that I've had over the years has been the Jamie Benn cards that I've picked up some Jamie Benn cards here and there. He didn't start off as this big high touted prospect. He was a decent player. Like he showed some potential, whatever. He had some size and he had a little scoring touch, but nothing crazy. So he had in his rookie year 101 cards. It ended up being a very surprisingly close to round number. So I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. But yeah, when I was collecting it, I started grabbing a bunch of his rookies, and I actually paid very aggressive, very strong for it. Uh, to this day, I think I have about 65 or 67 of the 101. But almost all the ones that remain are extremely difficult to come by. Still expensive, even though they shouldn't be. Some people still think he won the scoring title last year, even though it's been many years now. He did have, to be fair, he's got that piece of hardware on his resume, but that's about all that's gone on for him since then. It's not been good. He is basically an average player who's frankly overpaid for what he actually produces on the ice. So a good player, but not a great player. So it's one of those things where like, but even at 101 cards, it's still very challenging to get it. So I can't even imagine a modern player where it's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. He has 101 cards. And as somebody who was an aggressive buyer of it, I'm almost at 70%, which is pretty good. But even then, it's like, I'm not going to pay the price that is going to be required to get those last couple because it's like, no, I'm not doing that.
And you'll never be able to get them all because the one-on-ones are one-on-ones, and people are holding on to those. So unless you are an absolute billionaire with a extremely large following on every social media platform that you can say, I have a bounty on these one-of-ones and I will pay top dollar, you're never going to get them.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to be basically really aggressively pursuing it. That's why I said for some of the character, I use the example of the wrestling cards. For some of the characters that I'm pursuing, I have a checklist and stuff. I don't actually go in with the expectation that I'll be able to get all those cards. I do not go in with the expectation. I automatically remove the one-of-ones from my checklists. I actually do that by default already because I'm operating, because there's no point in having it on a checklist because you either have it or you don't. It's binary. So it's not like, what do you need on the checklist for? Oh, do you need this one? It's a one-of-one. If it is not physically in my possession, then I would need it. Like, it's a silly question. So you don't need it on a checklist. That's redundant. So it's like, if you got it in your possession, you've got it in your possession. I had that one group of cards from Leaf that I did a couple of years ago where I'm the only one who has as close to a complete collection as possible. I got all the versions of Medano and the autograph. I got 2 one-of-ones, and they have 2 of them because Brian Gray. Thank you, BG. Appreciate it. Thanks, bro. And then they also have 4 printing plates, 4 press plate one-of-ones. 4. I have 2 of those. So that means out of 6 possible one-of-ones, I have 4 of them. So nobody can get as close to completion as I can. I am physically as close as anybody can get without buying it from me. But I'm not walking around expecting to see the other 2. If the other 2 crop up, that'd be neat. It'd be kind of fun to have it as just feather in my cap as a Medano collector. But I'm also not going to pay a ridiculous amount for it. It's not worth that much to me. Like, I don't really care. The other guy, he can have the other 2 if you want. I got 4 of the 6, and I got all the other cards. So enjoy. And by the way, there's a 2 of 2. There's a 2. There's an out of 2. I have both copies of that. So you'll never finish it.
You have a 2 of 2, and you have both copies.
I have the 1 of 2 and the 2 of 2. So you're not getting that either. That's like another 1 of 1. So screw you in advance. But it's like, whatever. But there are people who are going to have stuff like that, and you'll never even know. And there's no chance you'll ever get your hands on it. So why even worry about it? Don't lose any sleep over it. Just do your thing. Random Crap Rubber gives now more cards than older players' entire careers. Yes. Complete insanity. Player collecting is over. Yes. You have to be really picky now as a player collector. Don't even worry about like trying to get everything. It's not possible. We need a shirt printer that says people are stupid to wear at Expo. That's a good idea. That's a good solid thought. I like that thought. Rule number 1, people are stupid.
Yes, and I got some. We should put something on the back. Rule number 2.
See rule number 1.
See rule number 1.
I like what you're thinking there, Josh. I like what you're thinking.
It's not a bad idea.
Yep.
Maybe a toque and a donut with it.
You turn that chocolate stick into a Milky Way the way you caramelized it. True.
Baubles.
Facts, Baubles. Facts.
Do you know that in 1912, was it?
Someone accosted a chocolate stick?
No, actually, the Milky Way was a Cowan product of Canada.
Okay.
well before the Milky Way made it in the states. So I'm just saying, same kind of formulation. I have the ads because I went back, but I realized that I went, well, how come they get the same Milky Way and it's the same looking thing? It's Canadian. Sorry.
All right, fair enough. Sounds good. Enjoy looking at early tobacco cards. Lots of random sets end up being on my eBay watch list. Fair. Seems good. More Eddie Matthews cards in 2022. There's entire top run. Yeah. That's the thing. For some of the legendary players, I talked about it when Billy was on last week. I actually ended up getting one of those cards in the mail. So it did arrive, and I'll quickly show you guys. So this is the one that I was asking about because I didn't understand the background on it. I needed to understand, so I was like, no, since we have Billy on, like, can you explain it to me since this was part of your design, part of your idea, whatever. So these are the Aram cards. So these are kind of these undeclared, unannounced, whatever cards that are just kind of there. There's these goldenish cards, whatever. So they've got a card that is like this. That's just a card. And I think they've got a memorabilia card and then an autograph card. So basically 3 variants of it. But this is the autograph. This is number 25, whatever. It's just, to me, it's another Medano autograph, which I was fine with, and the price on this was reasonable. It looks neat enough, but it's one of those things where it's just kind of a random insert they stuck in there. Do I need to go and chase after these things? I do not. This is one of those ones where I saw it, I was like, all right, if I can buy this in an auction cheap enough, because there's so much crap out there. There's just so much stuff where I'm like, okay, open auction. Let's see what the market says. Let's see what the market is willing to do on it. It's an autograph out of 25. These are actually pretty tough pulls. I want to say these are like 1 in 600 packs or 700 packs or 800 packs or some stupid high number for these to pull these. It was like $60. So I was like, okay, sure.
If you're gonna make me,
Yeah, I guess. If we must. And I won that in open auction, fair and square. Like it was a 7-day auction. And I went in and put my bid and I won.
Been some good deals lately on open auctions. So,
but open auctions I think are the fairest way. Like if that's the way, I'm willing to take my chances. I've got a price that I'm willing to pay, no more. I'll put my bid in for open auctions. Cool, man. I'm fine with that. But that's it. If they had gone higher than that, hey man, take it. I'm not worried about it. But I figured I'd give it a go, and I ended up winning. So no complaints from me. It's another one in the stack. I'll add it to the collection for the rest of it. I think I have all the Tom Glavine hockey cards. Nice.
So you want to hear a quick Tom Glavine story?
Tell me after I read this next comment.
All right.
Give me a second. Colin Murray, you must work at backyard breaks to get those 1-of-1s. Look at you being topical, Colin. Look at you being topical.
There you go.
Josh here says, do Aram autos have the bounty codes on the back? They do not. So I can tell you right now. So you got the front there, all the stuff. By the way, I wish it was like a holographic foil or something. Like it is shiny. I'll give them that. It is golden and stuff, but I like a little hologram. So on the back, it's just pretty much plain. Normally there'd be like a little scratch off thing down there, but in this case, no, not on this one. So as far as I can tell, and it is number 25. Like I said, it's a decent card. I certainly have worse looking Medano autographs in my collection. No complaints there. I'll add it to the stack. It's fine. But I think the problem is, and maybe playing into the point of a lot of these comments, maybe this is the way to put it. I have 2,400 Mike Medano cards that I've built up over 27 years now. So like at this point, if I was a new collector and I was just starting to collect somebody and I'm getting an autograph out of 25 of a Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer and stuff, I should be super excited. Oh, I got it for $60. Neat. I got a lot. I got 260 autographs, just certified autographs alone. I have this thing right here. I have 4 or 5 autographed jerseys. I have signed pucks, signed photo. It's easy to get the stuff now. It's so commonplace, and there's so much stuff that it's like you almost become fully desensitized to it at a certain point. It's like, hey, that's oh, you got a 1-of-1. Yep. I had a mail day where I had 7 1-of-1s in one mail day.
Yeah, I think that
one of one. I only own one.
Yeah, I had 7 in one mail day. One mail day. That was in the heyday when I was having stuff come in from eBay every single week. But 7 in one mail week.
I think he was saying that on Cards and Comics, the his show. He was talking about, is the have they run out of ideas? Like, how many more are you going to get of the same kind of thing?
Yeah.
Over and over and over and over again.
You know what's funny? That's a golden foil card and stuff and everything. The card that I had in my mail day last week, it was also a golden foil card from '97. One of the ones that went into one of my binders. I had that card in there. It was a $5 card, $5 card. But it's one of the ones I needed from the late '90s to fill in my Z folios. To me, that was a more exciting addition at the $5 because the damn thing has been eluding me forever. The stupid card just doesn't come up for sale. I would happily have paid 5 times more than that, 10 times more than that to get the stupid card in the collection.
You would have paid the 60 you paid on the other ones.
Yes. And this card, by definition, is a rare card. By definition, should be a more desirable card. I like it. I'm not complaining about it. But my point is, I was more excited about the $5 bargain that I got on that other card that I've been chasing for years. And I was able to add it to the Z folio and put it beside the other one and complete that little run of that particular year in that brand. Because I only have about 100 cards left in that entire late 90s period of 5 years worth of cards. 100 cards total to complete the run of everything that exists. So it's like that is a much more grandiose pursuit. And at this point, adding items is like once in a blue moon, I'll get one. I was actually able to find another one on eBay this past week. So it's actually sitting at Ship My Cards. And it is not a crazy extravagant. It was another like $5 card. And right now, it's not the price. It's just they're not there. I look for them. I check every week after week, but they're not there. It happens, man. Cards and Comics, good evening. Thanks for joining in. How's it going? Good timing, right?
Speak of the devil. Okay.
You mentioned it. By the way, also, I want to say, I know I saw the name somewhere, so I apologize. But I want to say Cards and Comics. Great run of videos. I have actually been enjoying some of those 90s pickups that you've been doing recently. Fantastic stuff. I love that stuff. So to me, it's great. And he's got a great Griffey collection and stuff. So good stuff. I love it. I love it. So let's go here and look at this. Glavin story. Got me on this one. What about Tom Glavin?
So I said I have a.
Oh, sorry. You said you have Glavin story. Yeah, go ahead. No, now's the time. Go ahead.
So for those who don't know, Tom Glavin is from Massachusetts, and he was a very, very successful hockey player and baseball player. And he got drafted by the Los Angeles Kings. And he chose to play baseball instead and went on to have a, unbelievable career. I assume he's in the Hall of Fame. I don't know for sure, but with the Atlanta Braves, won a World Series, just one of the dominant pitchers of the 90s. Well, he came home, back to Massachusetts during the off season or, at one point, and the Boston Bruins wanted to kind of celebrate him and invited him to come practice for the day because they knew that he was, a very talented hockey player in his high school career, and that he was actually drafted by an NHL franchise. Well, there's one problem with that. If the Bruins asked me, of course, never, ever, ever happened, to come to a practice and skate around, there's no issues with that. But unfortunately, even a decade later, and him having this phenomenal historic baseball career, the LA Kings still owned his rights. And the Boston Bruins had to go around in circles to get the Kings to sign off that their property, Tom Glavin, could skate around for a photo shoot with the Bruins at practice.
Nice.
So yeah, that was they just wanted the hometown kid to come, get some pictures taken and skate around for the afternoon. And they had to jump through hoops and get the Kings to sign off on it because he wasn't allowed to do that.
Nice. I like it. Hey, listen, man, pettiness for the win, buddy. If you're going to be petty, be Team Petty.
There you go.
It's one of those things. Like the teams are very litigious about their rights. If they
Yeah.
have rights to something, they're serious about it. They're not playing
Yeah.
around. They're not joking. Okay, let me grab this one here. So doing my raw Griffey cards next. That's awesome. I love that. Look, I have some 90s Griffies myself that I've picked up, and I've enjoyed them. I don't collect them aggressively, but I love some of that stuff. Look, some of that 90s baseball, right in my wheelhouse of the fun times that I had. Like I said, it's one of the great ironies of this channel. I get pigeonholed so hard into the hockey category. It's like, dudes, I have my Medano Super Collection. I've been working on that forever. I understand. I accept that. I get it. But for the most part, you guys do realize that I can like a hell of a lot more baseball than I do hockey, really, day to day. But I've got my projects and stuff that I work on. But hey, I love some, and that 90s baseball is right in my wheelhouse. I love the 90s sluggers. And Cards and Comics has great Griffey collection of stuff. Frank Thomas, a lot of the great sluggers of that era, a lot of the great players of the 90s era, some amazing cards. So quickly, I'll show it. I'll figure I'll do a quick shout out here since we're all chatting and talking about it. I want to kind of share it because I know some of these channels don't get the appreciation they deserve unless you specifically explicitly state it. So just to let you guys know, Cards and Comics, if you're into either Cards or Comics, there's some really good videos on it and you can check out there. Rare baseball inserts, love that, and then some unboxings for some comics as well as some Griffey stuff. I love the 90s baseball stuff always. But there's some good stuff here, and I would say if you haven't checked it out, give the videos a watch, give the channel a check it out, subscribe to the channel if you see anything you like, and there you go. I enjoy it. I have fun with it. I hit the like button for that. So I enjoy it. Let's have a good time. Dave here says they probably issued 100 times more Honus Wagner cards in the last 5 years than he actually had. It's true. Makes it a bit uninteresting. Here's the thing, Dave. It shouldn't. It should change nothing about the vintage ones that you might be interested in. Don't collect the new ones then. Like, really, there's no reason. For Honus Wagner's been dead and got it from the games for so long. Do you really need the modern card for anything? Just collect the vintage ones then. Or if it's expensive and somebody just wants to have some cards, well, then let them have that. Again, it's supposed to be, it's whatever you want. You get to define the collection. You get to decide what categories or what areas you want to go into. Did Glavin shoot lefty too, Eric?
Yes, he did.
Look at that. Well played.
There is a picture of him on that day, and that is Cam Neely that he is on a line with.
Nice. Good stuff. Absolutely no problem at all. Happy to help. I do enjoy the channel. I collect vintage hockey as well. Ken Dryden went to my university. Nice.
Didn't he go to Colgate?
I'm not sure. I don't have the answer to that. But there you go.
I think he went to Colgate. I thought.
Well, then if that's the case, that's the case. That's the answer. I'll actually, you know what? I'll actually reach out later, and maybe we'll invite you to come on for one of these live streams if you got some time. I think it'd be fun to have a little bit of a chat. Here you go, Cornell.
Cornell. Okay, I thought maybe I got the C. I guess I must have screwed that up in my head.
1992 score. Tom Glavine Dream Team hockey. Nice. Yeah, fair. Nope, doesn't impact vintage. Just makes it less appealing to collect the new ones. Yeah, that's fine. The good news is they can produce the card. Doesn't mean you have to buy it. That's why I say, like, I love some of that 90s. I love that 90s stuff for those baseball players and the vintage of it for the time period, because it goes back to a time when I was starting collecting. So I was there when those sets were issued. So I remember them, and I remember going through the magazine and seeing all the previews for those sets and stuff. So for me, I can see them. I think that's great. I enjoy that. That's awesome. But for somebody else,
so many ads for those. Oh
there
God.
were, yeah. But I love them because I could
Every
actually
other
see what the
page.
cars look like and everything. Because being that it was Canada, we had some of the product, but it was very limited distribution for a lot of the dealers. They knew it just wasn't the same demographic. They knew even if they grabbed some, it would be very minimal. So a lot of it didn't make it up all the time. So some of the products that are like, oh, it'd be really cool to see this product or see this one in person, I just couldn't. So it was one of those things where now later on today, Griffey's career is over. He's already a Hall of Famer and everything. He's not a cheap card on a lot of these sets, but a lot of the stuff is actually available relatively affordably. It's not too bad. So those would have been cards that at the time would be like, oh man, the Griffey is the really tough one. It's the expensive one, whatever. It's still not cheap, but it's like, no, I can actually get my hands on it. I can actually purchase this card. It is available for me to get. I can go on the eBay and go buy it if that's what I want. And you know what? Maybe I do. Sounds good. Awesome. I'll reach out. Thought Dryden was Cornell. Perfect. Thank you, Paul. I feel like 20 more coming out next week. That's probably true. The 90s shine is really cool. Modern refractors from man comparison. Yes, they really went downhill on that. Glavin was drafted before Brett Hall. There you go.
Can you imagine, what would it have been like if Tom Glavine was a line mate of, Wayne Gretzky and playing for the Kings, Who knows?
Interesting. Bob Jackson says, Griff Ear Trout. What's the Trout? Moving on. 1998 Donruss Crusades are nicer than Chrome. Yes, I do agree. The Crusades are beautiful cards. I have the Carlos Delgado of the Crusades. They're very nice. They're really good. I'm actually trying. I have been keeping an eye out in the corner of my eye. I've been trying to get a Crusades Favre. They got it. It's out there, but it's one of those things. I was like, but how much you want for it? He's a bastard, right? He stole money from welfare people. That should be like $50, right? No. Oh, come on. I'm trying to pitch him on it. He's a horrible human being. You'll go to hell for owning that card. Sell it to me. Apparently it's not working. Not yet. We almost got Hockey Crusades. I think that would have been interesting. Like I said, I think they're very nice cards. I do like them and appreciate them for what they are. I don't know how it would have gone over because I think a lot of these hockey ones got some of these issues and some of these products, and it took a really long time for it to get any traction. Like the jambalayas and all these inserts that were huge in basketball. Only now it's like after, people who remain nameless without necks, floating heads, whined about it endlessly. They're like, but the basketball ones are really expensive. Yes, they are. But the hockey ones they're less expensive because less people cared. It doesn't matter how hard, you're not making fetch happen.
Because hockey collectors are smart. That's why. And downtowns. And
are they smart or are they SMRT?
And kabooms are the dumbest effing things I have ever seen. And this new medal that came out with players not in uniform, like jumping over their cities. Oh my God. What a bunch of crap that is. It might as well be Leaf. Oh, we can't use their uniforms. We can't have any logos. It's just utterly ridiculous. And people are paying just stupid money for this crap.
Hockey's insulated. It's good.
So it really sucks baseball didn't get 97 PMGs like all the other sports. Hockey didn't get 97 PMGs either. The original, like the hockey had Metal Universe. Like it did have Metal Universe. No PMGs. I actually don't know why. It was actually kind of a weird thing because it was the same series. It was the same series and everything. So they had the standard versions of it, but yeah, never did Precious Metal Gems in the first run. They did not.
Oh, what did they do in lieu of that?
I don't think they actually had a parallel. They did not have a parallel for that issue. It was the base set and then some inserts, some nice inserts. There were some good inserts and fun ones, but no PMGs, none, not a single one. Can you believe it? It's just incredible. Not one. It was very weird, very strange. I don't know what happened. Anyway, moving on.
Couldn't afford it.
Maybe not, but it was a weird thing because it was the same series. It was literally the same series with the same outwardly designs and weird stuff going on. Wait, show it again?
No.
Plan for Donruss's next wave of releases when they went bankrupt. They were planned for the next wave of releases when they went bankrupt. I'm guessing you're talking about the Crusades, probably. But yeah, it could have been. Who knows? People forget stars. We just lost Charlie Trippi this week, 100 years old, College and Pro Football Hall of Fame, runner-up Heisman.
Yeah.
Only pro football player with 1,000 yards rushing, receiving, and passing. All right, fair enough, Carla. Gotcha. Carlos, you need to put on your swimming cap first before joining that. Interesting. New Metal Champions is the worst set of the year. Fair.
Thank you.
So are you saying you're going to take back the cases and cases of blasters you've got?
Yeah, I'm gonna return them.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure we got that covered. Eric, rule number 1. Facts.
Exactly.
Smooth Simpsons reference. SMRT. Eric showing his poor man's gem again. With the upside down thing and everything.
Now, this one's correct.
Sorry, missed it. Anyway, read the Crusade singing an old Beckett recently. See, Bobby, I still get him. No matter what, I still find a way. Because Eric can't resist himself. At one point, he's like, I'll get him still. I just have to wait. Saw 2022 Topps Complete set on sale at Target yesterday for $69.99. That seems high. I agree.
Maybe Target's getting smart.
I hate you.
Interesting. Crusades were unannounced and not on the pack odds. That's true. Also, Crusades, from what I recollect, were in multiple series. So in comparison, so the PMGs not being in metal was a weird oversight with hockey. It was just bizarre. I don't know why. I honestly, genuinely don't know why they didn't do it. Because honestly, once they did it with one, why wouldn't just replicate it? Now, I'm not complaining. To be clear, I'm not complaining. You know why? I don't want to have to chase a red Medano PMG and a green Medano PMG. No, do not even put that into my space. Keep it away from me. I already have enough tough parallels and inserts that I've chased over the years. I do not need any more of that in my life. I'm good. But it was a weird omission. It was a very strange one. The Crusades one was a multi-brand insert, as I recall. They were available in various brands, various iterations, players, and certain configurations were available in certain brands. And I'm a little fuzzy on the total, but I think it was a cross-brand insert. It wasn't just you buy this one set and you get it. You could get it in this set, or you could get it in this set. And there were different players available in different sets, and they actually broke it up. So if you actually wanted to complete the set, you either collected everything, or you had to kind of keep your eyes open, because as each series came out, there were more options and more cards becoming available, which made it very interesting. Which, by the way, made it an interesting chase. A cross-brand, insert that you have. If you want to complete this, actually, one set isn't going to do it. You're going to have to chase it over multiple series and different sets. Kind of weird one. The hockey ones would have been in a 98-99 set. Okay, interesting. Would have been interesting if that had been the case. It just was a strange decision then, because like I said, the 97-98 set basically was the same design as the basketball. In terms of like how otherworldly and weird stuff going on with the players on the thing with the foil and everything. So I don't know why they would have skipped it that year and just gone to the next set to do it. But all right, would have been interesting. We'll have to see. All right, folks. So I'll tell you what. It's been good. I've been very pleased that my voice has held up. I struggled with it early in the week, believe me. So it's held up well tonight. Great comments and great suggestions. I also do recommend to you, like I said earlier, check out the Cards and Comics channel. I enjoy it and I appreciate it. For a lot of these channels are very niche, but I appreciate a lot of the content that's coming out of this one. Check it out for yourself and make up your own mind. But I do recommend it to you. I think it would have been a lot of fun. So we'll have to see what that looks like.
I recommend it too. It's good.
98.99 would have been Crusades. Okay, thanks for the clarification, Bob. Appreciate that. If you guys got any other comments, feel free to throw them in there. We'll grab the last couple of comments. Thank you all again for participating. Thank you all again for hitting the like button, because we've got to charge this man, make him pay.
Total likes tonight?
Right now we are at 45.
I thought we were gonna hit 50. Come on, guys.
We're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. If there's a couple of stragglers, guys, we wanna get it as close as we can. We're gonna push it up. And if you check it out on replay, make it happen. Let's go.
Button.
Let's go, people. Let's do this.
Live, I wanted to see it happen. 50 will get there for sure.
We're at 46 right now. 46.
If you get enough dislikes, YouTube will remove this show from its platform. Please.
That is not remotely true. No. That has never been true.
Dislikes.
I might charge you triple for dislikes.
Oh, good God.
Ooh.
I might charge you triple. If you try to encourage that, I'll charge you triple for that.
This is like people slowing down on the highway to watch a car crash. Okay? I don't know why you people are here.
Have a good weekend, Dave. Send him his high school football rules. There you go. Try not to eat any bugs this week, Eric. Facts. Appreciate the conversation and advice. Absolutely, Steven. Also, feel free at any time. Like, I'm serious. Feel free at any time. Broach the vintage topics. Happy to talk about it. Happy to do it. more than welcome to it, but you guys have to bring it into the conversation because look, I'm happy to talk about it, but you got to bring it up. That's the only way we're going to be able to get down that. Happy to go down that rabbit hole. Bring it up, and let's. The sooner you bring it up, the more easily I can bring it into the conversation. Remember to like the video up to 46. Thank you. Up to 47. Love it. Give it to Yannick. Absolutely. Thank you for the entertainment making our pay. Facts.
Now, where was this?
Yannick's working on videos, man. Right now, he's working on his magnum opus. We're expecting a really good video coming out of this. He's working on some stuff.
He's not doing a goddamn thing.
If we get enough likes, Eric gets a chocolate log, or whatever the hell it's called. Facts. True. 48. Ooh, that's dangerously close. That is dangerous.
Sonic, don't you dare hit that button.
Ooh. Anyway, a pleasure, as always, chatting with everybody this evening. It's been a lot of fun. Great comments. Thank you for everybody who popped in and chimed in and offered a couple of different pieces of the conversation as well. We did have some fun with it. Again, slow time in the hobby, and yet we still find a way. Hey, isn't it weird? Like, we still find a way somehow. So apparently there's still stuff to talk about occasionally. It's ready. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Good to hear.
4 hours of
Whatever this is. Look, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. It is that. Eric once got ants on a log. It was disappointing. It wasn't actually ants on a stick. Facts. Yannick, I need 50 likes. We might need you to do a couple more accounts there, Yannick. We're pretty close. We finished up in the night. Anyway, folks, enjoy. Have yourselves a great weekend. Those of you that are out on the West Coast, took a little bit of time. Those of you on the East Coast, you are now on Saturday. Have yourselves a great weekend. We will catch you next week. Same time, 8 p.m. Eastern. Same bad time, same bad channel. Have a good one.
I know.